Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. An Intangible Clue. From the collection, The Golden Slipper and Other Problems for Violet Strange. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Intangible Clue by Katharine Greene. Have you studied the case? Not I. Not study the case which for the last few days has provided the papers with such conspicuous headlines? I do not read the papers. I have not looked at one in a whole week. Miss Strange, your social engagement must be of a very pressing nature just now. They are. And your business sense in abeyance? How so? You would not ask if you had read the papers. To this she made no reply save by a slight toss of a pretty head. If her employer felt nettled by this show of indifference, he did not betray it save by the rapidity of his tones as, without further preamble and possibly without real excuse, he proceeded to lay before her the case in question. Last Tuesday night a woman was murdered in this city, an old woman, in a lonely house where she has lived for years. Perhaps you remember this house? It occupies a not inconspicuous site in 17th Street, a house of the olden time. No, I do not remember. The extreme carelessness of Miss Strange's tone would have been fatal to her socially, but then she would never have used it socially. This they both knew, yet he smiled with his customary indulgence. Then I will describe it. She looked around for a chair and sank into it. He did the same. It has a fanlight over the front door. She remained impassive. And two old-fashioned strips of party-colored glass on either side. And a knocker between its panels which may bring money some day? Oh, you do remember. I thought you would, Miss Strange. Yes, fanlights over doors are becoming very rare in New York. Very well then. That house was a scene of Tuesday's tragedy. The woman who has lived there in solitude for years was foully murdered. I have since heard that the people who knew her best have always anticipated some such violent end for her. She never allowed Meade, a friend, to remain with her after 5 in the afternoon. Yet she had money, some think a great deal, always in the house. I am interested in the house, not in her. Yet she was a character, as full of whims and crotchets as a nut is of meat. Her death was horrible. She fought. Her dress was torn from her body in rags. This happened, you see, before our hour for retiring. Some think as early as 6 in the afternoon. And here he made a rapid gesture to catch Violet's wandering attention. In spite of the struggle, in spite of the fact that she was dragged from room to room, that a person was searched, and everything in the house searched, that drawers were pulled out of bureaus, doors wrenched off of cupboards, china smashed upon the floor, whole shelves denuded, and not a spot from the cellar to garret left unransacked, no direct clue to the perpetrator has been found. Nothing that gives any idea of his personality save his display of strength and great cupidity. The police have even deigned to consult me, an unusual procedure, but I could find nothing either. Evidences of fiendish purpose abound, of relentless search, but no clue to the man himself. It's uncommon, isn't it, not to have any clue? I suppose so. Miss Strange hated murders, and it was with difficulty she could be brought to discuss them. But she was not going to be let off. Not this time. You see, he proceeded insistently, it's not only mortifying to the police, but disappointing to the press, especially as few reporters believe in the no thoroughfare business. They say, and we cannot but agree with them, that no such struggle could take place and no such repeated goings to and fro through the house without some vestige being left by which to connect this crime with its daring perpetrator. Still she stared down at her hands, those little hands so white and fluttering, so seemingly helpless under the weight of their many rings, and yet so slyly capable. She must have queer neighbors, came at last from Miss Strange's reluctant lips. Didn't they hear or see anything of all this? She has no neighbors, that is, after 5:30. There's a printing establishment on one side of her, a deserted mansion on the other side, and nothing but warehouses back and front. There was no one to notice what took place in a small dwelling after the printing house was closed. She was the most courageous or the most foolish of women to remain there as she did. But nothing except death could budge her. She was born in the room where she died, was married in the one where she worked, Saw husband, father, mother, and 5 sisters carried out in turn to their graves through the door with the fanlight over the top, and these memories held her. You're trying to interest me in the woman. Don't. No, I'm not trying to interest you in her, only trying to explain her. There was another reason for her remaining where she did so long after all residents had left the block. She had a business. Oh, she embroidered monograms for fine ladies. She did? But you needn't look at me like that. She never embroidered any for me. No? She did first-class work. I saw some of it. Miss Strange, if I could get you into that house for 10 minutes, not to see her, but to pick up the loose, intangible thread which I am sure is floating around in it somewhere, wouldn't you go? Violet slowly rose, a movement which he followed to the letter. Must I express in words the limit I have set for myself in our affair? She asked. When, for reasons I have never thought myself called upon to explain, I consented to help you a little now and then with some matter where a woman's tact and knowledge of the social world might tell without offence to herself or others, I never thought it would be necessary for me to state that temptation must stop with such cases, or that I should not be asked to touch the sordid or the bloody. But it seems I was mistaken, and that I must stoop to be explicit. The woman who was killed on Tuesday might have interested me greatly as an embroiderer, but as a victim, not at all. What do you see in me or miss in me that you should drag me into an atmosphere of low-down crime? Nothing, Miss Strange. You are by nature, as well as by breeding, very far removed from everything of the kind. But you will allow me to suggest that no crime is low-down which makes imperative demand upon the intellect and intuitive sense of its investigator. Only the most delicate touch can feel and hold the thread I have just spoken of, and you have the most delicate touch I know. Do not attempt to flatter me. I have no fancy for handling befouled spiderwebs. Besides, if such elusive filaments fascinated me, how could I, well known in person and name, enter upon such a scene without prejudice to our mutual compact? Miss Strange, she had reseated herself, but so far he had failed to follow her example, and ignoring of the subtle hint that her interest might yet be caught, which seemed to annoy her a trifle. I should not even have suggested such a possibility had I not seen a way of introducing you there without risk to your position or mine. Among the boxes piled upon Mrs. Doolittle's table, boxes of finished work, most of them addressed and ready for delivery, was one on which could be seen the name of, shall I mention it? Not mine? You don't mean mine? That would be too odd, too ridiculously odd. I should not understand a coincidence of that kind. No, I should not, notwithstanding the fact that I have lately sent out such works to be done. Yes, it was your name, very clearly and precisely written, your whole name, Miss Strange. I saw and read it myself. But I gave the order to Madame Pirot on the Fifth Avenue. How come my things to be found in the house of this woman of whose horrible death we have been talking? Did you suppose that Madame Pirot did such work with her own hands, or even had it done in her own establishment? Mrs. Doolittle was universally employed. She worked for a dozen firms. You will find the biggest names on most of her packages. But on this one, I allude to the one addressed to you, there was more to be seen than the name. These words were written on it in another hand. Send without opening. This struck the police as suspicious. Sufficiently so, at least, for them to desire your presence at the house as soon as you can make it convenient. To open the box? Exactly. The curl of Miss Strange's disdainful lip was a sight to see. You wrote those words yourself, she coolly observed. While someone's back was turned, you whipped out your pencil and resorted to a very pardonable subterfuge, highly conducive to public's good. But never mind that. Will you go? Miss Strange became suddenly demure. I suppose I must, she grudgingly conceded. However obtained, a summons from the police cannot be ignored even by Peter Strange's daughter. Another man might have displayed his triumph by smile or gesture, but this one had learned his role too well. He simply said, Very good. Shall it be at once? I have a taxi at the door. But she failed to see the necessity of any such hurry. With sudden dignity she replied, That won't do. If I go to this house, it must be under suitable conditions. I shall have to ask my brother to accompany me. Your brother? Oh, he's safe. He knows. Your brother knows? A visitor, with less control than usual, betrayed very openly his uneasiness. He does, and approves. But that's not what interests us now. only so far as it makes it possible for me to go with propriety to that dreadful house. A formal bow from the other, and the words, "They may expect you then. Can you say when?" "Within the next hour. But it will be a useless concession on my part," she pettishly complained. "A place that has been gone over by a dozen detectives is apt to be brushed clean of its cobwebs, even if such ever existed." "That's the difficulty," he acknowledged, and did not dare to add another word. She was at that particular moment so very much the great lady and so little his confidential agent. He might have been less impressed, however, by the sudden assumption of manner had he been so fortunate as to have seen how she employed the 3/4 of an hour's delay for which she had asked. She read those neglected newspapers, especially the one containing the following highly coloured narration of this ghastly crime. A door ajar, an empty hall, a line of sinister-looking blotches marking a guilty step diagonally across the flagging silence, and an unmistakable odour repugnant to all humanity. Such were the indications which met the eyes of Officer O'Leary on his first round last night, and led to the discovery of a murder which will long thrill the city by its mystery and horror. Both the house and the victim are well known. Here followed a description of the same and of Mrs. Doolittle's manner of life in her ancient home, which Violet hurriedly passed over to come to the following. As far as one can judge from appearances, the crime happened in this wise. Mrs. Doolittle had been in her kitchen, as the tea kettle found singing on the stove goes to prove, and was coming back through her bedroom, when the wretch, who had stolen in by the front door, which, to save steps, she was unfortunately in the habit of leaving on the latch till all possibility of customers for the day was over, sprang upon her from behind and dealt her a swinging blow with the poker he had caught up from the hearthstone. Whether the struggle which ensued followed immediately upon this first attack or came later, it will take medical experts to determine. But whenever it did occur, the fierceness of its character is shown by the grip taken upon her throat and the traces of blood which are to be seen all over the house. If the wretch had lugged her into her workroom and thence to the kitchen, and thence back to the spot of first assault, the evidences could not have been more ghastly. Bits of her clothing torn off by a ruthless hand lay scattered over all these floors. In a bedroom, where she finally breathed her last, there could be seen mingled with these a number of large but worthless glass beads, and close against one of the baseboards the string which had held them, as shown by the few remaining beads still clinging to it. If in pulling the string from her neck he had hoped to light upon some valuable booty, his fury at his disappointment is evident. You can almost see the frenzy with which he flung the would-be necklace at the wall, and kicked about and stamped upon its rapidly rolling beads. Booty! That was what he was after, to find and carry away the poor needlewoman's supposed hoardings. If the scene baffles description, if, as some believe, he dragged her yet living from spot to spot, demanding information as to her places of concealment, under threat of repeated blows, and finally, baffled, dealt the finishing stroke and proceeded on the search alone, no greater devastation could have taken place in this poor woman's house or effects. Yet such was his precaution and care for himself that he left no fingerprint behind him, nor any other token which could lead to personal identification. Even though his footsteps could be traced in much the order I have mentioned, they were of so indeterminate and shapeless a character as to convey little to the intelligence of the investigator. That these smears, they could not be called footprints, not only crossed the hall, but appeared in more than one place on the staircase, proves that he did not confine his search to the lower story. And perhaps one of the most interesting features of the case lies in the indications given by these marks of the raging course he took through these upper rooms. As the accompanying diagram will show, we omit the diagram. He went first into the large front chamber, thence to the rear, where we found 2 rooms, one unfinished and filled with accumulated stuff, most of which he left lying loose upon the floor, and the other plastered and containing a window opening upon an alleyway at the side, but empty of all furniture and without even a carpet on the bare boards. Why he should have entered the latter place, and why, having entered, he should have crossed to the window, will be plain to those who have studied the conditions. The front chamber windows were tightly shuttered, the attic ones cumbered with boxes and shielded from approach by old bureaus and discarded chairs. This one only was free, and although darkened by the proximity of the house neighbouring it across the alley, was the only spot on the story where sufficient light could be had at this late hour for the examination of any object of whose value he was doubtful. That he had come across such an object and had brought it to this window for some such purpose is very satisfactorily demonstrated by the discovery of a worn-out wallet of ancient make lying on the floor directly in front of this window, a proof of his cupidity but also a proof of his ill luck. For this wallet, when lifted and opened, was found to contain 200 or more dollars in old bills, which, if not the full hoard of this industrious owner, was certainly worth the taking by one who had risked his neck for the sole purpose of theft. This wallet and the flight of the murderer without it give to this affair, otherwise simply brutal, a dramatic interest which will be appreciated not only by the very able detectives already hot upon the case, but by all other inquiring minds anxious to solve the mystery of which so estimable a woman has been the unfortunate victim. A problem is presented to the police. There Violet stopped. When not long after, the superb limousine of Peter Strange stopped before the little house in 17th Street, it caused a veritable sensation, not only in the curiosity mongers lingering on the sidewalk, but to the two persons within, the officer on guard and a belated reporter. Though dressed in a plainest suit, Violet Strange looked much too fashionable and far too young and thoughtless to be observed, without emotion, entering a scene of hideous and brutal crime. Even the young man who accompanied her promised to bring a most incongruous element into this atmosphere of guilt and horror, and, as the detective on guard whispered to the man beside him, might much better have been left behind in the car. But Violet was great for the properties, and young Arthur followed her in. Her entrance was a coup de theatre. She had lifted a veil in crossing the sidewalk, and her interesting features and general air of timidity were very fetching. As the man holding open the door noted the impression made upon his companion, he muttered with a sly facetiousness, "You think you'll show her nothing? But I'm ready to bet a fiver that she'll want to see it all, and that you'll show it to her." The detective's grin was expressive, notwithstanding the shrug with which he tried to carry it off. And Violet, the hall into which she now stepped from the most vivid sunlight, had never been considered, even in its palmiest days, as possessing cheer even of the stately kind. The ghastly green light infused through it by the coloured glass on either side of the doorway seemed to promise yet more dismal things beyond. "Must I go in there?" she asked, pointing with an admirable simulation of nervous excitement to a half-shut door at her left. "Is there where it happened?" "Arthur, do you suppose that there is where it happened?" "No, no, miss," the officer made haste to assure her. "If you are Miss Strange," Violet bowed, "I need hardly say that the woman was struck in a bedroom. The door beside you leads into the parlour, or, as she would have called it, a workroom. You needn't be afraid of going in there. You will see nothing but the disorder of her boxes." They were pretty well pulled out. Not all of them, though, he added, watching her as closely as the dim light permitted. "There is one which gives no sign of having been tampered with. It was done up in wrapping paper, and is addressed to you, which in itself would not have seemed worthy of our attention had not these lines been scribbled on it in a man's handwriting. 'Send without opening.'" "How odd!" exclaimed the little minx with widely opened eyes and an air of guileless innocence. "Whatever can it mean?" "Nothing serious, I'm sure, for the woman did not even know me. She was employed to do this work by Madame Perrot." "Didn't you know that it was to be done here?" "No, I thought Madame Perrot's own girls did her embroidery for her." "So that you were surprised?" "Wasn't I? To get a message?" I didn't know what to make of it. The earnest, half-injured look with which she uttered this disclaimer did its appointed work. The detective accepted her for what she seemed, and oblivious to the reporter's satirical gesture, crossed to the workroom door, which he threw wide open with the remark, "I should be glad to have you open that box in our presence. It is undoubtedly all right, but we wish to be sure. You know what the box should contain?" "Oh, yes, indeed. Pillow-cases and sheets with a big S embroidered on them." "Very well. Shall I undo the string for you?" "I shall be much obliged," said she, her eye flashing quickly about the room before settling down upon the knot he was deftly loosening. Her brother, gazing indifferently in from the doorway, hardly noticed this look, but the reporter at his back did, though he failed to detect its penetrating quality. "Your name is on the other side," observed the detective as he drew away the string and turned the package over. A smile which just lifted the corner of her lips was not an answer to this remark, but to a recognition of her employer's handwriting in the words under her name. "Send without opening." She had not misjudged him. "The cover you may like to take off yourself," suggested the officer, as he lifted the box out of its wrapper. "Oh, I don't mind. There is nothing to be ashamed of in embroidered linen. Or perhaps that's not what you are looking for?" No one answered. All were busy watching her whip off the lid and lift out the pile of sheets and pillowcases with which the box was closely packed. "Shall I unfold them?" she asked. The detective nodded. Taking out the topmost sheet, she shook it open. Then the next and the next, till she reached the bottom of the box. Nothing of a criminating nature came to light. The box, as well as its contents, was without mystery of any kind. This was not an unexpected result, of course, but the smile with which she began to refold the pieces and throw them back into the box revealed one of her dimples which was almost as dangerous to the casual observer as when it revealed both. "There," she exclaimed, "you see? Household linen, exactly as I said. Now may I go home?" "Certainly, Miss Strange." The detective stole a sly glance at the reporter. She was not going in for the horrors, then, after all. But the reporter abated nothing of his knowing air, for while she spoke of going, she made no move towards doing so, but continued to look upon the room till her glances finally settled on a long, dark curtain shutting off an adjoining room. "There's where she lies, I suppose," she feelingly exclaimed. "And not one of you knows who killed her? Somehow I cannot understand that. Why don't you know when that's what you're hired for?" The innocence with which she uttered this was astonishing. The detective began to look sheepish, and the reporter turned aside to hide his smile. Whether in another moment either would have spoken, no one can say, for with a mock consciousness of having said something foolish, she caught up a parasol from the table and made a start for the door. But of course she looked back. "I was wondering," she recommenced, with half-wistful, half-speculative air, "whether I should ask to have a peep at the place where it all happened." The reporter chuckled behind the pencil end he was chewing, but the officer maintained his solemn air, for which act of self-restraint he was undoubtedly grateful when in another minute she gave a quick impulsive shudder not altogether assumed, and vehemently added, "But I couldn't stand the sight. No, I couldn't. I'm an awful coward when it comes to things like that. Nothing in all the world would induce me to look at the woman or a room. But I should like—" Here both the dimples came into play, though she could not be said exactly to smile. "Just one little look upstairs, where he went poking about so long without any fear, it seems, of being interrupted. Ever since I've read about it, I've seen in my mind a picture of his wicked figure sneaking from room to room, tearing open drawers and flinging out the contents of closets just to find a little money. A little money. I shall not sleep tonight just for wondering how those high-up attic rooms really look. Who could dream that back of this display of mingled childishness and audacity there lay hidden purpose, intellect, and a keen knowledge of human nature? Not the two men who listened to the seemingly irresponsible chatter. To them she was a child to be humoured, and humour her they did. The dainty feet, which had already found their way to that gloomy staircase, was allowed to ascend, followed, it is true, by those of the officer, who did not dare to smile back at the reporter because of the brother's watchful and none too conciliatory eye. At the stairhead she paused to look back. "I don't see those horrible marks which the papers describe as running all along the lower hall and up these stairs." "No, Miss Strange. They have gradually been rubbed out, but you will find some still showing on these upper floors." "Oh, where? You frighten me horribly. But if you don't mind, I should like to see." Why should not a man on tedious job amuse himself? Piloting her over to the small room in the rear, he pointed down at the boards. She gave one look and then stepped gingerly in. "Just look," she cried. "A whole string of marks going straight from door to window. They have no shape, have they? Just blotches. I wonder why one of them is so much larger than the rest." This was no new question. It was one which everybody who went into the room was sure to ask. There was such a difference in the size and appearance of the mark nearest the window. The reason? Well, minds were divided about that, and no one had a satisfactory theory. The detective therefore kept discreetly silent. This did not seem to offend Miss Strange. On the contrary, it gave her an opportunity to babble away to her heart's content. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, she counted, with a shudder at every count, and one of them bigger than the others. She might have added, It's the trail of one foot and strangely intermingled at that. But she did not, though we may be quite sure that she noted the fact. And just where did the old valet fall? Here? Or here? She had moved as she spoke, so that in uttering the last here, she stood directly before the window. The surprise she received there nearly made her forget the part she was playing. From the character of the light in the room, she had expected, on looking out, to confront a nearby wall, but not a window in that wall. Yet that was what she saw directly facing her from across the old-fashioned alley separating this house from its neighbor. 12 unshuttered and uncurtained panes through which she caught a darkened view of a room almost as forlorn and devoid of furniture as the one in which she then stood. When quite sure of herself, she let a certain portion of her surprise appear. "Why, look!" she cried. "If you can't see right in next door? What a lonesome-looking place! From its desolate appearance I should think the house quite empty. And it is. That's the old Schaffer homestead. It's been empty for a year. Oh, empty!" And she turned away with the most inconsequent air in the world, crying out as her name rang up the stair. "There's Arthur calling. I suppose he thinks I've been here long enough. I'm sure I'm very much obliged to you, officer. I really shouldn't have slept a wink tonight if I hadn't been given a peep to these rooms, which I had imagined so different." When with one additional glance over her shoulder that seemed to penetrate both windows and the desolate space beyond, she ran quickly out and down in response to her brother's reiterated call. "Drive quickly, as quickly as the law allows, to Hiram Brown's office in Duane Street." Arrived at the address named, she went in alone to see Mr. Brown. He was her father's lawyer and a family friend. Hardly waiting for his affectionate greeting, she cried out quickly, "Tell me, how can I learn anything about the old Schaffer house in 17th Street? Don't look so surprised. I have very good reasons for my request, and I'm in an awful hurry." "But—" I know, there's been a dreadful tragedy next door to it, but it's about the Schaffer house itself I want some information. Has it an agent? Of course it has an agent, and here is his name." Mr. Brown presented her with a card on which he had hastily written both name and address. She thanked him, dropped him a mocking curtsy, full of charm, whispered, "Don't tell father," and was gone. Her manner to the man she next interviewed was very different. As soon as she saw him, she subsided into her usual society manner. With just a touch of the conceit of the successful debutante, she announced herself as Miss Strange of 72nd Street. Her business with him was in regard to the possible renting of the Schaffer house. She had an old lady friend who was desirous of living downtown. In passing through 17th Street, she had noticed that the old Schaffer house was standing empty and had been immediately struck with the advantages it possessed for her elderly friend's occupancy. Could it be that the house was for rent? There was no sign on it to that effect, but etc. His answer left her nothing to hope for. "It's going to be torn down," he said. "Oh, what a pity!" she exclaimed. "Real colonial, isn't it? I wish I could see the rooms inside before it is disturbed. Such doors and such dear old-fashioned mantelpieces as it must have. I just dote on the colonial. It brings up such pictures of the old days. Weddings, you know, and parties. All so different from ours and so much more interesting. Is it the chance shot that tells? Sometimes." Violet had no especial intention in what she said save as a prelude to a pending request, but nothing could have served her better than that one word, wedding. The agent laughed, and giving her his first indulgent look, remarked genially, "Romance is not confined to those ancient times. If you were to enter that house today, you would come across evidences of a wedding as romantic as any which ever took place in all the 70-odd years of its existence. A man and a woman were married there day before yesterday who did their first courting under its roof 40 years ago. He has been married twice, and she once in the interval. But the old love held firm, and now at the age of 60 and over they have come together to finish their days in peace and happiness. Or so we will hope." Married! Married in that house, and on the day that— She caught herself up in time. He did not notice the break. "Yes, in memory of those old days of courtship, I suppose. We came here about 5, got the keys, drove off, went through the ceremony in that empty house, written the keys to me in my own apartment, took the steamer for Naples, and were on the sea before midnight. Do you not call that quick work as well as highly romantic?" Very. Miss Strange's cheek had paled. It was apt too when she was greatly excited. But I don't understand, she added the moment after. How could they do this and nobody know about it? I should have thought it would have got into the papers. They are quiet people. I don't think they told their best friends. A simple announcement in the next day's journals testified to the fact of the marriage, but that was all. I would not have left at liberty to mention the circumstances myself if the parties were not well on their way to Europe. Oh, how glad I am that you did tell me. Such a story of constancy and the hold which old associations have upon sensitive minds. But, why, miss? What's the matter? You look very much disturbed. Don't you remember? Haven't you thought? Something else happened that very day and almost at the same time at that block. Something very dreadful. Mrs. Doolittle's murder? Yes, it was as near as next door, wasn't it? Or if this happy couple had known. But fortunately they didn't, nor are they likely to till they reach the other side. You needn't fear that their honeymoon will be spoiled that way. But they may have heard something or seen something before leaving the street. Did you notice how the gentleman looked when he returned you the keys? I did, and there was no cloud on his satisfaction. Oh, how you relieved me. 1, 2 dimples made their appearance in Miss Strange's fresh young cheeks. Well, I wish them joy. Do you mind telling me their names? I cannot think of them as actual persons without knowing the names. The gentleman was Constantine Amidon, the lady Marianne Schaffer. You will have to think of them now as Mr. and Mrs. Amidon. And I will. Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Thank you very much. Next to the pleasure of getting the house for my friend is that of hearing this charming bit of news its connection. She held out her hand, and as he took it, remarked, They must have had a clergyman and a witness. Undoubtedly. I wish I had been one of the witnesses, she sighed sentimentally. They were 2 old men. Oh no, don't tell me that. Foggies, nothing less. But the clergyman? He must have been young. Surely there was someone there capable of appreciating the situation? I can't say about that. I did not see the clergyman. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Miss Strange's manner was as nonchalant as it was charming. We will think of him as being very young. And with a merry toss of her head, she flitted away. But she sobered very rapidly upon entering her limousine. Hello. Ah, is that you? Yes, I want a Marconi scent. A Marconi? Yes, to the critic which left Dock the very night in which we are so deeply interested. Good. Whom to? The captain? No, to a Mrs. Constantine Amidon, but first be sure there is such a passenger. Mrs. What idea have you there? Excuse my not stating over the telephone. The message is to be to this effect. Did she at any time immediately before or after her marriage to Mr. Amidon get a glimpse of anyone in the adjoining house? No remarks, please. I use the telephone because I am not ready to explain myself. If she did, let us send a written description to you of that person as soon as she reaches the Azores. You surprise me. May I not call or hope for a line from you early tomorrow? I shall be busy till you get your answer. He hung up the receiver. He recognized the resolute tone. But the time came when the pending explanation was fully given to him. An answer had been returned from the steamer, favorable to Violet's hopes. Mrs. Amidon had seen such a person and would send a full description of the same at the first opportunity. It was news to fill Violet's heart with pride. The filament of a clue which had led to this great result had been so nearly invisible and had felt so like nothing in her grasp. To her employer she described it as follows. When I hear or read of a case which contains any baffling features, I am apt to feel some hidden chord in my nature thrill to one fact in it and not to any of the others. In this case, the single fact that appealed to my imagination was the dropping of the stolen wallet in that upstairs room. Why did the guilty man drop it? And why, having dropped it, did he not pick it up again? But one answer seemed possible. He had heard or seen something at the spot where it fell which not only alarmed him but sent him in flight from the house. Very good. And did you settle to your own mind the nature of that sound or that sight? I did. A man who was strangely businesslike. No show of dimples now. Satisfied that if any possibility remained of my ever doing this, it would have to be on the exact place this occurrence, or not at all, I embraced your suggestion and visited the house. And that room, no doubt? And that room. women somehow seem to manage such things. So I have noticed, Miss Strange. And what was the result of your visit? What did you discover there? This, that one of the blood spots marking the criminal's steps through the room was decidedly more pronounced than the rest. And what was even more important, that the window out of which I was looking had its counterpart in the house on the opposite side of the alley. In gazing through the one, I was gazing through the other, and not only that, but into the darkened area of the room beyond. Instantly, I saw how the latter fact might be made to explain the former one. But before I say how, let me ask if it is quite settled among you that the smears on the floor and stairs mark the passage of the criminal's footsteps. Certainly, and very bloody feet they must have been too. His shoes, or rather his one shoe, for the proof is plain that only the right one left its mark, must have become thoroughly saturated to carry its traces so far. Do you think that any amount of saturation would have done this? Or, if you are not ready to agree to that a shoe so covered with blood could have failed to leave behind it some hint of its shape, some imprint, however faint, of heel or toe? But nowhere did it do this. We see a smear, and that's all. You're right, Miss Strange, you're always right. And what do you gather from this? She looked to see how much he expected from her, and meeting an eye not quite as free from ironic suggestion as his words had led her to expect, faltered a little as she proceeded to say, "My opinion is a girl's opinion, but such as it is, you have the right to have it. From the indications mentioned, I could draw but this conclusion, that the blood which accompanied the criminal's footsteps was not carried through the house by his shoes. He wore no shoes. He did not even wear stockings, probably had none. For reasons which appealed to his judgment, he went about his wicked work barefoot, and it was the blood from his own veins and not from those of his victim which made the trail we have followed with so much interest. Do you forget those broken beads? How he kicked them about and stamped upon them in his fury? One of them pierced the ball of his foot, and that so sharply that it not only spurted blood but kept on bleeding with every step he took. Otherwise the trail would have been lost after his passage up the stairs. Fine. There was no irony in the bureau chief's eye now. You are progressing, Miss Strange. Allow me, I pray, to kiss your hand. It is a liberty I have never taken, but one which would greatly relieve my present stress of feeling. She lifted a hand toward him, but it was in gesture, not in recognition of his homage. Thank you, said she, but I claim no monopoly on deductions so simple as these. I have not the least doubt that not only yourself, but every member of the force has made the same. But there is a little matter which may have escaped the police, may even have escaped you. To that I would now call your attention, since through it I have been enabled, after a little necessary groping, to reach the open. You remember the one large blotch on the upper floor where the man dropped the wallet? That blotch, more or less commingled with the fainter one, possessed great significance for me from the first moment I saw it. How came his foot to bleed so much more profusely at that one spot than at any other? There could be but one answer, because here a surprise met him, a surprise so startling to him in his present state of mind that he gave a quick spring backward, with the result that his wounded foot came down suddenly and forcibly instead of easily as in his previous weary tread. And what was the surprise? I made it my business to find out, and now I can tell you that it was the sight of a woman's face staring upon him from the neighboring house, which he had probably been told was empty. The shock disturbed his judgment. He saw his crime discovered, his guilty secret read, and fled in unreasoning panic. He might better have held on to his wits. It was this display of fear which led me to search after its cause, and consequently to discover that at this especial hour more than one person had been in Schaffer House. That, in fact, a marriage had been celebrated there under circumstances as romantic as any we read of in books, and that this marriage, privately carried out, had been followed by an immediate voyage of the happy couple on one of the White Star steamers. With the rest you are conversant. I do not need to say anything about what has followed the sending of that Marconi, but I am going to say something about your work in this matter, Miss Strange. The big detectives about here will have to look sharp if— Don't, please, not yet. A smile softened the asperity of this interruption. The man has yet to be caught and identified. Till that is done, I cannot enjoy anyone's congratulations, and you will see that all this may not be so easy. If no one happened to meet the desperate wretch before he had an opportunity to retie his shoelaces, there will be little for you or even for the police to go upon but his wounded foot, his undoubtedly carefully prepared alibi, and Later, a woman's confused description of a face seen but for a moment only, and that under a personal excitement precluding minute attention. I should not be surprised if the whole thing came to nothing. But it did not. As soon as the description was received from Mrs. Amidon, a description, by the way, which was unusually clear and precise, owing to the peculiar and contradictory features of the man, the police were able to recognize him among the many suspects always under their eye. Arrested, he pleaded, just as Miss Strange had foretold, an alibi of a seemingly unimpeachable character, but neither it nor the plausible explanation with which he endeavored to account for a freshly healed scar amid the calluses of his right foot could stand before Mrs. Amidon's unequivocal testimony that he was the same man she had seen in Mrs. Doolittle's upper room on the afternoon of her own happiness and of that poor woman's murder. The moment when, at his trial, the two faces again confronted each other across a space no wider than that which had separated them on the dread occasion in 17th Street, one of the most dramatic in the annals of the ancient courtroom. The End of an Intangible Clue, from The Golden Slipper and Other Problems for Violet Strange, by Anna Katharine Greene. Read by Yoganand. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Anthropologist at Large, by R. Ashton Freeman, from the book John Thorndyke's Cases, related by Christopher Jarvis. By R. Ashton Freeman. Thorndyke was not a newspaper reader. He viewed with extreme disfavor all scrappy and miscellaneous forms of literature which, by presenting a disorderly series of unrelated items of information, tended, as he considered, to destroy the habit of consecutive mental effort. "It's most important," he once remarked to me, "habitually to pursue a definite train of thought and to pursue it to a finish, instead of flitting indolently from one uncompleted topic to another, as the newspaper reader is so apt to do. Still, there is no harm in a daily paper so long as you don't read it." Accordingly, he patronized a morning paper, and his method of dealing with it was characteristic. The paper was laid on the table after breakfast, together with a blue pencil and a pair of office shears. A preliminary glance through the sheets enabled him to mark with the pencil those paragraphs that were to be read, and these were presently cut out and looked through, after which they were either thrown away or set aside to be pasted in an indexed book. The whole proceeding occupied on an average a quarter of an hour. On the morning of which I am now speaking, he was thus engaged. The pencil had done its work, and the snick of the shears announced the final stage. Presently he paused with a newly excised cutting between his fingers, and after glancing at it for a moment, he handed it to me. "Another art robbery," he remarked. "Mysterious affairs, these. As to motive, I mean. You can't melt down a picture or an ivory carving, and you can't put them on the market as they stand. The very qualities that give them their value make them totally unnegotiable." "Yes, I suppose," said I. "The really inveterate collector, the pottery or stamp maniac, for instance, will buy these contraband goods even though he dare not show them." "Probably. No doubt the cupidatus habendi, the mere desire to possess, is the motive force rather than any intelligent purpose." The discussion was at this point interrupted by a knock at the door, and a moment later my colleague admitted two gentlemen. One of these I recognized as Mr. Marchmont, our solicitor, for whom we had occasionally acted. The other was a stranger, a typical Hebrew of the blonde type, good-looking, faultlessly dressed, carrying a bandbox, and obviously in a state of the most extreme agitation. "Good morning to you, gentlemen," said Mr. Marchmont, shaking hands cordially. "I have brought a client of mine to see you, and when I tell you that his name is Solomon Lowe, it will be unnecessary for me to say what our business is." "Oddly enough," replied Thorndyke, "we were, at the very moment when you knocked, discussing the bearings of his case." "It is a horrible affair," burst in Mr. Lowe. "I am distracted. I am ruined. I am in despair." He banged the bandbox down on the table, and flinging himself into a chair, buried his face in his hands. "Come, come," remonstrated Marchmont. We must be brave. We must be composed. Tell Dr. Thorndyke your story, and let us hear what he thinks of it." He leaned back in his chair and looked at his client with that air of patient fortitude that comes to us all so easily when we contemplate the misfortunes of other people. "You must help us, sir," exclaimed Lowe, starting up again. "You must indeed, or I shall go mad. But I shall tell you what has happened, and then you must act at once. Spare no effort and no expense. Money is no object, at least not in reason," he added with native caution. He sat down once more, and in perfect English, though with a slight German accent, proceeded volubly. "My brother Isaac is probably known to you by name." Thorndyke nodded. "He is a great collector and to some extent a dealer. That is to say, he makes his hobby a profitable hobby." "What does he collect?" asked Thorndyke. "Everything," replied a visitor, flinging his hand apart with a comprehensive gesture. "Everything that is precious and beautiful. Pictures, ivories, jewels, watches, objects of art and virtu, everything. He is a Jew, and he has that passion for things that are rich and costly that has distinguished our race from time of my namesake Solomon onwards. His house in Howard Street, Piccadilly, is at once a museum and an art gallery. The rooms are filled with cases of gems, of antique jewellery, of coins and historic relics, some of priceless value, and the walls are covered with paintings, every one of which is a masterpiece. There is a fine collection of ancient weapons and armour, both European and Oriental, rare books, manuscripts, papyri, and valuable antiquities from Egypt, Assyria, Cyprus, and elsewhere. You see, his taste is quite catholic, and his knowledge of rare and curious things is probably greater than that of any other living man. He is never mistaken. No forgery deceives him, and hence the great prices that he obtains for a work of art purchased from Isaac Lowe is a work certified as genuine beyond all cavil." He paused to mop his face with a silk handkerchief, and then, with the same plaintive volubility, continued, "My brother is unmarried. He lives for his collection, and he lives with it. The house is not a very large one, and the collection takes up most of it. But he keeps a suite of room for his own occupation, and has 2 servants, a man and wife, to look after him. The man, who is a retired police sergeant, acts as caretaker and watchman. The woman has housekeeper and cook if required, but my brother lives largely at his club. And now I come to this present catastrophe." He ran his fingers through his hair, took a deep breath, and continued. "Yesterday morning Isaac started for Florence by way of Paris, but his route was not certain, and he intended to break his journey at various points as circumstances determined. Before leaving, he put his collection in my charge, and it was arranged that I should occupy his rooms in his absence. Accordingly, I sent my things round and took possession. Now, Dr. Thorndyke, I am closely connected with the drama, and it is my custom to spend my evenings at my club, of which most of the members are actors. Consequently, I am rather late in my habits, but last night I was earlier than usual in leaving my club, for I started from my brother's house before 12:30. I felt, as you may suppose, the responsibility of the great charge I had undertaken, and you may therefore imagine my horror, my consternation, my despair, when, on letting myself in with my latchkey, I found a police inspector, a sergeant, and a constable in the hall. There had been a robbery, sir, in my brief absence, and the account that the inspector gave of the affair was briefly this. While taking the round of his district, he had noticed an empty hansom proceeding in a leisurely fashion along Howard Street. There was nothing remarkable in this, but when about 10 minutes later he was returning and met a hansom, which he believed to be the same, proceeding along the same street in the same direction and at the same easy pace, the circumstance struck him as odd, and he made a note of the number of the cab in his pocket-book. It was 72863, and the time was 11:35. At 11:45, a constable coming up Howard Street noticed a hansom standing opposite the door of my brother's house, and while he was looking at it, a man came out of the house carrying something which he put in the cab. On this, the constable quickened his pace, and when the man returned to the house and reappeared carrying what looked like a portmanteau and closing the door softly behind him, the policeman's suspicions were aroused, and he hurried forward, hailing the cabman to stop. The man put his burden into the cab and sprang in himself. The cabman lashed his horse, which started off at a gallop, and the policeman broke into a run, blowing his whistle and flashing his lantern onto the cab. He followed it round the 2 turnings into Albemarle Street, and was just in time to see it turn into Piccadilly, where of course it was lost.
However, he managed to note the number of the cab, which was 72863, and he describes the man as short and thick-set and thinks he was not wearing any hat. As he was returning, he met the inspector and the sergeant, who had heard the whistle, and on his report the three officers hurried to the house, where they knocked and rang for some minutes without any result. Being no more than suspicious, they went to the back of the house through the mews, where, with great difficulty, they managed to force a window and effect an entrance into the house. Here their suspicions were soon changed to certainty, for on reaching the first floor they heard strange muffled groans proceeding from one of the rooms, the door of which was locked, though the key had not been removed. They opened the door and found the caretaker and his wife sitting on the floor with their backs against the wall. Both were bound hand and foot, and the head of each was enveloped in a green baize bag, and when the bags were taken off, each was found to be lightly but effectively gagged. Each told the same story. The caretaker, fancying he heard a noise, armed himself with a truncheon and came downstairs to the first floor, where he found the door of one of the rooms open and a light burning inside. He stepped on tiptoe to the open door and was peering in, when he was seized from behind, half suffocated by a pad held over his mouth, pinioned, gagged, and blindfolded with the bag. His assailant, whom he never saw, was amazingly strong and skilful, and handled him with perfect ease, although he, the caretaker, is a powerful man and a good boxer and wrestler. The same thing happened to the wife, who had come down to look for her husband. She walked into the same trap and was gagged, pinioned, and blindfolded without ever having seen the robber. So the only description that we have of this villain is that furnished by the constable. And the caretaker had no chance of using his truncheon, said Thorndyke. Well, he got in one backhanded blow over his right shoulder, which he thinks caught the burglar in the face, but the fellow caught him by the elbow and gave his arm such a twist that he dropped the truncheon on the floor. Is the robbery a very extensive one? Ah, exclaimed Mr. Law, that is just what we cannot say. But I fear it is. It seems that my brother had quite recently drawn out of his bag £4,000 in notes and gold. These little transactions are often carried out in cash rather than by cheque. Here I caught a twinkle in Thorndyke's eye, and the caretaker says that a few days ago Isaac brought home several parcels which were put away temporarily in a strong cupboard. He seemed to be very pleased with his new acquisitions, and gave the caretaker to understand that they were of extraordinary rarity and value. Now this cupboard has been cleared out. Not a vestige is left in it but the wrappings of the parcels. So, although nothing else has been touched, it is pretty clear that goods up to the value of £4,000 have been taken. But when we consider what an excellent buyer my brother is, it becomes highly probable that the actual value of those things is 2 or 3 times that amount, or even more. It's a dreadful, dreadful business, and Isaac will hold me responsible for it all. Is there no further clue? Asked Thorndyke. What about the cab, for instance? Oh, the cab, groaned Lowe. That clue failed. The police must have mistaken the number. They telephoned immediately to all the police stations, and a watch was set, with the result that number 72863 was stopped as it was going home for the night. But it then turned out that the cab had not been off the rank since 11 o'clock, and the driver had been in the shelter all the time with several other men. But there's a clue. I have it here. Mr. Lowe's face brightened for once as he reached out for the bandbox. The houses in Howard Street, he explained, as he untied the fastening, have small balconies to the first-floor windows at the back. Now the thief entered by one of these windows, having climbed up a rainwater pipe to the balcony. It was a gusty night, as you will remember, and this morning, as I was leaving the house, the butler next door called me to give me this. He had found it lying in the balcony of his house. He opened the bandbox with a flourish and brought forth a rather shabby billycock hat. I understand, said he, that by examining a hat it is possible to deduce from it not only the bodily characteristics of the wearer, but also his mental and moral qualities, his state of health, his pecuniary position, his past history, and even his domestic relations and the peculiarities of his place of abode. Am I right in the supposition? The ghost of a smile flitted across Thorndyke's face as he laid the hat upon the remains of the newspaper. We must not expect too much, he observed. Hats, as you know, have a way of changing owners. Your own hat, for instance, a very spruce, heartfelt, is a new one, I think? Got it last week, said Mr. Lowe. Exactly. It's an expensive hat by Lincoln and Burnett, and I see you have judiciously written your name in indelible marking ink on the lining. Now a new hat suggests a discarded predecessor. What do you do with your old hats? My man has them, but they don't fit him. I suppose he sells them or gives them away. Very well. Now, a good hat like yours has a long life and remains serviceable long after it has become shabby, and the probability is that many of your hats pass from owner to owner, from you to the shabby genteel and from them to the shabby ungenteel. And it's a fair assumption that there are at this moment an appreciable number of tramps and casuals wearing hats by Lincoln and Bennett, marked in indelible ink with the name S. Lowe, and anyone who should examine those hats as you suggest might draw some very misleading deductions as to the personal habits of S. Lowe. Mr. Marchmont chuckled audibly, and then, remembering the gravity of the occasion, suddenly became portentously solemn. "So you think the hat is of no use after all?" said Mr. Lowe in a tone of deep disappointment. "I won't say that," replied Thorndyke. "We may learn something from it. Leave it with me, at any rate, but you must let the police know that I have it. They will want to see it, of course. And you will try to get those things, won't you?" pleaded Lowe. "I will think over the case. But you understand, or Mr. Marchmont does, that this is hardly in my province. I am a medical jurist, and this is not a medico-legal case." "Just what I told him," said Marchmont. "But you will do me a great kindness if you will look into the matter. Make it a medico-legal case," he added persuasively. Thorndyke repeated his promise, and the two men took their departure. For some time after they had left, my colleague remained silent, regarding the hat with a quizzical smile. "It's like a game of forfeits," he remarked at length, "and we have to find the owner of this very pretty thing." He lifted it with a pair of forceps into a better light, and began to look at it more closely. "Perhaps," said he, "we have done Mr. Lowe an injustice after all. This is certainly a very remarkable hat." "It's as round as a basin," I exclaimed. "Why, the fellow's head must have been turned in a lathe." Thorndyke laughed. "The point," said he, "is this. This is a hard hat, and so must have fitted fairly, or it could not have been worn, and it was a cheap hat, and so was not made to measure. But a man with a head that shape has got to come to a clear understanding with his hat. No ordinary hat would go on at all. Now you see what he has done, no doubt on the advice of some friendly hatter. He has bought a hat of a suitable size, and he has made it hot, probably steamed it. Then he has jammed it, while still hot and soft, onto his head, and allowed it to cool, and set before removing it. That is evident from the distortion of the brim. The important corollary is that this hat fits his head exactly, as in fact a perfect mold of it. And this fact, together with the cheap quality of the hat, furnishes a further corollary that it has probably only had a single owner. And now let us turn it over and look at the outside. You notice at once the absence of old dust. Allowing for the circumstance that it had been out all night, it is decidedly clean. Its owner has been in the habit of brushing it, and is therefore presumably a decent, orderly man. But if you look at it in a good light, you see a kind of bloom on the felt, and through this lens you can make out particles of fine white powder which has worked into the surface. He handed me his lens, through which I could distinctly see the particles to which he referred. Then he continued, "Under the curl of the rim and in the folds of the hatband, where the brush has not been able to reach it, the powder has collected quite thickly, and we can see that it's a very fine powder and very white, like flour. What do you make of that?" "I should say that it's connected with some industry. He may be engaged in some factory or works, or at any rate may live near a factory, and have to pass it frequently." "Yes, and I think we can distinguish between the two possibilities. For if he only passes the factory, the dust will be on the outside of the hat only. The inside will be protected by his head. But if he is engaged in the works, the dust will be inside too, as the hat will hang on a peg in the dust-laden atmosphere, and his head will also be powdered and so convey the dust to the inside." He turned the hat over once more, and as I brought the powerful lens to bear upon the dark lining, I could clearly distinguish a number of white particles in the interstices of the fabric. "The powder is on the inside too," I said. He took the lens from me, and having verified my statement, proceeded with the examination. "You notice," he said, "that the leather head lining is stained with grease, and this staining is more pronounced at the sides and back. His hair, therefore, is naturally greasy, or he greases it artificially. For if the staining were caused by perspiration, it would be most marked opposite the forehead." He peered anxiously into the interior of the hat, and eventually turned down the head lining, and immediately there broke out upon his face a gleam of satisfaction. "Ha!" he exclaimed. "This is a stroke of luck. I was afraid our neat and orderly friend had defeated us with his brush. Pass me the small dissecting forceps, Jarvis." I handed him the instrument, and he proceeded to pick out daintily from the space behind the headlining some half a dozen short pieces of hair, which he laid with infinite tenderness on a sheet of white paper. "There are several more on the other side," I said, pointing them out to him. "Yes, but we must leave some for the police," he answered with a smile. "They must have the same chance as ourselves, you know." "But surely," I said, as I bent down over the paper, "these are pieces of horse hair." "I think not," he replied, "but the microscope will show. At any rate, this is the kind of hair I should expect to find with a head of that shape." "Well, it is extraordinarily coarse," said I, "and the two of the hairs are nearly white." "Yes, black hairs beginning to turn grey. And now, as our preliminary survey has given such encouraging results, we will proceed to more exact methods, and we must waste no time, for we shall have the police here presently to rob us of our treasure." He folded up carefully the paper containing the hairs, and taking the hat in both hands, as though it were some sacred vessel, ascended with me to the laboratory on the next floor. "Now, Polton," he said to his laboratory assistant, "we have here a specimen for examination, and time is precious. First of all, we want your patent dust extractor." The little man bustled to a cupboard and brought forth a singular appliance of his own manufacture, somewhat like a miniature vacuum cleaner. It had been made from a bicycle foot pump by reversing the piston valve, and was fitted with a glass nozzle and a small detachable glass receiver for collecting the dust at the end of a flexible metal tube. "We will sample the dust from the outside first," said Thorndyke, laying the hat upon the workbench. "Are you ready, Polton?" The assistant slipped his foot into the stirrup of the pump and worked with the handle vigorously, while Thorndyke drew the glass nozzle slowly along the hat brim under the curled edge. And as the nozzle passed along, the white coating vanished as if by magic, leaving the felt absolutely clean and black, and simultaneously the glass receiver became clouded over with a white deposit. "We will leave the other side for the police," said Thorndyke, and as Polton ceased pumping, he detached the receiver and laid it on a sheet of paper, on which he wrote in pencil "outside" and covered it with a small bell glass. A fresh receiver having been fitted on, the nozzle was now drawn over the silk lining of the hat, and then through the space behind the leather head lining on one side, and now the dust that collected in the receiver was much of the usual grey color and fluffy texture, and included 2 more hairs. "And now," said Thorndyke, when the second receiver had been detached and set aside, "we want a mold of the inside of the hat, and we must make it by the quickest method. There is no time to make a paper mold. It's a most astonishing head," he added, reaching down from a nail a pair of large calipers which he applied to the inside of the hat. 6 inches and 9/10 long by 6 and 6/10 broad, which gives us, he made a rapid calculation, a scrap of paper, the extraordinarily high cephalic index of 95.6. Polton now took possession of the hat, and having stuck a band of wet tissue paper round the inside, mixed a small bowl of plaster of Paris, and very dexterously ran a stream of the thick liquid onto the tissue paper, where it quickly solidified. A second and third application resulted in a broad ring of solid plaster an inch thick, forming a perfect mold of the inside of the hat, and in a few minutes a slight contraction of the plaster in setting rendered the mold sufficiently loose to allow of its being slipped out onto a board to dry. We were none too soon, for even as Polton was removing the mold, the electric bell, which I had switched on to the laboratory, announced a visitor, and when I went down, I found a police sergeant waiting with a note from Superintendent Miller requesting the immediate transfer of the hat. "The next thing to be done," said Thorndyke, when the sergeant had departed with the bandbox, "is to measure the thickness of the hairs and make a transverse section of one and examine the dust. The section we will leave to Polton. As time is an object, Polton, you better embed the hair in thick gum and freeze it hard on the microtome, and be very careful to cut the section at right angles to the length of the hair. Meanwhile, we'll get to work with the microscope." The hairs proved on measurement to have the surprisingly large diameter of 1 by 135 of an inch, fully double that of ordinary hairs, although they were unquestionably human. As to the white dust, it presented a problem that even Thorndyke was unable to solve. The application of reagents showed it to be carbonate of lime, but its source for a time remained a mystery. The larger particles, said Thorndyke with his eye applied to the microscope, appear to be transparent, crystalline, and distinctly laminated in structure. It's not chalk, it's not writing, it's not any kind of cement. What can it be? Could it be any kind of shell? I suggested, for instance. Of course, he exclaimed, starting up. You have hit it, Jarvis, as you always do. It must be mother of pearl. Polton, give me a pearl shirt button out of your oddments box. The button was duly produced by the thrifty Polton, dropped into an agate mortar, and speedily reduced to a powder, a tiny pinch of which Thorndyke placed under the microscope. "This powder," said he, "is naturally much coarser than our specimen, but the identity of character is unmistakable. Jarvis, you are a treasure. Just look at it." I glanced down the microscope and then pulled out my watch. "Yes," I said, "there's no doubt about it, I think. But I must be off. Anstey urged me to be in court by 11:30 at the latest." With infinite reluctance, I collected my notes and papers and departed, leaving Thorndyke diligently copying addresses out of the post office directory. My business at the court detained me the whole of the day, and it was near upon dinner time when I reached our chambers. Thorndyke had not yet come, but he arrived half an hour later, tired and hungry, and not very communicative. "What have I done?" he repeated, in answer to my inquiries. "I've walked miles of dirty pavement, and I've visited every pearl shell cutter's in London, with one exception, and I've not found what I was looking for. The one mother of pearl factory that remains, however, is the most likely, and I propose to look in there tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, we have completed our data with Polton's assistance. Here is a tracing of our friend's skull taken from the mold. You see, it's an extreme type of brachycephalic skull and markedly unsymmetrical. Here's a transfer section of his hair, which is quite circular, unlike yours or mine, which would be oval. We have the mother of pearl dust from the outside of the hat, and from the inside similar dust mixed with various fibers and a few granules of rice starch. Those are our data." "Supposing the hat should not be that of the burglar after all," I suggested. "That would be annoying. But I think it is, and I think I can guess at the nature of the art treasures that were stolen." "And you don't intend to enlighten me?" "My dear fellow," he replied, "you have all the data. Enlighten yourself with the exercise of your own brilliant faculties. Don't give way to mental indolence." I endeavored, from the facts in my possession, to construct the personality of the mysterious burglar, and failed utterly. Nor was I more successful in my endeavor to guess at the nature of the stolen property. And it was not until the following morning, when we had set out on our quest and were approaching Limehouse, that Thorndyke would revert to the subject. "We are now," he said, "going to the factory of Batcombe and Martin, shell importers and cutters, in the West India Dock Road. If I don't find my man there, I shall hand the facts over to the police and waste no more time over the case." "What is your man like?" I asked. "I'm looking for an elderly Japanese, wearing a new hat, or more probably a cap, and having a bruise on his right cheek or temple. I'm also looking for a cab yard. But here we are at the works, and as it is now close to dinner hour, we will wait and see the hands come out before making any inquiries." We walked slowly past the tall, blank-faced building, and were just turning to repass it when a steam whistle sounded, a wicket gate opened in the main gate, and a stream of workmen, each bordered with white like a miller, emerged into the street. We halted to watch the men as they came out, one by one, through the wicket, and turned to the right or left towards their homes or some adjacent coffee shop, but none of them answered to the description that my friend had given. The outcoming stream grew thinner and at length ceased. The wicket was shut with a bang, and once more Thorndyke's quest appeared to have failed. "Is that all of them, I wonder?" he said, with a shade of disappointment in his tone, but even as he spoke, the wicket gate opened again and a leg protruded. The leg was followed by a back and a curious globular head covered with iron-grey hair and surmounted by a cloth cap, the whole appertaining to a short, very thick-set man who remained thus, evidently talking to someone inside. Suddenly he turned his head to look across the street, and immediately recognized by the pallid yellow complexion and narrow eye-slits the physiognomy of a typical Japanese. The man remained talking for nearly another minute, then, drawing out his other leg, he turned towards us, and now I perceived that the right side of his face, over the prominent cheekbone, was discolored as though by a severe bruise. "Ha!" said Thorndyke, turning round sharply as the man approached. "Either this is our man, or it is an incredible coincidence." He walked away at a moderate pace, allowing the Japanese to overtake us slowly, and when the man had at length passed us, he increased his speed somewhat so as to maintain the distance. Our friend stepped along briskly and presently turned up a side street, whither we followed at a respectful distance, Thorndyke holding open his pocket-book and appearing to engage me in an earnest discussion, but keeping a sharp eye on his quarry. "There he goes," said my colleague, as the man suddenly disappeared. "The house with the green window sashes. That will be number 13. It was, and having verified the fact, we passed on and took the next turning that would lead us back to the main road. Some 20 minutes later, as we were strolling past the door of a coffee shop, a man came out and began to fill his pipe with an air of leisurely satisfaction. His hat and clothes were powdered with white like those of the workman whom we had seen come out of the factory. Thorndyke accosted him. "Is that a flour mill up the road there?" "No, sir. Pearl Shell. I work there myself." "Pearl Shell, hey?" said Thorndyke. "I suppose that will be an industry that will tend to attract the aliens. Do you find it so?" "No, sir, not at all. The work's too hard. We've only got one foreigner in the place, and he ain't an alien. He's a Jap." "A Jap?" exclaimed Thorndyke. "Now, I wonder if that would chance to be our friend Cote. You remember Cote?" he added, turning to me. "No, sir. This man's name is Futashima. There was another Jap in the works, a chap named Ito, a pal of Futashima's, but he's left." "Ah, I don't know either of them. By the way, wasn't there to be a cab yard just about here?" "There's a yard up Rankin Street where they keep vans and 1 or 2 cabs. That chap Ito works there now. Taken to horseflesh. Drives a van sometimes. Queer start for a Jap." "Very." Thorndyke thanked the man for his information, and we sauntered on towards Rankin Street. The yard was at this time nearly deserted, being occupied only by an ancient and crazy four-wheeler and a very shabby hansom. "Curious old houses, these that back on to the yard," said Thorndyke, strolling into the enclosure. "That timber gable now," pointing to a house from a window of which a man was watching us suspiciously, "is quite an interesting survival." "What's your business, mister?" demanded the man in a gruff tone. "We are just having a look at these quaint old houses," replied Thorndyke, edging towards the back of the hansom and opening his pocket-book as though to make a sketch. "Well, you can see them from outside," said the man. "So we can," said Thorndyke suavely, "but not so well, you know." At this moment the pocket-book slipped from his hand and fell, scattering a number of loose papers about the ground under the hansom, and our friend at the window laughed joyously. "No hurry," murmured Thorndyke as he stooped to help him to gather up the papers, which he did in the most surprisingly slow and clumsy manner. "It is fortunate that the ground is dry." He stood up with the rescued papers in his hand, and having scribbled down a brief note, slipped the book in his pocket. "Now you'd better mizzle," observed the man at the window. "Thank you," replied Thorndyke. "I think we had." And with a pleasant nod at the custodian, he proceeded to adopt the hospitable suggestion. "Mr. Marchmont has been here, sir, with Inspector Badger and another gentleman," said Polton, as we entered the chambers. "They said they would call again about 5. "Then," replied Thorndyke, "as it is now 4:45, there is just time for us to have a wash while you go get the tea ready. The particles that float in the atmosphere of limestone are not all mother of pearl." Our visitors arrived punctually, the third gentleman being, as we had supposed, Mr. Solomon Lowe. Inspector Badger I had not seen before, and he now impressed me as showing a tendency to invert the significance of his own name by endeavouring to draw Thorndyke, in which, however, he was not brilliantly successful. "I hope you are not going to disappoint Mr. Lowe, sir," he commenced facetiously. "You have had a good look at that hat. We saw your marks in it, and he expects that you will be able to point us out the man, name and address, all complete." He grinned patronizingly at our unfortunate client, who was looking even more haggard and worn than he had been on the previous morning. Have you made any discovery?" Mr. Lowe asked with pathetic eagerness. "We examined the hat very carefully, and I think we have established a few facts of some interest." "Did your examination of the hat furnish any information as to the nature of the stolen property, sir?" inquired the humorous inspector. Thorndyke turned to the officer with a face as expressionless as a wooden mask. "We thought it possible," said he, "that it might consist of works of Japanese art, such as Netsuke's paintings and such like." Mr. Lowe uttered an exclamation of delighted astonishment, and the facetiousness faded rather suddenly from the inspector's countenance. "I don't know how you can have found out," said he. "We have only known it half an hour ourselves, and the wire came direct from Florence to Scotland Yard." "Perhaps you can describe the thief to us," said Mr. Lowe in the same eager tone. "I dare say the inspector can do that," replied Thorndyke. "Yes, I think so," replied the officer. He's a short, strong man with a dark complexion and hair turning grey. He has a very round head, and he's probably a workman engaged at some whiting or cement works. That's all we know. If you can tell us any more, sir, we shall be very glad to hear it. I can only offer a few suggestions at Thorndyke, but perhaps you may find them useful. For instance, at 13 Burkett Street, Limehouse, there is living a Japanese gentleman named Futashima who works at Batcombe and Martin's mother-of-pearl factory. I think that if you were to call on him and let him try on the hat that you have, it would probably fit him. The inspector scribbled ravenously in his notebook, and Mr. Marchmont, an old admirer of Thorndyke's, leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly and rubbing his hands. Then, continued my colleague, there is in Rankin Street, Limehouse, a cab yard where another Japanese gentleman named Ito is employed. You might find out where Ito was the night before last, and if you should chance to see a hansom cab there, number 22481, have a good look at it. In the frame of the number plate you will find 6 small holes. Those holes may have held brats, and the brats may have held a false number card. At any rate, you might ascertain where the cab was at 11:30 the night before last. That is all I have to suggest. Mr. Lowe leaped from his chair. Let us go. No, at once. There is no time to be lost. 1,000 thanks to you, Doctor. 1,000,000,000 thanks. Come. He seized the inspector by the arm and forcibly dragged him towards the door. And a few moments later we heard the footsteps of visitors clattering down the stairs. It was not worthwhile to enter into explanations with them, said Thorndyke, as the footsteps died away. Nor perhaps with you? On the contrary, I replied, I am waiting to be fully enlightened. Well then, my inferences in this case were perfectly simple ones, drawn from well-known anthropological facts. The human race, as you know, is roughly divided into 3 groups, the black, the white, and the yellow races. But apart from the variable quality of color, these races have certain fixed characteristics associated especially with the shape of the skull, of the eye sockets, and the hair. Thus, in the black races, the skull is long and narrow, the eye sockets are long and narrow, and the hair is flat and ribbon-like, and usually coiled up like a watch spring. In the white races, the skull is oval, the eye sockets are oval, and the hair is slightly flattened or oval in section, and tends to be wavy, while in the yellow or Mongol races, the skull is short and round, the eye sockets are short and round, and the hair is straight and circular in section. So that we have in the black races long skull, long orbits, flat hair, in the white races oval skull, oval orbits, oval hair, and in the yellow races round skull, round orbits, round hair. Now, in this case, we had to deal with a very short round skull, but you cannot argue from races to individuals. There are many short-skulled Englishmen. But when I found associated with that skull hairs which are circular in section, it became practically certain that the individual was a Mongol of some kind. The mother-of-pearl dust and the granules of rice starch from the inside of the hat favored this view, for the pearl shell factory is specially connected with China and Japan, while the starch granules from the hat of an Englishman would probably be wheat starch. Then, as to the hair, it was, as I mentioned to you, circular in section and of very large diameter. Now, I have examined many thousands of hairs, and the thickest that I have ever seen came from the heads of Japanese. But the hairs from this hat were as thick as any of them. But the hypothesis that the burglar was a Japanese received confirmation in various ways. Thus, he was short, though strong and active, and the Japanese are the shortest of the Mongol races, and very strong and active. Then his remarkable skill in handling the powerful caretaker, a retired police sergeant, suggested the Japanese art of jiu-jitsu, while the nature of the robbery was consistent with the values set by the Japanese on works of art. Finally, the fact that only a particular collection was taken suggested a special and probably national character in the things stolen, while their probability, you will remember that goods of the value of from 8 to 12,000 pounds were taken away in 2 hand packages, was much more consistent with Japanese than Chinese works, of which the latter tend rather to be bulky and ponderous. Still, it was nothing but a bare hypothesis until we had seen Futashima, and indeed is no more now. I may, after all, be entirely mistaken. He was not, however, and at this moment there reposes in my drawing-room an ancient Netsuke which came as a thank offering from Mr. Isaac Lowe on the recovery of the booty from a back room in number 13 Burkett Street, Limehouse. The treasure, of course, was given in the first place to Thorndyke, but transferred by him to my wife on the pretence that but for my suggestion of shell dust the robber would never have been traced, which is, on the face of it, preposterous. The End of the Anthropologist at Large, from John Thorndyke's Cases, related by Christopher Jarvis, M.D., and edited by R. Ashton Freeman.
August Heat by William Fryer Harvey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. August Heat by William Fryer Harvey. Feniston Road, Clapham, August the 20th, 19 I have had what I believe to be the most remarkable day in my life, and while the events are still fresh in my mind, I wish to put them down on paper as clearly as possible. Let me say at the outset that my name is James Clarence Withencroft. I am 40 years old, in perfect health, never having known a day's illness. By profession I am an artist, not a very successful one, but I earn enough money by my black and white work to satisfy my necessary wants. My only near relative, a sister, died 5 years ago, so that I am independent. I breakfasted this morning at 9, and after glancing through the morning paper, I lighted my pipe and proceeded to let my mind wander, in the hope that I might chance upon some subject for my pencil. The room, though door and windows were open, was oppressively hot, and I had just made up my mind that the coolest and most comfortable place in the neighbourhood would be the deep end of the public swimming bath, when the idea came. I began to draw. So intent was I on my work that I left my lunch untouched, only stopping work when the clock of St. Jude's struck 4. The final result, for a hurried sketch, was, I felt sure, the best thing I had done. It showed a criminal in the dock, immediately after the judge had pronounced sentence. The man was fat, enormously fat. The flesh hung in rolls about his chin. It creased his huge stumpy neck. He was clean-shaven. Perhaps I should say a few days before he must have been clean-shaven, and almost bald. He stood in the dock, his short, clumsy fingers clasping the rail, looking straight in front of him. The feeling that his expression conveyed was not so much one of horror as of utter, absolute collapse. There seemed nothing in the man strong enough to sustain that mountain of flesh. I rolled up the sketch, and, without quite knowing why, placed it in my pocket. Then, with the rare sense of happiness which the knowledge of a good thing well done gives, I left the house. I believe that I set out with the idea of calling upon Trenton, for I remember walking along Lytton Street, and turning to the right along Gilchrist Road, at the bottom of the hill where the men were at work on the new tram lines. From there onwards, I have only the vaguest recollections of where I went. The one thing of which I was fully conscious was the awful heat that came up from the dusty asphalt pavement as an almost palpable wave. I longed for the thunder promised by the great banks of copper-coloured cloud that hung low over the western sky. I must have walked 5 or 6 miles, when a small boy roused me from my reverie by asking the time. It was 20 minutes to 7. When he left me, I began to take stock of my bearings. I found myself standing before a gate that led into a yard bordered by a strip of thirsty earth, where there were flowers, purple stock and scarlet geranium. Above the entrance was a board with the inscription, Charles Atkinson, monumental mason, worker in English and Italian marbles. From the yard itself came a cheery whistle, the noise of hammer blows, and the cold sound of steel meeting stone. A sudden impulse made me enter. A man was sitting with his back towards me, busy at work on a slab of curiously veined marble. He turned round as he heard my steps, and I stopped short. It was the man I had been drawing, whose portrait lay in my pocket. He sat there, huge and elephantine, the sweat pouring from his scalp, which he wiped with a red silk handkerchief. but though the face was the same, the expression was absolutely different. He greeted me smiling, as if we were old friends, and shook my hand. I apologized for my intrusion. "Everything is hot and glary outside," I said. "This seems like an oasis in the wilderness."
"I don't know about the oasis," he replied, "but it certainly is hot. Hot as hell. Take a seat, sir."
He pointed at the end of the gravestone on which he was at work, and I sat down. "That's a beautiful piece of stone you've got hold of," I said. He shook his head.
"In a way it is,"
he answered.
"The surface here is as fine as anything you could wish, but there's a big flaw at the back that I don't expect you'd ever notice it. I could never make really a good job of a bit of marble like that. It would be all right in the summer like this, it wouldn't mind the blasted heat, but wait till the winter comes. There's nothing quite like frost to find out the weak points in stone."
"Then what's it for?" I asked. The man burst out laughing.
"You'd hardly believe me if I was to tell you it's for an exhibition, but it's the truth. Artists have exhibitions, so do grocers and butchers. We have 'em too. All the latest little things in headstones, you know."
He went on to talk of marbles, which sort best withstood wind and rain, and which were easiest to work. Then of his garden, and a new sort of carnation he had bought. At the end of every other minute he would drop his tools, wipe the shining head, and curse the heat. I said little, for I felt uneasy. There was something unnatural, uncanny in meeting this man. I tried at first to persuade myself that I had seen him before, that his face, unknown to me, had found a place in some out-of-the-way corner of my memory. But I knew that I was practicing little more than a plausible piece of self-deception. Mr. Atkinson finished his work, spat on the ground, and got up with a sigh of relief.
"There! What do you think of that?"
he said, with an air of evident pride. The inscription, which I read for the first time, was this: "Sacred to the memory of James Clarence Withencroft, born January the 18th, 1860. He passed away very suddenly on August 20th, 19 In the midst of life, we are in death." For some time I sat in silence. Then a cold shudder ran down my spine. I asked him where he had seen the name.
"Oh, I didn't see it anywhere," replied Mr. Atkinson. "I wanted some name, and I put down the first that came into my head. Why do you want to know?"
"It's a strange coincidence, but it happens to be mine." He gave a long, low whistle.
"And the dates?"
"I can only answer for one of them, and that's correct."
"It's a rum go,"
he said. But he knew less than I did. I told him of my morning's work. I took the sketch from my pocket and showed it to him. As he looked, the expression on his face altered, until it became more and more like that of the man I had drawn.
"And it was only the day before yesterday," he said, "that I told Maria there were no such things as ghosts."
Neither of us had seen a ghost, but I knew what he meant. "You probably heard my name," I said.
"And you must have seen me somewhere and forgotten it. Were you at Clacton-on-Sea last July?"
I had never been to Clacton in my life. We were silent for some time. We were both looking at the same thing, the two dates on the gravestone, and one was right.
"Come inside and have some supper,"
said Mr. Atkinson. His wife is a cheerful little woman, with the flaky red cheeks of the country bred. Her husband introduced me as a friend of his who was an artist. The result was unfortunate, for after the sardines and watercress had been removed, she brought me out a Doré Bible, and I had to sit and express my admiration for nearly half an hour. I went outside and found Atkinson sitting on the gravestone smoking. We resumed the conversation at the point we had left off. "You must excuse my asking," I said, But do you know of anything you've done for which you could be put on trial? He shook his head.
I'm not a bankrupt. The business is prosperous enough. 3 years ago I gave turkeys to some of the guardians at Christmas, but that's all I can think of. And there were small ones, too,
he added as an afterthought. He got up, fetched a can from the porch, and began to water the flowers.
"Twice a day regular in the hot weather," he said, "and then the heat sometimes gets the better of the delicate ones, and ferns, good Lord, they could never stand it. Where do you live?"
I told him my address. It would take an hour's quick walk to get back home.
"It's like this," he said. "We'll look at the matter straight. If you go back home tonight, you take your chance of accidents. A cart may run you over, and there's always banana skins and orange peel, to say nothing of fallen ladders."
He spoke of the improbable, with an intense seriousness that would have been laughable 6 hours before. But I did not laugh.
"The best thing we can do," he continued, "is for you to stay here till 12 o'clock. We'll go upstairs and smoke. It may be cooler inside."
To my surprise, I agreed. We are sitting in a long, low room beneath the eaves. Atkinson has sent his wife to bed. He himself is busy sharpening some tools at a little oilstone, smoking one of my cigars the while. The air seems charged with thunder. I am writing this at a shaky table before the open window. The leg is cracked, and Atkinson, who seems a handy man with his tools, is going to mend it as soon as he has finished putting an edge on his chisel. It is after 11 now. I shall be gone in less than an hour. But the heat is stifling. It is enough to send a man mad. Interesting note. In the United States of America, statistics show that more murders are committed at 92 degrees Fahrenheit than at any other temperature reading. End of August Heat.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. Fascination by Maurice Lavelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. 1 hour ago I was a prisoner. And what a prisoner! It was not a question of my honour or my liberty. It was my head that was at stake. I have known terrible nights haunted by the nightmare of the guillotine. I have trembled as some ghastly fascination made me lift my clammy hands to my neck to trace the narrow line the knife would make there. I have shuddered at the hostile murmurs of the crowd. The hoarse roar, "To the scaffold with him!" has rung and echoed in my ears. But that is all over now. I am free. Once again I have seen the noisy streets and the bright lights of the shops. Presently, quite at ease, I shall dine. Sitting by the fire, I shall smoke my pipe. And tonight I shall fall asleep quietly in the warm bed that is waiting for me. And yet never have I felt myself so much of a criminal as at this moment, just after my judges have acquitted me. I am wondering what aberration prevented them from knowing the kind of being I really am. The power of systematic denial stupefies me, and I feel that if I am to regain my clearness of mind, I must write down the truth I have hidden for the last 3 months with a cleverness and cynicism that have ended by almost making me believe my own lies. for I really am a murderer. I killed a woman. Why? I do not know. I have never been able to understand why I did it. Certainly not because of jealousy. I did not love her. Not to rob her. I am rich, and the few francs they found on her could never have tempted me. Nor was it done in anger. We were in this room. She was standing near that mirror. I was sitting just where I am at this moment. I was reading. She said to me, "Let's go out. Let's go for a stroll in the bois." Without raising my eyes, I replied, "No, I'm tired. Let's stay here." She insisted. I persisted in my refusal. She kept on insisting, and her voice aggravated me. She spoke very angrily, sneering at my inertia, laughing scornfully, shrugging her shoulders. Several times I tried to stop her. "Will you be quiet? I beg you to be quiet." She continued. I got up and began to pace the room, and as I walked up and down I saw on the mantel-shelf a little revolver that I used to carry in my pocket at night. I took it up mechanically. The moment I touched it, an extraordinary frame of mind took possession of me. The voice of my mistress, which had till then merely aggravated me, unnerved me to an extent I cannot describe. It was not what she was saying that irritated me. It was her voice, just her voice. If she had been gibbering meaningless words or reciting beautiful poetry, I should have felt just the same exasperation. An irresistible longing for quiet, for complete repose, seized me. How, why did my mind connect this imperious desire for the silence I could not command with the revolver I held in my hand? I only know that I imagined myself brandishing the weapon, pressing the trigger, and I also saw the woman fall without a cry. As a rule, such ideas are only giddy hallucinations that flash through the brain and are gone as quickly as they came. But this time it seemed as if this particular vision had caught into my mind in the way a jagged fingernail will catch in floss silk, getting more securely entangled as one tries to free it. I placed the revolver on the table. I could not help looking at it. I tried to turn my head away. My eyes drew me towards it. It lay there before me, a little lifeless thing, with its ivory butt and shining barrel. Twice, thrice, I stretched out, then drew back my hand. The desire was stronger than my will. I was obliged to touch it, to seize it. It is impossible to understand the temptation that assails one in the face of certain kinds of danger. I remember that one day, when I was in the park of the Buttes Charmantes, I was obliged to hold on to the parapet of the place they called the Suicide's Bridge, to prevent myself from leaping off into space. Several times when I have been alone in a railway carriage, I have felt a sick longing to pull the alarm signal. The nickel knob drew me towards it, seemed to beg to be pulled. It was in vain I told myself that such an action would be absurd, that I should be heavily fined or punished for doing it. Had not the chance stoppage of the train, or the flashing by of another, suddenly diverted my thoughts, I am certain I should have succumbed to the temptation. Well, at that moment I was overwhelmed by the same irresistible impulse. My eyes and my hands ceased to obey my will. I seemed to be watching myself, as if I were someone else, to be following the movements of that other person without knowing what they were leading up to. Was she still talking? Was she silent? I do not know. The only thing I am certain of is that I walked towards her with the revolver in my hand, that my wrist rose, and when it was on a level with her forehead, I pressed the trigger. There was a sharp noise like the crack of a whip. I saw a red mark very small under the right lid, and the woman fell, inert, like a petticoat that has been unfastened and slips down on the carpet. Then instantly my reason came back to me. A wild terror dominated me. I rushed about the room like a madman, without even thinking of looking at my victim, and some base instinct of cowardice forced me to open the door and run down the staircase, shouting, "Help! She has killed herself!" At first everyone believed it was suicide. Later the experts found that very improbable. I was arrested. The trial was a long one. I could have explained everything in a few words. I need only have said, "This is how it happened." I persisted in obstinate denial, and as sooner or later they always find some motive to account for a criminal action, I was eventually acquitted. Reviewing it all calmly now, I am wondering if I was wrong to go on lying. If I had told the jury what I am writing now, would they have believed me? Would they have absolved me from blame? I believe I was right to deny it. Imperfectly understood, certain truths can very easily seem like lies. Mon Dieu, how good it is to be free, to be able to come and go as I like. From my window I see the street, the houses, and the trees. It was here, on this very spot, the thing happened. They did not want to give me this room. I insisted on having it. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Besides, I can write this better here than I should have elsewhere. One can visualize a past incident so much more realistically in the place where it happened. Somehow this confession has completely relieved my mind. My soul seems clean once again, as if it had been washed. I shall try to forget the nightmare it has all been. I will go and live in the country somewhere far away from Paris. Soon everyone will have forgotten even my name. I shall be another man, living another existence, with the ways and habits of a peasant. I shall cease to recognize myself. There is one thing, above all, that I want to get rid of. The revolver they gave back to me in court this morning. It reminds me too forcibly of things I must forget. If I need a weapon, I will buy another. It is close beside me as I write, and the sight of it hurts me. Yet what a little thing it is. It is pretty. It looks like a toy, a charming ornament, incapable of doing any harm. I have just taken it in my hand. It is very light, very smooth to the touch. It is also very cold. It frightens me a little. It is so mysterious, this sleeping weapon. The danger of a knife is apparent. You see the sharp blade. You can feel the pointed end. Here, nothing. You must have used it to... I will not keep it. I will not keep it. I will sell it at once, tomorrow. Sell it? I will give it away. No, I will not. I will throw it away. Yet, after all, why should I? So long as I don't see it for some time. I am looking at it too much. It is natural enough, too. It lies there like a silent witness. Decidedly, I do not like it. I will get rid of it instantly. I keep on writing, and the revolver is still before me. People who commit suicide must sit just like this, writing their last wishes. I wonder what their sensations are. I believe I know exactly. At first they dare not look at the revolver. Then, once their resolution has been made, they probably can't take their eyes from it, sit looking at it, fascinated. Does it really need so much courage for a man to kill himself? The worst part must be the simple act of stretching out the hand, grasping the weapon, and feeling its chill. But no, I am holding it in my left hand. I place the barrel against my temple. The sensation is not at all disagreeable. A little shiver, then the steel grows warm against your flesh. No, that cannot be the most horrible moment. It must be the second when one presses the trigger, the last order the soul gives the body. Who knows? Perhaps even this is nothing. Once the glamour has got hold of you, you feel irresistibly drawn on. I understand that perfectly. You almost feel as if you no longer exist. You are no longer conscious of any sensation. The unknown calls you, and you press the trigger. The end of Fascination by Maurice Lavelle. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Case of Laker Absconded by Author Morrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Case of Laker Absconded by Author Morrison. From the collection Chronicles of Martin Hewitt. There were several of the large London banks and insurance offices from which Hewitt held a sort of general retainer as detective adviser, in fulfillment of which he was regularly consulted as to the measures to be taken in different cases of fraud, forgery, theft, and so forth, which it might be the misfortune of the particular firms to encounter. The more important and intricate of these cases were placed in his hands entirely, with separate commissions in the usual way. One of the most important companies of the sort was the General Guarantee Society, an insurance corporation which, among other risks, took those of the integrity of secretaries, clerks, and cashiers. In the case of a cash box elopement on the part of any person guaranteed by the society, the directors were naturally anxious for a speedy capture of the culprit, and more especially of the booty, before too much of it was spent, in order to lighten the claim upon their funds, and in work of this sort Hewitt was at times engaged, either in general advice and direction, or in the actual pursuit of the plunder and the plunderer. Arriving at his office a little later than usual one morning, Hewitt found an urgent message awaiting him from General Guarantee Society, requesting his attention to a robbery which had taken place on the previous day. He had gleaned some hint of the case from the morning paper, wherein appeared a short paragraph which ran thus: Serious bank robbery. In the course of yesterday, a clerk employed by Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell, the well-known bankers, disappeared, having in his possession a large sum of money, the property of his employers, a sum reported to be rather over £15,000. It would seem that he had been entrusted to collect the money in his capacity of war clerk from various other banks and trading concerns during the morning, but failed to return at the usual time. A large number of the notes which he received had been cashed at the Bank of England before suspicion was aroused. We understand that Detective Inspector Plummer of Scotland Yard has the case in hand. The clerk, whose name was Charles William Laker, had, it appeared from the message, been guaranteed in the usual way by the General Guarantee Society, and Hewitt's presence at the office was at once desired, in order that steps might quickly be taken for the man's apprehension and in the recovery at any rate of as much of the booty as possible. A smart hansom brought Hewitt to Threadneedle Street in a bare quarter of an hour, and there a few minutes' talk with the manager, Mr. Lister, put him in possession of the main facts of the case, which appeared to be simple. Charles William Laker was 25 years of age and had been in the employ of Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell for something more than 7 years since he left school, in fact, and until the previous day there had been nothing in his conduct to complain of. His duties as war clerk consisted in making a certain round, beginning at about 10:30 each morning. There were a certain number of the more important banks between which and Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell there were daily transactions, and a few smaller semi-private banks and merchant firms acting as financial agents, with whom there was business intercourse of less importance and regularity, and each of these, as necessary, visited in turn, collecting cash due on bills and other instruments of a like nature. He carried a wallet, fastened securely to his person by a chain, and this wallet contained the bills and the cash. Usually, at the end of his round, when all his bills had been converted into cash, the wallet held very large sums. His work and responsibilities, in fine, were those common to war clerks in all banks.
On the day of the robbery, he had started out as usual, possibly a little earlier than was customary, and the bills and other securities in his possession represented considerably more than £15,000. It had been ascertained that he had called in the usual way at each establishment on the round, and had transacted his business at the last place by about 1:15, being then, without doubt, in possession of cash to the full value of the bills negotiated. After that, Mr. Lister said, yesterday's report was that nothing more had been heard of him, but this morning there had been a message to the effect that he had been traced out of the country, to Calais at least, it was thought. The directors of the society wished Hewitt to take the case in hand personally and at once, with a view of recovering what was possible from the plunder by way of salvage, also of course of finding Laker, for it is an important moral gain to guarantee societies as an example if a thief is caught and punished. Therefore Hewitt and Mr. Lister, as soon as might be, made for Messrs. Little, Neal and Little's, that the investigation might be begun. The bank premises were quite near, in Leadenhall Street. Having arrived there, Hewitt and Mr. Lister made their way to the firm's private rooms. As they were passing an outer waiting room, Hewitt noticed two women. One, the elder, in widow's weeds, was sitting with her head bowed in her hand over a small writing table. Her face was not visible, but her whole attitude was that of a person overcome with unbearable grief, and she sobbed quietly. The other was a young woman of 22 or 23. Her thick black veil revealed no more than that her features were small and regular, and that her face was pale and drawn. She stood with her hand on the elder woman's shoulder, and she quickly turned her head away as the two men entered. Mr. Neal, one of the partners, received them in his own room. "Good morning, Mr. Hewitt," he said, when Mr. Lister had introduced the detective. "This is a serious business." "Very. I think I am sorrier for Laker himself than for anybody else, ourselves included, or at any rate I am sorrier for his mother. She is waiting now to see Mr. Little as soon as he arrives. Mr. Little has known the family for a long time. Miss Shaw is with her too. Poor girl. She is a governess or something of that sort, and I believe she and Laker were engaged to be married. It's all very sad." "Inspector Plummer, I understand," Hewitt remarked, "has the affair in hand on behalf of the police?" "Yes," Mr. Neal replied. "In fact, he is here now, going through the contents of Laker's desk and so forth. He thinks it possible Laker may have had accomplices. Will you see him?" "Presently. Inspector Plummer and I are old friends. We met last, I think, in the case of the Stanway cameo some months ago. But first, will you tell me how long Laker has been a war clerk?" "Barely 4 months, although he has been with us altogether 7 years. He was promoted to the work soon after the beginning of the year." "Do you know anything of his habits? What he used to do in his spare time and so forth?" "Not a great deal. He went in for boating, I believe, though I have heard it whispered that he had 1 or 2 more expensive ties, expensive, that is, for a young man in his position," Mr. Neal explained with a dignified wave of the hand that he peculiarly affected. He was a stout old gentleman, and the gesture suited him. "You have had no reason to suspect him of dishonesty before, I take it?" "Oh, no. He made a wrong return once, I believe, that went for some time undetected, but it turned out after all to be a clerical error, a mere clerical error." "Do you know anything of his associates out of the office?" "No. How should I? I believe Inspector Plummer has been making inquiries as to that, however, of the other clerks." "Here he is, by the by, I expect. Come in." It was Plummer who had knocked, and he came in at Mr. Neal's call. He was a middle-sized, small-eyed, impenetrable-looking man, as yet of no great reputation in the force. Some of my readers may remember his connection with that case, so long a public mystery, that I have elsewhere fully set forth and explained under the title of the Stanway Cameo Mystery. The plumber carried his billycock hat in one hand and a few papers in the other. He gave Hewitt good morning, placed his hat on a chair, and spread the papers on the table. "There's not a great deal here," he said, "but one thing's plain. Laker had been betting. Here, and here, and here." He took a few letters from the bundle in his hand, 2 letters from a bookmaker about settling, one he had trusted a clerk, several telegrams from tipsters, and a letter from some friend, only signed by initials, asking Laker to put a sovereign on a horse for the friend with his own. I'll keep these, I think. It may be worthwhile to see that friend if we can find him. "Ah, we often find it's betting, don't we, Mr. Hewitt? Meanwhile, there's no news from France yet." "You are sure that is where he is gone, asked Hewitt. Well, I'll tell you what we have done as yet. First, of course, I went around to all the banks. There was nothing to be got from that. The cashiers all knew him by sight, and one was a personal friend of his. He had called as usual, said nothing in particular, cashed his bills in the ordinary way, and finished up at the Eastern Consolidated Bank at about 1:15. So far, there was nothing whatever. But I had started 2 or 3 men meanwhile making inquiries at the railway stations and so on. I had scarcely left the Eastern Consolidated when one of them came after me with the news. He had tried Palmer's tourist office, although that seemed an unlikely place, and there struck the track. Had he been there? Not only had it been there, but he had taken a tourist ticket for France. It was quite a smart move in a way. You see, it was a sort of ticket that lets you do pretty well what you like. You have the choice of 2 or 3 different routes to begin with, and you can break your journey where you please and make all sorts of variations, so that a man with a ticket like that and a few hours' start could twist about on some remote branch route and strike off another direction altogether with a new ticket from some out-of-the-way place while we are carefully sorting out and inquiring along the different routes he might have taken. Not half a bad move for a new hand, but he made one bad mistake, as new hands always do, as old hands do, in fact, very often. He was fool enough to give his own name, C. Laker, although that didn't matter much, as the description was enough to fix him. There he was, wallet and all, just as he had come from the Eastern Consolidated Bank. He went straight from there to Palmer's, by the by, and probably in a cab. We judged that by the time. He left the Eastern Consolidated at 1:15 and was at Palmer's by 10:25. The clerk at Palmer's remembered the time because he was anxious to get out to his lunch and kept looking at the clock, expecting another clerk in to relieve him. Laker didn't take much in the way of luggage, I fancy. We inquired carefully at the stations and got the porters to remember the passengers for whom they had been carrying luggage, but none appeared to have had any dealings with a man. That, of course, is as one would expect. He had taken as little as possible with him, and buy what he wanted in the way or when he had reached his hiding place. Of course, I wired to Calais. It was Dover to Calais route ticket, and sent a couple of smart men off by the 8:15 mail from Charing Cross. I expect we shall hear from them in the course of the day. I am being kept in London in view of something expected at headquarters, or I should have been off myself. That's all then, up to the present. Have you anything else in view? That's all I've absolutely ascertained at present. As for what I'm going to do, a slight smile curled Plummer's lip. Well, I shall see. I've a thing or two in my mind. Hewitt smiled slightly himself. He recognized Plummer's touch of professional jealousy. Very well, he said, rising. I'll make an inquiry or two for myself at once. Perhaps, Mr. Neal, you'll allow one of your clerks to show me the banks in their regular order at which Laker called yesterday. I think I'll begin at the beginning. Mr. Neal offered to place at Hewitt's disposal anything or anybody the bank contained, and the conference broke up. As Hewitt, with the clerk, came through the room separating Mr. Neal's sanctum from the out office, he fancied he saw the 2 veiled women leaving by a side door. The first bank was quite close to Little, Neal and Little's. There the cashier, who had dealt with Laker the day before, remembered nothing in particular about the interview. Many of the work clerks had called during the morning, as they did every morning, and the only circumstances of the visit that he could say anything definite about were those recorded in figures in the books. He did not know Laker's name till Plummer had mentioned it in making inquiries on the previous afternoon. As far as he could remember, Laker behaved much as usual, though really he did not notice much. He looked chiefly at the bills. He described Laker in a way that corresponded with the photograph that Hewitt had borrowed from the bank, a young man with a brown moustache, an ordinary-looking, fairly regular face, dressing much as other clerks dressed, tall hat, black cutaway coat, and so on. The numbers of the notes handed over had already been given to Inspector Plummer, and these Hewitt did not trouble about. The next bank was in Cornhill, and here the cashier was a personal friend of Laker's, at any rate an acquaintance, and he remembered a little more. Laker's manner had been quite as usual, he said. Certainly did not seem preoccupied or excited in his manner. He spoke for a moment or two of being on the river on Sunday and so on, and left in his usual way. Can you remember everything he said? Hewitt asked. If you can tell me, I should like to know exactly what he did and said to the smallest particular. Well, he saw me a little distance off. I was behind there at one of the desks, and raised his hand to me and said, "How do you do?" I came across and took his bills and dealt with them in the usual way. He had a new umbrella lying on the counter, rather a handsome umbrella, and I made a remark about the handle. He took it up to show me and told me it was a present he had just received from a friend. It was a gorse root handle with 2 silver bands, one with this monogram CWL. I said it was a very nice handle and asked him whether it was fine in his district on Sunday. He said he had been up the river and it was very fine there, and I think that was all. Thank you. Now, about this umbrella. Did he carry it rolled? Can you describe it in detail? Well, I've told you about the handle, and the rest was much as usual, I think. It wasn't rolled, just flapping loosely, you know. It was rather an odd-shaped handle, though. I'll try and sketch it if you like, as well as I can remember. He did so, and Hewitt saw in the result rough indications of a gnawed crook with 1 silver band near the end and another with the monogram a few inches down the handle. Hewitt put the sketch in his pocket and bade the cashier good day. At the next bank the story was the same as at the first. There was nothing remembered but the usual routine. Hewitt and the clerk turned down a narrow paved court and through into Lombard Street for the next visit. The bank, that of Buller, Clayton, Lads and Co., was just at the corner at the end of the court, and the imposing stone entrance porch was being made larger and more imposing still, the way being almost blocked by ladders and scaffold poles. Here there was only the usual tale, and so on through the whole walk. The cashiers knew Laker only by sight, and that not always very distinctly. The calls of walk clerks were such matters of routine that little note was taken of the persons of the clerks themselves, who were called by the names of their firms if they were called by any names at all. Laker had behaved much as usual so far as the cashiers could remember, and when finally the Eastern Consolidated was left behind, nothing more had been learnt than the chat about Laker's new umbrella. Hewitt had taken leave of Mr. Neal's clerk and was stepping into a hansom when he noticed a veiled woman in widow's weeds hailing another hansom a little way behind. He recognized the figure again and said to the driver, "Drive fast to Palmer's tourist office, but keep your eye on the cab behind, and tell me presently if it is following us." The cabman drove off, and after passing 1 or 2 turnings, opened the lid above Hewitt's head and said that their other cab was following us, sir, and keeping about even distance all along. All right, that's what I wanted to know. Palmer's now. At Palmer's, the clerk who had attended to Laker remembered him very well and described him. He also remembered the valet, and thought he remembered the umbrella, was particularly sure of it, in fact, upon reflection. He had no record of the name given, but remembered it distinctly to be Laker. As a matter of fact, names were never asked in such a transaction, but in this case Laker appeared to be ignorant of the usual procedure, as well as in a great hurry, and asked for the ticket and gave his name all in one breath, probably assuming that the name would be required. Hewitt got back to his cab and started for Charing Cross. The cabman once more lifted the lid and informed him that the hansom with the veiled woman in it was again following, having waited while Hewitt had visited Palmer's. At Charing Cross, Hewitt discharged his cab and walked straight to the Lost Property Office. The man in charge knew him very well, for his business had carried him there frequently before. "I fancy an umbrella was lost in the station yesterday," Hewitt said. "It was a new umbrella, silk with a gnawed goat's root handle and 2 silver bands, something like this sketch. There was a monogram on the lower band. CWL were the letters. Has it been brought here?" "There was 2 or 3 yesterday," said the man. "Let's see." He took the sketch and retired to a corner of his room. "Oh yes, here it is, I think. Isn't this it? Do you claim it?" "Well, not exactly that, but I think I'll take a look at it if you'll let me. By the way, I see it rolled up. Was it found like that?" "No, the chap rolled it up what found it. Porter he was. It's a fad of his, rolling up umbrellas close and neat, and he's rather proud of it. He often looks as though he'd like to take a man's umbrella away and roll it up for him when it's a bit clumsy done. A rum fad, eh?" "Yes, everybody has a little fad, though." "Where was this found? Close by here?" "Yes, sir, just there, almost opposite this window, in the little corner." "About 2 o'clock?" About that time, more or less." Hewitt took the umbrella up, unfastened the band, and shook the silk out loose. Then he opened it, and as he did so, a small scrap of paper fell from inside it. Hewitt pounced on it like lightning. Then, after examining the umbrella thoroughly, inside and out, he handed it back to the man who had not observed the incident of the scrap of paper. "That'll do, thanks," he said. "I only wanted to take a peep at it. Just a small matter connected with a little case of mine. Good morning." He turned suddenly and saw, gazing at him with a terrified expression from a door behind, the face of the woman who had followed him in the cab. The veil was lifted, and he caught but a mere glance of the face ere it was suddenly withdrawn. He stood for a moment to allow the woman time to retreat, and then left the station and walked toward his office close by. Scarcely 30 yards along the Strand he met Plummer. "I'm going to make some much closer inquiries all down the line as far as Dover," Plummer said. "They wire from Calais that they have no clues as yet, and I mean to make quite sure, if I can, that Laker hasn't quietly slipped off the line somewhere between here and Dover. There's one very peculiar thing," Plummer added confidentially. "Did you see the two women who were waiting to see a member of the firm at Little, Neal and Little's?" "Yes, Laker's mother and his fiancée, I was told." "That's right. Well, do you know that girl, Shaw her name is, has been shadowing me ever since I left the bank? Of course I spotted it from the beginning. These amateurs don't know how to follow anybody, and as a matter of fact she's just inside the jeweler's shop door behind me now, pretending to look at the things in the window. But it's odd, isn't it?" "Well," Hewitt replied, "of course it's not a thing to be neglected. If you look very carefully at the corner of the Villa Street, without appearing to stare, I think you will possibly observe some signs of Laker's mother. She's shadowing me." Plummer looked casually in the direction indicated, and then immediately turned his eye in another direction. "I see her," he said. "She's just taking a look round the corner. That's a thing not to be ignored. Of course, the Laker's house is being watched. We set a man on it at once yesterday. But I'll put someone on now to watch Miss Shaw's place too. I'll telephone through to Little's. Probably they'll be able to say where it is. And the women themselves must be watched too. As a matter of fact, I had a notion that Laker wasn't alone in it. And it's just possible, you know, that he has sent an accomplice off with his tourist ticket to lead us a dance while he looks after himself in another direction. Have you done anything?" "Well," Hewitt replied, with a faint reproduction of the secretive smile with which Plummer had met an inquiry of his earlier in the morning, "I've been to the station here, and I've found Laker's umbrella in the lost property office." "Oh, then probably has gone." "I'll bear that in mind and perhaps have a word with the lost property man." Plummer made for the station and Hewitt for his office. He mounted the stairs and reached his door just as I myself, who had been disappointed in not finding him in, was leaving. I had called with the idea of taking Hewitt to lunch with me at my club, but he declined lunch. "I've an important case in hand," he said. "Look here, Brett. See this scrap of paper. You know the types of the different newspapers. Which is this?" He handed me a small piece of paper. It was part of a cutting containing an advertisement which had been torn in half. "I think," I said, "this is from the Daily Chronicle, judging by the paper. It's plainly from the agony column, but all the papers use pretty much the same type for these advertisements, except the Times. If it were not torn, I could tell you at once, because the Chronicle columns are rather narrow. Never mind, I'll send for them all." He rang and sent Carrot for a copy of each morning paper of the previous day. Then he took from a large wardrobe cupboard a decent but well-worn and rather roughened tall hat, also a coat a little worn and shiny on the collar. He exchanged these for his own hat and coat, and then substituted an old necktie for his own clean white one, and encased his legs in mud-spotted leggings. This done, he produced a very large and thick pocket-book fastened by a broad elastic band, and said, "Well, what do you think of this? Will it do for Quinn's taxes or sanitary inspection, or the gas, or the water supply?" "Very well indeed, I should say," I replied. "What's the case?" "Oh, I'll tell you all about that when it's over. No time now. Oh, here you are, Carrot. By the by, Carrot, I'm going out presently by the back way. Wait for about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour after I'm gone, and then just go across the door and speak to that lady in black with the veil, who is waiting in that little foot passage opposite. Say Mr. Martin Hewitt sends his compliments, and he advises her not to wait, as he has already left his office by another door and has been gone some little time. That's all. It would be a pity to keep the poor woman waiting all day for nothing. Now the papers. Daily News, Standard, Telegraph, Chronicle. Yes, here it is in the Chronicle." The whole advertisement read thus: YOB-HR. Shop roast. You first. Then tonight. O2. second top, third L. Number 197, red BL, straight mourn, one at a time. What's this? I asked. A cryptogram? I'll see, Hewitt answered. But I won't tell you anything about it till afterwards, so you get your lunch. Carrot, bring the directory. This was all I actually saw of this case myself, and I've written the rest in its proper order from Hewitt's information, as I've written some other cases entirely. To resume at the point where, for the time, I lost sight of the matter. Hewitt left by the back way and stopped an empty cab as it passed. Abney Park Cemetery was his direction to the driver. In little more than 20 minutes, the cab was branching off down the Essex Road on its way to Stoke Newington, and in 20 minutes more, Hewitt stopped in Church Street, Stoke Newington. He walked through a street or two, and then down another, the houses of which he scanned carefully as he passed. Opposite one which stood by itself, he stopped, and making a pretense of consulting and arranging his large pocket-book, he took a good look at the house. It was rather large, neater, and more pretentious than the others in the street, and it had a natty little coach house just visible up the side entrance. There were red blinds hung with heavy lace in the front windows, and behind one of these blinds Hewitt was able to catch the glint of a heavy gas chandelier. He stepped briskly up the front steps and knocked sharply at the door. "Mr. Marston?" he asked, pocket-book in hand, when a neat parlour-maid opened the door. "Yes?" "Ah!" Hewitt stepped into the hall and pulled off his hat. "It's only the meter. There's been a deal of gas running away somewhere here, and I'm just looking to see if the meters are right. Where is it?" The girl hesitated. I'll ask master," she said. "Very well. I don't want to take it away, you know. Only to give it a tap or two and so on." The girl retired to the back of the hall, and without taking her eyes off Martin Hewitt, gave his message to some invisible person in a back room, whence came a growling reply of "all right." Hewitt followed the girl to the basement, apparently looking straight before him, but in reality taking in every detail of the place. The gas meter was in a very large lumber cupboard under the kitchen stairs. The girl opened the door and lit a candle. The meter stood on the floor, which was littered with hampers and boxes and odd sheets of brown paper. But a thing that at once arrested Hewitt's attention was a garment of some sort of bright blue cloth with large brass buttons, which was lying in a tumbled heap in a corner, and appeared to be the only thing in the place that was not covered with dust. Nevertheless, Hewitt took no apparent notice of it, but stooped down and solemnly tapped the meter 3 times with his pencil, and listened with great gravity, placing his ear to the top. Then he shook his head and tapped again. At length he said, "It's a bit doubtful. I'll just get you to light the gas in the kitchen a moment. Keep your hand on the burner, and when I call out, shut it off at once. See?" The girl turned and entered the kitchen, and Hewitt immediately seized the blue coat, for a coat it was. It had a dull red piping in the seams, and was of the swallowtail pattern, a livery coat, in fact. He held it for a moment before him, examining its pattern and colour, and then rolled it up and flung it again into the corner. "Right," he called to the servant. "Shut off." The girl emerged from the kitchen as he left the cupboard. "Well," she asked, "are you satisfied now?" "Quite satisfied, thank you," Hewitt replied. "Is it all right?" she continued, jerking her hand toward the cupboard. "Well, no, it isn't. There's something wrong there, and I'm glad I came. You can tell Mr. Marston, if you like, that I expect his gas bill will be a good deal less next quarter." And there was a suspicion of a chuckle in Hewitt's voice as he crossed the hall to leave. For a gas inspector is pleased when he finds at length what he has been searching for. Things had fallen out better than Hewitt had dared to expect. He saw the key of the whole mystery in that blue coat, for it was the uniform coat of the hall porters of one of the banks that he had visited in the morning, though which one he could not for the moment remember. He entered the nearest post office and dispatched a telegram to Plummer, giving certain directions and asking the inspector to meet him. Then he hailed the first available cab and hurried toward the city. At Lombard Street he alighted and looked in at the door of each bank till he came to Buller, Clayton, Latz & Co.'s. This was the bank he wanted. In the other banks, the hall porters wore mulberry coats, brick dust coats, brown coats, and what not, but here, behind the ladders and scaffold poles which obscured the entrance, he could see a man in a blue coat with dull red piping and brass buttons. He sprang up the steps, pushed open the inner swing door, and finally satisfied himself by a closer view of the coat to the wearer's astonishment. Then he regained the pavement and walked the whole length of the bank premises in front, afterwards turning up the paved passage at the side, deep in thought. The bank had no windows or doors on the side next the court, and the two adjoining houses were old and supported in places by wooden shores. Both were empty, and a great board announced that tenders would be received in a month's time for the purchase of the old materials of which they were constructed. Also, that some part of the site would be let on a long building lease. Hewitt looked up at the grimy fronts of the old buildings. The windows were crusted thick with dirt, all except the bottom window of the house nearer the bank, which was fairly clean and seemed to have been quite lately washed. The door, too, of this house was cleaner than that of the other, though the paint was worn. Hewitt reached and fingered a hook driven into the left-hand doorpost about 6 feet from the ground. It was new and not at all rusted. Also, a tiny splinter had been displaced and the hook was driven in, and clean wood showed at the spot. Having observed these things, Hewitt stepped back and read at the bottom of the big board the name Windsor and Weeks, Surveyors and Auctioneers, Abchurch Lane. Then he stepped into Lombard Street. 2 hansoms pulled up near the post office, and out of the first stepped Inspector Plummer and another man. This man and the 2 who alighted from the second hansom were unmistakably plainclothes constables. Their air, gait, and boots proclaimed it. "What's all this?" demanded Plummer as Hewitt approached. "You'll soon see, I think. But first, have you put the watch on number 197 Hackworth Road?" "Yes. Nobody will get away from there alone." "Very good. I'm going into Abchurch Lane for a few minutes. Leave your men out here, but just go round the court by Buller, Clayton and Lads, and keep your eye on the first floor on the left. I think we'll find something soon." "Did you get rid of Miss Shaw?" "No, she's behind now and Mrs. Laker with her. They met in the Strand and came after us in another cab. Rare fun, eh? They think we are pretty green. It's quite handy too. So long as they keep behind me, it saves all the trouble of watching them." And Inspector Plummer chuckled and winked. "Very good. You don't mind keeping your eye on that door, do you? I'll be back very soon." And with that, Hewitt turned off into Abchurch Lane. At Windsor and Weeks, information was not difficult to obtain. The houses were destined to come down very shortly, but a week or so ago an office and a cellar in one of them was let temporarily to Mr. Westley. He brought no references. Indeed, as he paid a fortnight's rent in advance, he was not asked for any, considering the circumstances of the case. He was opening a London branch for a large firm of cider merchants, he said, and just wanted a rough office and a cool cellar to store samples in for a few weeks till the permanent premises were ready. There was another key, and no doubt the premises might be entered if there were any special need for such courts. Martin Hewitt gave such excellent reasons that Windsor and Weeks' managing clerk immediately produced the key and accompanied Hewitt to the spot. "I think you'd better have your men handy," Hewitt remarked to Plummer when they reached the door, and a whistle quickly brought the men over. The key was inserted in the lock and turned, but the door would not open. The bolt was fastened at the bottom. Hewitt stooped and looked under the door. "It's a drop bolt," he said. "Probably the man who left last left it fall loose and then banged the door so that it fell into its place. I must try my best with a wire or a piece of string." A wire was brought, and with some manoeuvring, Hewitt contrived to pass it round the bolt and lift it little by little, steadying it with the blade of a pocket knife. When at length the bolt was released out of the hole, the knife blade was slipped under it, and the door swung open. They entered. The door of the little office just inside stood open, but in the office there was nothing except a board a couple of feet long in a corner. Hewitt stepped across and lifted this, turning its downward face toward Plummer. On it, in fresh white paint on a black ground, were painted the words Buller, Clayton, Lads and Co. Temporary entrance. Hewitt turned to Windsor and Weeks' clerk and asked, "The man who took this room called himself Westley, didn't he?" "Yes." "Youngish man, clean-shaven and well-dressed?" "Yes, he was." "I fancy," Hewitt said, turning to Plummer, "I fancy an old friend of yours is in this. Mr. Sam Gunter." "What? The Hoxton Yob?" "I think it's possible he's been Mr. Westley for a bit and somebody else for another bit. But let's come to the cellar." Windsor and Weeks' clerk led the way down a steep flight of steps into a dark underground corridor, wherein they lighted their way with many successive matches. Soon the corridor made a turn to the right, and as the party passed the turn, There came from the end of the passage before them a fearful yell. "Help! Help! Open the door! I'm going mad! Mad! Oh my God!" And there was a sound of desperate beating from the inside of the cellar door at the extreme end. The men stopped, startled. "Come," said Hewitt. "More matches," and he rushed to the door. It was fastened with a bar and padlock. "Let me out, for God's sake," came the voice, sick and hoarse, from the inside. "Let me out." "All right," Hewitt shouted. "We have come for you. Wait a moment." The voice sank into a sort of sobbing croon, and Hewitt tried several keys from his own bunch on the padlock. None fitted. He drew from his pocket the wire he had used for the bolt of the front door, straightened it out, and made a sharp bend at the end. "Hold the match close," he ordered shortly, and one of the men obeyed. 3 or 4 attempts were necessary, and several different bendings of the wire were effected, but in the end Hewitt picked the lock and flung open the door. From within, a ghastly figure fell forward among them fainting, and knocked out the matches. "Hullo!" cried Plummer. "Hold up! Who are you?" "Let's get him up into the open," said Hewitt. "He can't tell you who he is for a bit, but I believe he is Laker." "Laker? What? Here?" "I think so. Steady up the steps. Don't bump him. He is pretty sore already, I expect." Truly the man was a pitiable sight. His hair and face were caked in dust and blood, and his fingernails were torn and bleeding. Water was sent for at once, and brandy. "Well," said Plummer hazily, looking first at the unconscious prisoner and then at Hewitt. "But what about the swag?" "You will have to find that yourself," Hewitt replied. "I think my share of the case is about finished. I only acted for the Guarantee Society, you know, and if Laker is proved innocent—" "Innocent? How?" "Well, this is what took place as near as I can figure it. You'd better undo his collar, I think." This to the men. "What I believe has happened is this. There has been a very clever and carefully prepared conspiracy here, and Laker has not been the criminal, but the victim." "Been robbed himself, you mean? But how? Where?" "Yesterday morning, before he had been to more than 3 banks, here in fact." "But then how? You're all wrong. We know he made the whole round and did all the collection, and then Palmer's office and all, and the umbrella. Why—" The man lay still unconscious. "Don't raise his head," Hewitt said, "and one of you had best fetch a doctor. He's had a terrible shock." Then, turning to Plummer, he went on. "As to how they managed the job, I'll tell you what I think. First, it struck some very clever person that a deal of money might be got by robbing a war clerk from a bank. This clever person was one of a clever gang of thieves, perhaps the Hoxton Row gang, as I think I hinted. Now, you know quite as well as I do that such a gang will spend any amount of time over a job that promises a big haul, and that for such a job they can always command the necessary capital. There are many most respectable persons living in good style in the suburbs whose chief business lies in financing such ventures and taking the chief share of the proceeds. Well, this is their plan, carefully and intelligently carried out. They watch Laker, observe the round he takes, and his habits. They find that there is only one of the clerks with whom he does business that he is much acquainted with, and that this clerk is in a bank which is commonly second in Laker's round. The sharpest man among them, and I don't think there's a man in London could do this as well as young Sam Gunter, studies Laker's dress and habits just as an actor studies a character. They take this office and cellar, as we have seen, because it is next door to a bank whose front entrance is being altered, a fact which Laker must know from his daily visits. The smart man, Gunter, let us say, and I have other reasons for believing it to be he, makes up precisely like Laker, false moustache, dress, and everything, and waits here with the rest of the gang. One of the gang is dressed in a blue coat and brass buttons like a hall porter and Buller's bank. Do you see? Yes, I think so. It's pretty clear now. A Confederate watches at the top of the court, and the moment Laker turns in from Cornhill, having already been mined at the bank where he was so well known that the disguised thief would not have passed muster, as soon as he turns in from Cornhill, I say, a signal is given. That board, pointing to that with the white letters, is hung on the hook in the doorpost. The sham porter stands beside it, and as Laker approaches, says, "This way in, sir, this morning," The front way is shut for alterations. Laker, suspecting nothing, and supposing that the firm have made a temporary entrance through the empty house, enters. He is seized when well along the corridor. The board is taken down and the door shut. Probably he is stunned by a blow on the head. See the blood now. They take his wallet and all the cash he has already collected. Gunter takes the wallet and also the umbrella, since it has Laker's initials and is therefore distinctive. He simply completes the walk in the character of Laker, beginning with Bullock, Clayton and Lads just round the corner. It is nothing but routine work, which is quickly done, and nobody notices him particularly. It's a bill they examine. Meanwhile, this unfortunate fellow is locked up in the cellar here, right at the end of the underground corridor, where he can never make himself heard in the street, and where next him are only the empty cellars of the deserted house next door. The thieves shut the front door and vanish. The rest is plain. Gunter, having completed the round and bagged some 15,000 pounds and more, spends a few pounds on a tourist ticket at Palmer's as a blind, being careful to give Laker's name. He leaves the umbrella at Charing Cross in a conspicuous place, right opposite the Lost Property Office, where it is sure to be seen, and so completes his false trail. Then, who are the people in 197 Hackworth Road? The capitalist lives there, the financier, and probably the directing spirit of the whole thing. Morrison's the name he goes by there, and I have no doubt he cuts a very imposing figure in chapel every Sunday. He'll be worth picking up. This isn't the first thing he's been in, I'll warrant. But what about Laker's mother and Miss Shaw? Well, what? The poor women are nearly out of their minds with terror and shame, that's all. But though they may think Laker a criminal, they'll never desert him. They've been following us about with a feeble, vague sort of hope of being able to baffle us in some way, or help him if we caught him, or something. Poor things. Did you ever hear a real woman who deserted a son or a lover merely because he was a criminal? But here's the doctor. When he is attended to him, will you let your men take Laker home? I must hurry and report to the Guarantee Society, I think. But, said perplexed Plummer, where did you get your clue? You must have had a tip from someone you know. You can't have done it by clairvoyance. What gave you the tip? The Daily Chronicle. The what? The Daily Chronicle. Just take a look at the agony column in yesterday morning's issue and read the message to Job, to Gunter in fact. That's all. By this time, a cab was waiting in Lombard Street, and two of Plummer's men, under the doctor's directions, carried Laker to it. No sooner, however, were they in the court than the two watching women threw themselves hysterically upon Laker, and it was long before they could be persuaded that he was not being taken to the gaol. The mother shrieked aloud, my boy, don't take him. Oh, don't take him. They have killed my boy. Look at his head. Oh, his head. And wrestled desperately with the men, while Hewitt attempted to soothe her and promised to allow her to go in the cab with the son if she would only be quiet. The younger woman made no noise, but she held one of Laker's limp hands in both hers. Hewitt and I dined together that evening, and he gave me a full account of the occurrence which I have here set down. Still, when he was finished, I was not able to see clearly by what process of reasoning he had arrived at the conclusion that gave him the key to the mystery, nor did I understand the agony column message, and I said so. In the beginning, Hewitt explained, the thing that struck me as curious was the fact that Laker was said to have given his own name at Palmer's in buying his ticket. Now the first thing the greenest and newest criminal thinks of is changing his name, so that the giving of his own name seemed unlikely to begin with. Still, he might have made such a mistake as Plummer suggested when he said that the criminals usually make a mistake somewhere, as they do, in fact. Still, it was the least likely mistake I could think of, especially as he actually didn't wait to be asked for his name, but blurted it out when it wasn't really wanted. And it was conjoined with another rather curious mistake of what would have been a mistake if the thief were Laker. Why should he conspicuously display his wallet, such a distinctive article, for the clerk to see and note? Why rather had he not got rid of it before showing himself? Suppose it should be somebody personating Laker? In any case, I determined not to be prejudiced by what I had heard of Laker's betting. A man may bet without being it. But again, supposing it were Laker, might he not have given his name and displayed his wallet and so on while buying a ticket for France in order to draw pursuit after himself in that direction while he made off in another name and disguised? Each supposition was plausible, and in either case, it might happen that whoever was laying this trail would probably lay it a little farther. Charing Cross was the next point, and there I went. I already had it from Plummer that Laker had not been recognized there. Perhaps the trail had been laid in some other manner. Something left behind with Laker's name on it, perhaps. I at once thought of the umbrella with his monogram, and making a long shot, asked for it at the Lost Property Office, as you know. The guess was lucky. In the umbrella, as you know, I found that scrap of paper. That, I judged, had fallen in from the hand of the man carrying the umbrella. He had torn the paper in half in order to fling it away, and one piece had fallen into the loosely flapping umbrella. It's a thing that will often happen with an omnibus ticket, as you may have noticed. Also, it was proved that the umbrella was unrolled when found and rolled immediately after. So, here was a piece of paper dropped by the person who had brought the umbrella to Charing Cross and left it. I got the whole advertisement, as you remember, and I studied it. Yob is back slang for boy, and it's often used as nicknames to denote a young, smooth-faced thief. Gunter, the man I suspect, as a matter of fact, is known as the Hoxton Yob. The message, then, was addressed to someone known by such a nickname. Next, HR shop roast. Now, in thieves' slang, to roast a thing or a person is to watch it or him. They call any place a shop, notably a thieves' den. So that this meant that some resort, perhaps the Hoxton roast shop, was watched. You first, then tonight, would be clearer perhaps when the rest was understood. I thought a little over the rest, and it struck me that it must be a direction to some other house, since one was warned of us being watched. Besides, there was the number 197 and red BL, which would be extremely likely to mean red blinds, by way of clearly distinguishing the house. And then, the plan of the thing was plain. You have noticed probably that the map of London which accompanies the post office directory is divided, for convenience of reference, into numbered squares. Yes, the squares are denoted by letters along the top margin and figures down the side. So that if you consult the directory and find a place marked as being D5 for instance, you find vertical divisions D and run your fingers down it till it intersects horizontal division 5, and there you are. Precisely. I got my post office directory and looked for O2. It was in North London, and took in parts of Abney Park Cemetery and Clissold Park. Second top was the next sign. Very well, I counted the second street intersecting the top of the square, counting in the usual way from the left. That was Lordship Road. Then third L. From the point where the Lordship Road crossed the top of the square, I ran my finger down the road till it came to third L, or in other words, the third turning on the left, Hackworth Road. So there we were, unless my guesses were altogether wrong. Straight Mon probably meant Straight Monica, that is to say, the proper name as thief's real name, in contradistinction to that he may assume. I turned over the directory till I found Hackworth Road and found that number 197 was inhabited by a Mr. Marston. From the whole thing I judged this. There was to have been a meeting at the HR shop, but that was found at the last moment to be watched by the police for some purpose, so that another appointment was made for this house in the suburbs. You first, then tonight. The person addressed was to come first, and the others in the evening. They were asked to ask for the householder's straight Monica, Mr. Marston, and they were to come one at a time. Now then, what was this? What theory would fit it? Suppose this were a robbery, directed from afar by the advertiser. Suppose on the day before the robbery it was found that the place fixed for division of spoils was watched. Suppose that the principal thereupon advertised, as had already been agreed in case of emergency, in these terms. The principal in the actual robbery, the Yob addressed, was to go first with the booty. The others were to come after, one at a time. Anyway, the thing was good enough to follow a little further, and I determined to try number 197 Hackworth Road. I've told you what I found there and how it opened my eyes. I went, of course, merely on chance to see what I might chance to see. But luck favored, and I happened on that coat brought back rolled up on the evening after the robbery, doubtless by the thief who had used it, and flung carelessly into the handiest cupboard. That was this gang's mistake. Well, I congratulate you, I said. I hope they'll catch the rascals. I rather think they will, now they know where to look. They can scarcely miss Marston anyway. There has been very little to go upon in this case, but I stuck to the thread, however slight, and it brought me through. The rest of the case, of course, is Plummer's. It was a peculiarity of my commission that I could equally well fulfill it by catching the man with all the plunder, or by proving him innocent. Having done the latter, my work was at an end,
but I left it where Plummer will be able to finish the job handsomely. Plummer did. Sam Gunter, Marston, and one accomplice were taken. The first and last were well known to the police and were identified by Leica. Marston, as Hewitt had suspected, had kept the lion's share for himself, so that, altogether, with what was recovered from him and the other two, nearly £11,000 was saved for Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell. Marston, when taken, was in the act of packing up to take a holiday abroad, and there cashier's notes, which were found neatly packed in separate thousands, in his portmanteau. As Hewitt had predicted, his gas bill was considerably less next quarter, for less than halfway through it, he began a term in gaol. As for Leica, he was reinstated, of course, with an increase of salary by way of compensation for his broken head. He had passed a terrible 26 hours in the cellar, unfed and unheard. Several times he had become insensible, and again he had thrown himself madly against the door, shouting and tearing at it till he fell back exhausted, with broken nails and bleeding fingers. For some hours before the arrival of his rescuers, he had been sitting in a sort of stupor, from which he was suddenly aroused by the sound of voices and footsteps. He was in bed for a week, and required a rest of a month in addition before he could resume his duties. Then he was quietly lectured by Mr. Neal as to betting, and I believe dropped that practice in consequence. I am told that he is at the counter now, a considerable promotion. The end of the case of Leica Absconded.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Andy Sames. In the Light of a Red Lamp by Maurice Lavelle. Seated in a large armchair near the fire, his elbows on his knees, his hands held out to the warmth, he was talking slowly, interrupting himself abruptly now and again with a murmured, "Yes, yes," as if he were trying to gather up, to make sure of his memories. Then he would continue his sentence. The table beside him was littered with papers, books, odds and ends of various kinds. The lamp was turned low. I could see nothing of him except his pallid face and his hands, long and thin in the firelight. The purring of a cat that lay on the hearthrug and the crackling of the logs that sent up strangely shaped flames were the only sounds that broke the silence. He was speaking in a far-away voice, as a man might in his dream. "Yes, yes. It was the greatest misfortune of my life. I could have borne the loss of every penny I possess, of my health, anything, everything, but not that. To have lived for 10 years with the woman you adore, and then to watch her die and be left to face life alone, quite alone. It was almost more than I could bear. It is 6 months since I lost her. How long ago it seems, and how short the days used to be. If only she had been ill for some time. If only there had been some warning. It seems a horrible thing to say, but when you know beforehand, the mind gets prepared, doesn't it? Little by little, the heart readjusts its outlook. You grow used to the idea. But as it was... "But I thought she had been ill for some time," I said. He shook his head. "Not at all. Not at all. It was quite sudden. The doctors were never even able to find out what was the matter with her. It all happened and was over in 2 days. Since then I don't know how or why I have gone on living. All day long I wander round the house, looking for some reminder of her that I never find, imagining she will appear to me from behind the hangings, that a breath of her scent will come to me in the empty rooms." He stretched out his hand toward the table. Look, yesterday I found this veil, in one of my pockets. She gave it to me to carry one evening when we were at the theatre. And I try to believe it still smells of her perfume, is still warm from its contact with her face. But no, nothing remains except sorrow, though there is something. Only it's... In the first shock of grief, you sometimes have extraordinary ideas. Can you believe that I photographed her, lying on her deathbed? I took my camera into the white silent room and lit the magnesium wire. Yes, overwhelmed as I was with grief, I did, with the most scrupulous precaution and care, things from which I should shrink today. Revolting things. Yet it is a great consolation to know she is there, that I shall be able to see her again as she looked on that last day. "Where is the photograph?" I asked. Leaning forward, he replied in a low voice, "I haven't got it. Or rather, I have it. I have the plate, but I have never had the courage to touch it. Yet how I have longed to see it." He laid his hand on my arm. "Listen, tonight, your visit, the way I have been able to talk about her, it makes me feel better, almost strong again. Will you come with me to the dark room? Will you help me develop the plate?" He looked into my face with the anxious, questioning expression of a child who fears he may be refused something he longs to have. "Of course I will," I answered. He rose quickly. "Yes, with you it will be different. With you I shall keep calm, and it will do me good. I shall be much happier. You'll see." He went to the dark room, a closet with bottles ranged round on shelves. A trestle table littered with dishes, glasses, and books ran along one side of the wall. By the light of a candle that threw flickering shadows round him, he silently examined the labels on the bottles and rubbed some dishes. Presently he lit a lamp with red glass, blew out the candle, and said to me, "Shut the door." There was something dramatic about the darkness, relieved only by the blood-red light. Unexpected reflections touched the sides of the bottles, played on his wrinkled cheeks, on his hollow temples. He said, "Is the door closely shut? Then I will begin." He opened a dark slide and took out the plate. Holding it carefully at the corners between his thumb and first fingers, he looked at it intently for a long time, as if trying to see the invisible picture which was so soon to appear. With great care he let it glide into the bath and began to rock the dish. I cannot say why, but it seemed to me that the tapping of the porcelain on the boards at regular intervals made a curiously mournful sound. The monotonous lapping of the liquid suggested a vague sobbing, and I could not lift my eyes from the milk-coloured piece of glass, which was slowly taking on a darker line round its edges. I looked at my friend. His lips were trembling as he murmured words and sentences which I failed to catch. He drew out the plate, held it up to the level of his eyes, and said, as I leaned over his shoulder, "It's coming up, slowly. My developer is rather weak, but that's nothing. Look, the highlights are coming. Wait, you'll see." He put the plate back, and it sank into the developer with a soft sucking sound. The grey colour had spread uniformly over the whole plate. His head bent over it, he explained. "That dark rectangle is the bed. Up above, that square," he pointed it out with a motion of his chin, "is the pillow. And in the middle, that lighter part with the pale streak, outlined on the background. That is... Look! There is the crucifix I put between her fingers. My poor little one. My darling. His voice was hoarse with emotion. The tears were running down his cheeks as his chest rose and fell. "The details are coming up," he said presently, trying to control himself. "I can see the lighted candles and the flowers. Her hair, which was so beautiful. The hands of which she was so proud. And the little white rosary that I found in her book of hours. Mon Dieu! How it hurts to see it all again. Yet somehow it makes me happy. Very happy. I am looking at her again. My poor darling." Feeling that emotion was overcoming him, and wishing to soothe, I said, "Don't you think the plate is ready now?" He held it up near the lamp, examined it closely, and put it back in the bath. After a short interval, he drew it out afresh, re-examined it, and again put it back, murmuring, "No, no." Something in the tone of his voice and abruptness of his gesture struck me, but I had no time to think, for he at once began to speak again. "There are still some details to come up. It's rather long, but as I told you, my developer is weak, so they only come up one by one." He counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time it will do. If I force it, I shall spoil it. He took out the plate and waved it vertically up and down, dipped it in clean water, and held it towards me. "Look!" But as I was stretching out my hand, he started and bent forward, holding the plate up to the lamp, and his face, lit up by the light, had suddenly become so ghastly that I cried, "What is it? What's the matter?" His eyes were fixed in a wide, terrified stare. His lips were drawn back and showed teeth that were chattering. I could hear his heart beating in a way that made his whole body rock backwards and forwards. I put my hand on his shoulder, and unable to imagine what could possibly cause such terrible anguish, I cried for the second time, "But what is it? Tell me. What's the matter?" He turned his face to me, so drawn it no longer seemed human, and as his blood-shot eyes looked into mine, he seized me by the wrist with a grip that sent his nails into my flesh. Thrice he opened his mouth, trying to speak. Then, brandishing the plate above his head, he shrieked into the crimson-lit darkness, "The matter? The matter? I have murdered her. She wasn't dead. The eyes have moved." The end of In the Light of a Red Lamp by Maurice Lavelle. Recorded by Andy Sames.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. The episode of the Mexican Seer, from the collection An African Milliner, Episodes in the Life of Illustrious Colonel Clay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The episode of the Mexican Seer by Grant Allen, from the collection An African Milliner, Episodes in the Life of the Illustrious Colonel Clay. My name is Seymour Wilbraham Wentworth. I am brother-in-law and secretary to Charles Van Rift, the South African milliner and famous financier. Many years ago, when Charlie Van Rift was a small lawyer in Cape Town, I had,
qualified good fortune to marry his sister. Much later, when the Vandrift estate and farm near Kimberley developed by degrees into the Clodorp Golcondos Limited, my brother-in-law offered me the not unremunerative post of secretary, in which capacity I have ever since been his constant and attached companion. He is not a man whom any common sharper can take in, is Charles Vandrift. Middle height, square built, firm mouth, keen eyes, the very picture of a sharp and successful business genius. I've only known one rogue impose upon Sir Charles, and that one rogue, as the commissary of police at Nice remarked, would doubtless have imposed upon a syndicate of Vidocq, Robert Houdin, and Cagliostro. We had run across to Riviera for a few weeks in the season, our object being strictly rest and recreation from the arduous duties of financial combination. We did not think it necessary to take our wives out with us. Indeed, Lady Vandrift is absolutely wedded to the joys of London and does not appreciate the rural delights of the Mediterranean littoral. But Sir Charles and I, though immersed in affairs when at home, both thoroughly enjoy the complete change from the city to the charming vegetation and the pellucid air on the terrace at Monte Carlo. We are so fond of scenery. That delicious view over the rocks of Monaco, with the maritime Alps in the rear and the blue sea in the front, not to mention the imposing casino in the foreground, appeals to me as one of the most beautiful prospects in all Europe. Sir Charles has a sentimental attachment for the place. He finds it restores freshness in him after the turmoil of London to win a few hundreds at roulette in the course of an afternoon among the palms and cactuses and pure breezes of Monte Carlo. The country, say I, for a jaded intellect. However, we never on any account actually stop in the principality itself. Sir Charles thinks Monte Carlo is not a sound address for a financier's letters. He prefers a comfortable hotel on the Promenade des Anglais at Nice, where he recovers health and renovates his nervous system by taking daily excursions along the coast to the casino. This particular season we were snugly ensconced at the Hotel des Anglais. We had capital quarters on the first floor, salon, study, and bedrooms, and found on the spot a most agreeable cosmopolitan society. All Nice just then was ringing with talk about a curious impostor known to his fellows as a great Mexican seer, and supposed to be gifted with second sight as well as with endless other supernatural powers. Now, it's a peculiarity of my able brother-in-law's that when he meets with a quack, he burns to expose him. He is so keen a man of business himself that it gives him, so to speak, a disinterested pleasure to unmask and detect imposture in others. Many ladies at the hotel, some of whom had met and conversed with the Mexican seer, were constantly telling us strange stories of his doings. He had disclosed to one the present whereabouts of a runaway husband. He had pointed out to another the numbers that would win at roulette next evening. He had shown a third the image on a screen of the man she had for years adored without his knowledge. Of course, Sir Charles didn't believe a word of it, but his curiosity was roused. He wished to see and judge for himself of the wonderful thought reader. What would be his terms, do you think, for a private séance? He asked of Madame Picardet, the lady to whom the seer had successfully predicted the winning numbers. He does not work for money, Madame Picardet answered, but for the good of humanity. I'm sure he would gladly come and exhibit for nothing his miraculous faculties. Nonsense, Sir Charles answered. The man must live. I'd pay him 5 guineas, though, to see him alone. What hotel is he stopping at? The Cosmopolitan, I think, the lady answered. Oh, no, I remember now, the Westminster. Sir Charles turned to me quietly. Look here, Simon, he whispered. Go round to this fellow's place immediately after dinner and offer him £5 to give a private séance at once in my rooms, without mentioning who I am to him. Keep the name quite quiet. Bring him back with you, too, and come straight upstairs with him so that there may be no collusion. We'll see just how much the fellow can tell us. I went as directed. I found the seer a very remarkable and interesting person. He stood about Sir Charles' own height, but was slimmer and straighter, with an aquiline nose, strangely piercing eyes, very large black pupils, and a finely chiseled, close-shaven face, like the bust of Antinous in her hall in Mayfair. What gave him his most characteristic touch, however, was his odd head of hair, curly and wavy like Paderewski's, standing out in a halo round his high white forehead and his delicate profile. I could see at a glance why he succeeded so well in impressing women. He had the look of a poet, a singer, a prophet. "I've come round," I said, "to ask whether you will consent to give a séance at once in a friend's rooms. And my principal wishes me to add that he is prepared to pay £5 as the price of the entertainment." Senor Antonio Herrera, that was what he called himself, bowed to me with impressive Spanish politeness. His dusky olive cheeks were wrinkled with a smile of gentle contempt as he answered gravely, "I do not sell my gifts. I bestow them freely. If your friend, your anonymous friend, desires to behold the cosmic wonders that are wrought through my hands, I am glad to show them to him. Fortunately, as often happens when it is necessary to convince and confound a skeptic, for that your friend is a skeptic I feel instinctively, I chance to have no engagements at all this evening." He ran his hand through his fine long hair reflectively. "Yes, I go," he continued, as if addressing some unknown presence that hovered about the ceiling. "I go. Come with me." Then he put on his broad sombrero with its crimson ribbon, wrapped a cloak round his shoulders, lighted a cigarette, and strode forth by my side towards the Hôtel des Anglais. He talked little by the way, and that little in curt sentences. He seemed buried in deep thought. Indeed, when we reached the door and it turned in, he walked a step or two farther on, as if not noticing to what place I had brought him. Then he drew himself up short and gazed around him for a moment. "Ha! The Anglais," he said, and I may mention in passing that his English, in spite of a slight southern accent, was idiomatic and excellent. "It is here, then. It is here." He was addressing once more the unseen presence. I smiled to think that these childish devices were intended to deceive Sir Charles Vanbrugh. Not quite the sort of man, as the city of London knows, to be taken in by hocus pocus. And all this, I saw, was the cheapest and most commonplace conjurer's patter. We went upstairs to our rooms. Charles had gathered together a few friends to watch the performance. The seer entered, wrapped in thought. He was in evening dress, but a red sash around his waist gave a touch of picturesqueness and a dash of colour. He paused for a moment in the middle of the salon, without letting his eye rest on anybody or anything. Then he walked straight up to Charles and held out his dark hand. "Good evening," he said. "You are the host. My soul sight tells me so." "Good shot," Sir Charles answered. "These fellows have to be quick-witted, you know, Mrs. Mackenzie, or they would never get on at it." The seer gazed about him and smiled blankly at a person or two whose faces he seemed to recognize from a previous existence. Then Charles began to ask him a few simple questions, not about himself, but about me, just to test him. He answered most of them with surprising correctness. "His name? His name begins with an S, I think. You call him Seymour." He paused long between each clause, as if the facts were revealed to him slowly. "Seymour, Wilbraham, Earl of Strafford. No, not Earl of Strafford. Seymour, Wilbraham, Wentworth. There seems to be some connection in somebody's mind now present between Wentworth and Strafford. I am not English. I do not know what it means. But they are somehow the same name, Wentworth and Strafford." He gazed around, apparently for confirmation. A lady came to his rescue. "Wentworth was the surname of the great Earl of Strafford," she murmured gently, "and I was wondering as you spoke whether Mr. Wentworth might possibly descend from him." "He is," the seer replied instantly, with a flash of those dark eyes. And I thought this curious, for though my father always maintained the reality of the relationship, there was one link wanting to complete the pedigree. He could not make sure that the Honourable Thomas Wilbraham Wentworth was the father of Jonathan Wentworth, the Bristol horse dealer, from whom we are descended. "Where was I born?" Sir Charles interrupted, coming suddenly to his own case. The seer clapped his two hands to his forehead and held it between them, as if to prevent it from bursting. "Africa," I said slowly, as the facts narrowed down, so to speak. "South Africa, Cape of Good Hope, Jansonville, David Street, 1840. "By Jove, he's correct," Sir Charles muttered. "He seems really to do it. Still, he may have found me out. He may have known where he was coming." "I never gave a hint," I answered. "Till he reached the door, he didn't even know to what hotel I was piloting him." The seer stroked his chin softly. His eyes appeared to me to have furtive gleam in it. "Would you like me to tell you the number of a banknote enclosed in an envelope?" he asked casually. "Go out of the room," Sir Charles said, "while I pass it round the company." Senor Herrera disappeared. Sir Charles passed it round cautiously, holding it all the time in his own hand, but letting his guest see the number. Then he placed it in an envelope and gummed it down firmly. The seer returned. His keen eyes swept the company with a comprehensive glance. He shook his shaggy mane. Then he took the envelope in his hands and gazed at it fixedly. AF 73549, he answered in a slow tone. A Bank of England note for £50, exchanged at the casino for gold won yesterday at Monte Carlo. I see how he did that, Sir Charles said triumphantly. He must have changed it there himself, and then I changed it back again. In point of fact, I remember seeing a fellow with long hair loafing about. Still, it's a capital conjuring. He can see through matter, one of the ladies interposed. It was Madame Picadet. He can see through a box. She drew a little gold vinaigrette such as her grandmothers used from her dress pocket. What is in this? She inquired, holding it up to him. Senor Herrera gazed through it. 3 gold coins, he replied, knitting his brows with the effort of seeing into the box. 1, an American $5. 1, a French 10-franc piece. 1, 20 marks German of the old Emperor William. She opened the box and passed it round. Confederacy, he muttered half to himself. Confederacy. The seer turned to him with a sullen air. You want a better sign? He said in a very impressive voice. A sign that will convince you? Very well. You have a letter in your left waistcoat pocket, a crumpled up letter. Do you wish me to read it out? I will, if you desire it. It may seem to those who know Sir Charles incredible, but I am bound to admit my brother-in-law coloured. What that letter contained I cannot say. He only answered very testily and evasively, No, thank you. I won't trouble you. The exhibition you have already given us of your many skills in this kind more than amply suffices. And his fingers strayed nervously to his waistcoat pocket, as if he was half afraid even then Senor Herrera would read it. I fancied, too, he glanced somewhat anxiously towards Madame Picadet. The seer bowed courteously. Your will, senor, is law, he said. I make it a principle, though I can see through all things, invariably to respect the secrecies and sanctities. If it were not so, I might dissolve society. For which of us there who could bear the whole truth being told about him? He gazed around the room. An unpleasant thrill supervened. Most of us felt this uncanny Spanish-American knew really too much, and some of us were engaged in financial operations. For example, the seer continued blandly, I happened a few weeks ago to travel down here from Paris by train with a very intelligent man, a company promoter. He had in his bag some documents, some confidential documents. He glanced at Sir Charles. You know the kind of thing, my dear sir. Reports from experts, from mining engineers. You may have seen some such. Market strictly private. They form an element in high finance, Sir Charles admitted coldly. Precisely, the seer murmured, his accent for a moment less Spanish than before. And, as they were marked strictly private, I respect, of course, the seal of confidence. That's all I wish to say. I hold it a duty, being entrusted with such powers, not to use them in a manner which may annoy or incommode my fellow creatures. Your feelings does you honour, Sir Charles answered with some acerbity. Then he whispered in my ear, Confounded clever scoundrels say, rather wish we hadn't brought him here. Senor Herrera seemed intuitively to divine this wish, for he interposed in a lighter and gayer tone, I'll now show you a different and more interesting embodiment of occult power, for which we shall need a somewhat subdued arrangement of surrounding lights. Would you mind, Senor Host, for I have purposely abstained from reading your name on the brain of anyone present? Would you mind my turning down this lamp just a little? So, that'll do. Now this one, and this one. Exactly. That's right. He poured a few grains of powder out of a packet into a saucer. Next, a match, if you please. Thank you. It burned with a strange green light. He drew from his pocket a card and produced a little ink bottle. Have you a pen? He asked. I instantly brought one. He handed it to Sir Charles. Oblige me, he said, by writing your name there. And he indicated a place in the centre of the card which had an embossed edge with a small middle square of a different colour. Sir Charles has a natural disinclination to signing his name without knowing why. What do you want with it? He asked. A millionaire's signature has so many uses. I wanted to put the card in an envelope, the seer replied, and then burn it. After that, I shall show you your own name written in letters of blood on my arm in your own handwriting. Sir Charles took the pen. If the signature was to be burned as soon as finished, he didn't mind giving it. He wrote his name in his usual firm, clear style, the writing of a man who knows his worth and is not afraid of drawing a cheque for 5,000. Look at it long, the seer said from the other side of the room. He had not watched him write it. Sir Charles stared at it fixedly. The seer was really beginning to produce an impression. Now, put it in that envelope, the seer exclaimed. Sir Charles, like a lamb, placed it as directed. The seer strode forward. Give me the envelope, he said. He took it in his hand, walked over towards the fireplace, and solemnly burnt it. See, it crumbles into ashes, he cried. Then he came back to the middle of the room, close to the green light, rolled up his sleeve, and held his arm before Sir Charles. There, in blood-red letters, my brother-in-law read the name Charles Vanbrugh in his own handwriting. I see how that's done, Sir Charles murmured, drawing back. It's a clever delusion, but still I see through it. It's like that ghost book. Your ink was deep green. Your light was green. You made me look at it long, and then I saw the same thing written on the skin of your arm in complementary colors. You think so? The seer replied with a curious curl of the lip. I'm sure of it, Sir Charles answered. Quick as lightning, the seer again rolled up his sleeve. That's your name, he cried in a very clear voice, but not your whole name. What do you say then to my right? Is this one also a complementary color? He held his other arm out. There, in sea green letters, I read the name Charles O'Sullivan Vanbrugh. It's my brother-in-law's full baptismal designation, but he has dropped the O'Sullivan for many years past, and to say the truth, doesn't like it. He is a little bit ashamed of his mother's family. Charles glanced at it hurriedly. Quite right, he said. Quite right. But his voice was hollow. I could guess he didn't care to continue the seance. He could see through the man, of course, but it was clear the fellow knew too much about us to be entirely pleasant. Turn up the lights, I said, and a servant turned them. Shall I say coffee and Benedictine? I whispered to Vanbrugh. By all means, he answered. Anything to keep this fellow from further impertinences. And I say, don't you think it better suggest at the same time that the men should smoke? Even these ladies are not above a cigarette, some of them. There was a sigh of relief. The lights burned brightly. The seer, for the moment, retired from business, so to speak. He accepted a partaga with a very good grace, sipped his coffee in a corner, and chatted to the lady who had suggested Strafford with marked politeness. He was a polished gentleman. Next morning, in the hall of the hotel, I saw Madame Picadet again in a neat tailor-made travelling dress, evidently bound for the railway station. What? Off, Madame Picadet? I cried. She smiled and held out a pretty gloved hand. Yes, I'm off, she answered archly. Florence, or Rome, or somewhere. I've drained Nice dry, like a sucked orange. Got all the fun I can get out of it. Now I am away again to my beloved Italy. But it struck me as odd that if Italy was her game, she went by the omnibus which takes down to the train de luxe for Paris. However, a man of world accepts what a lady tells him, no matter how improbable. And I confess for 10 days or so, I thought no more about her, or the seer either. At the end of the time, our fortnightly passbook came in from the bank in London. It's a part of my duty as a millionaire secretary to make up this book once a fortnight and to compare the cancelled cheques with Sir Charles' counterfoils. On this particular occasion, I happened to observe what I can only describe as a very grave discrepancy, in fact, a discrepancy of £5,000, on the wrong side too. Sir Charles was debited with £5,000 more than the total amount that was shown on the counterfoils. I examined the book with care. The source of the error was obvious. It lay in a cheque to self-a-bearer for £5,000, signed by Sir Charles, and evidently paid across the counter in London, as it bore on its face no stamp or indication of any other office. I called in my brother-in-law from the salon to the study. Look here, Charles, I said. There's a cheque in the book which you haven't entered, and I handed it to him without comment, for I thought it might have been drawn to settle some little loss on the turf or at cards, or to make up some other affair he didn't decide to mention to me. These things will happen. He looked at it and stared hard. Then he pursed up his mouth and gave a long, low phew. At last he turned it over and remarked, "I say, my boy, we have just been done jolly well brown, haven't we?" I glanced at the check. "How do you mean?" I inquired. "Why, the Seer," he replied, still staring at it ruefully. "I don't mind the 5,000, but to think the fellow should have gammoned the pair of us like that, ignominious, I call it." "How do you know it's a Seer?" I asked. "Look at the green ink," he answered. "Besides, I recollect the very shape of the last flourish. I flourished a bit like that in the excitement of the moment, which I don't always do with my regular signature." "He has done us," I answered, recognizing it. "But how the dickens did he manage to transfer it to the check?" "This looks like your own handwriting, Charles. Not a clever forgery." "It is," he said. "I admit it. I can't deny it. Only fancy his bamboozling me when I was most on my guard. I wasn't to be taken in by any of his silly occult tricks and catchwords. But it never occurred to me that he was going to victimize me financially in this way. I expected attempts at a loan or an extortion, but to collar my signature to a blank check, atrocious." "How did he manage it?" I asked. "I haven't the faintest conception. I only know those are the words I wrote. I could swear to them anywhere." "Then you can't protest the check?" "Unfortunately, no. It's my own true signature." We went that afternoon without delay to see the chief commissary of police at the office. He was a gentlemanly Frenchman, much less formal and red-tapey than usual, and he spoke excellent English with an American accent, having acted, in fact, as a detective in New York for about 10 years in his early manhood. "I guess," he said slowly after hearing our story, "you are being victimized right here by Colonel Clay, gentlemen." "Who is Colonel Clay?" Sir Charles asked. "That's just what I want to know," the commissary answered, in his curious American French English. "He's a colonel because he occasionally gives himself a commission. He is called Colonel Clay because he appears to possess an India rubber face, and he can mold it like clay in the hands of the potter. Real name unknown. Nationality equally French and English. Address usually Europe. Profession former maker of wax figures to the Musée Grévin. Age what he chooses. Employs his knowledge to mold his own nose and cheeks with wax additions to the character he desires to personate. Aquiline this time, you say? Hein. Anything like these photographs?" He rummaged in his desk and handed us two. "Not in the least," Sir Charles answered. "Except perhaps as to the neck, everything here is quite unlike him." "Then that's the colonel," the commissary answered with decision, rubbing his hands in glee. "Look here," and he took out a pencil and rapidly sketched the outline of one of the two faces, that of a bland-looking young man with no expression worth mentioning. "There is the colonel in his simple disguise. Very good. Now watch me. Figure to yourself that he adds here a tiny patch of wax to his nose, an aquiline bridge. Just so. Well, you have him right there. And the chin. Ah, one touch. Now for hair, a wig. For complexion, nothing easier. That's the profile of your rascal, isn't it?" "Exactly," we both murmured. By two curves of the pencil and a shock of false hair, the face was transmuted. "He had very large eyes with very big pupils, though," I objected, looking close. "And the man in the photograph here has them small and boiled fishy." "That's so," the commissary answered. "A drop of belladonna expands and produces a Seer. 5 grains of opium contract and give a dead-alive, stupidly innocent appearance. Well, you leave this affair to me, gentlemen. I'll see the fun out. I don't say I'll catch him for you. Nobody ever yet has caught Colonel Clay. But I'll explain how he did the trick. And that ought to be consolation enough for a man of your means for a trifle of 5,000. You're not the conventional French office holder, Monsieur le Commissaire?" I ventured to interpose. "You bet," the commissary replied, and drew himself up like a captain of infantry. "Messieurs," he continued in French with the utmost dignity, "I shall devote the resources of this office to tracing out the crime and, if possible, to effectuating the arrest of the culpable." We telegraphed to London, of course, and we wrote to the bank with a full description of the suspected person. But I need hardly add that nothing came of it. 3 days later, the commissary called at our hotel. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "I'm glad to say I've discovered everything." "What? Arrested the Seer?" Sir Charles cried. The commissary drew back, almost horrified at the suggestion. "Arrested Colonel Clay?" he exclaimed. Monsieur, we are only human. Arrested him? No, not quite, but tracked out how he did it. That is already much to unravel Colonel Clay, gentlemen." Well, what do you make of it? Sir Charles asked, crestfallen. The commissary sat down and gloated over his discovery. It was clear a well-planned crime amused him vastly. In the first place, monsieur, he said, disabuse your mind of the idea that when monsieur, your secretary, went out to fetch Senor Herrera that night, Senor Herrera didn't know to whose room he was coming. Quite otherwise in point of fact. I do not doubt myself that Senor Herrera, or Colonel Clay, call him which you like, came to Nice this winter for no other purpose than just to rob you. But I sent for him, my brother-in-law interposed. Yes, he meant you to send for him. He forced a cart, so to speak. If he couldn't do that, I guess he would be a pretty poor conjurer. He had a lady of his own, his wife, let us say, or a sister stopping here at this hotel, a certain Madame Picardet. Through her, he induced several ladies of your circle to attend his chances. She and they spoke to you about him and aroused your curiosity. You may bet your bottom dollar that when he came to this room, he came ready primed and prepared with endless facts about both of you. What fools we have been, say, my brother-in-law exclaimed. I see it all now. That designing woman sent round before dinner to say I wanted to meet him, and by the time he got there, he was ready for bamboozling me. That's so, the commissary answered. He had your name ready painted on both his arms, and he had made other preparations of still greater importance. You mean the cheque? Well, how did he get it? The commissary opened the door. Come in, he said, and a young man entered, whom we recognized at once as the chief clerk in the foreign department of the Credit Marseilles, the principal bank all along the Riviera. State what you know of this cheque, the commissary said, showing it to him, for we had handed it over to the police as a piece of evidence. About 4 weeks since, the clerk began. Say 10 days before your chance, the commissary interposed. A gentleman with very long hair and an aquiline nose, dark, strange and handsome, called in at my department and asked if I could tell him the name of Sir Charles Vandrift's London banker. He said he had a sum to pay into your credit and asked if he would forward it for him. I told him it was irregular for us to receive the money as you had no account with us, but that your London bankers were Darby, Drummond and Rothenberg Limited. Quite right, Sir Charles murmured. 2 days later, a lady, Madame Picardet, who was a customer of ours, brought in a good cheque for £300, signed by a first-rate name, and asked us to pay it on her behalf to Darby, Drummond and Rothenbergs, and to open a London account with them for her. We did so, and received in reply a cheque-book, from which this cheque was taken, as I learned from the number by telegram from London, the commissary put in. Also, that on the same day on which your cheque was cashed, Madame Picardet in London withdrew a balance. But how did the fellow get me to sign the cheque? Sir Charles cried. How did he manage the card trick? The commissary produced a similar card from his pocket. Was that the sort of thing? He asked. Precisely. A facsimile. I thought so. Well, a colonel, I find, bought a packet of such cards intended for admission to a religious function at a shop in Quai Massena. He cut out the center, and see here, the commissary turned it over and showed a piece of paper pasted neatly over the back. This he tore off, and there, concealed behind it, lay a folded cheque, with only the place where the signature should be written showing through on the face which the seer had presented to us. I call that a neat trick, the commissary remarked, with professional enjoyment of a really good deception. But he burnt the envelope before my eyes, Sir Charles exclaimed. Pooh, the commissary answered. What would he be worth as a conjurer, if anyway, if he couldn't substitute one envelope for another between the table and the fireplace without your noticing it? And Colonel Clay, you must remember, is a prince among conjurers. Well, it's a comfort to know we have identified a man and the woman who was with him, Sir Charles said, with a slight sigh of relief. The next thing will be, of course, you will follow them upon these clues in England and arrest them? The commissary shrugged his shoulders. Arrest them? He exclaimed, much amused. Ah, monsieur, but you are sanguine. No officer of justice has ever succeeded in arresting Lieutenant Cautchoc, as we call him in French. He is as slippery as an eel, that man. He wriggles through our fingers. Suppose even we caught him, what could we prove? I ask you. Nobody who has seen him once can ever swear to him again in his next impersonation. He is impayable, this good colonel. On the day when I arrest him, I assure you, monsieur, I shall consider myself the smartest police officer in Europe. Well, I shall catch him yet, Sir Charles answered, and relapsed into silence. The end of the episode of the Mexican Seer from the collection An African Millionaire, Episodes in the Life of the Illustrious Colonel Clay by Grant Allen.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. The Mystery of the Circular Chamber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganan. The Mystery of the Circular Chamber by Robert Eustace and L.T. Meade. From the book A Master of Mysteries. One day in late September, I received the following letter from a lawyer. My dear Bell, I shall esteem it a favor if you can make it convenient to call upon me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on a matter of extreme privacy. At the appointed hour, I was shown into Mr. Edgecombe's private room. I had known him for years. We were in fact old friends, and I was startled now by the look of worry, not to say anxiety, on his usually serene features. You are the very man I want, Bell, he cried. Sit down. I have a great deal to say to you. There is a mystery of a very grave nature, which I hope you may solve for me. It is in connection with the house said to be haunted. He fixed his bright eyes on my face as he spoke. I sat perfectly silent, waiting for him to continue. In the first place, he resumed, I must ask you to regard the matter as confidential. Certainly, I answered. You know, he went on, that I have often laughed at your special hobby, but it occurred to me yesterday that the experiences you have lived through may enable you to give me valuable assistance in this difficulty. I will do my best for you, Edgecombe, I replied. He lay back in his chair, folding his hands. The case is briefly as follows, he began. It is connected with the family of the Wentworths. The only son, Archibald, the artist, has just died under most extraordinary circumstances. He was, as you probably know, one of the most promising watercolor painters of the younger school, and his pictures in this year's academy met with universal praise. He was the heir to the Wentworth estates, and his death has caused a complication of claims from a member of a collateral branch of the family, who, when the present squire dies, is entitled to the money. This man has spent the greater part of his life in Australia, is badly off, and evidently belongs to a rowdy set. He has been to see me 2 or 3 times, and I must say frankly that I am not taken with his appearance. Had he anything to do with the death? I interrupted. Nothing whatever, as you will quickly perceive. Wentworth has been accustomed from time to time to go alone on sketching tours to different parts of the country. He has tramped about on foot and visited odd out-of-the-way nooks searching for subjects. He never took much money with him and always travelled as an apparently poor man. A month ago he started off alone on one of these tours. He had a handsome commission from Barlow & Co., picture dealers in the Strand. He was to paint certain parts of the River Maran, and although he certainly did not need money, he seemed glad of an object for a good ramble. He parted with his family in the best of health and spirits and wrote to them from time to time. But a week ago they heard the news that he had died suddenly at an inn on the Maran. There was, of course, an inquest and an autopsy. Dr. Miles Gordon, the Wentworth's consulting physician, was telegraphed for and was present at the post-mortem examination. He is absolutely puzzled to account for the death. The medical examination showed Wentworth to be in apparently perfect health at the time. There was no lesion to be discovered upon which to base a different opinion, all the organs being healthy. Neither was there any trace of poison, nor marks of violence. The coroner's verdict was that Wentworth died of syncope, which, as you know perhaps, is a synonym for an unknown cause. The inn where he died is a very lonely one and has the reputation of being haunted. The landlord seems to bear a bad character, although nothing has ever been proved against him. But the young girl who lives at the inn gave evidence which at first startled everyone. She said at the inquest that she had earnestly warned Wentworth not to sleep in the haunted room. She had scarcely told the coroner so before she fell to the floor in an epileptic fit. When she came to herself, she was sullen and silent, and nothing more could be extracted from her. The old man, the innkeeper, explained that the girl was half-witted, but he did not attempt to deny that the house had the reputation of being haunted, and said that he had himself begged Wentworth not to put up there. Well, that is about the whole of the story. The coroner's inquest seems to deny the evidence of foul play, but I have my very strong suspicions. What I want you to do is to ascertain if they are correct.
Will you undertake the case? I will certainly do so, I replied. Please let me have any further particulars and a written document to show in case of need that I am acting under your directions. Edgecombe agreed to this, and I soon afterwards took my leave. The case had the features of an interesting problem, and I hoped that I should prove successful in solving it. That evening I made my plans carefully. I would go into Shire early on the following morning, assuming for my purpose the character of an amateur photographer. Having got all necessary particulars from Edgecombe, I made a careful mental map of my operations. First of all, I would visit a little village of the name Harkhurst and put up at the inn the Crown and Thistle. Here Wentworth had spent a fortnight when he first started on his commission to make drawings of the river Meran. I thought it likely that I should obtain some information there. Circumstances must guide me as to my further steps, but my intention was to proceed from Harkhurst to the Castle Inn, which was situated about 6 miles further up the river. This was the inn where the tragedy had occurred. Towards the evening of the following day, I arrived at Harkhurst. When my carriage drew up at the Crown and Thistle, the landlady was standing in the doorway. She was a buxom-looking dame with a kindly face. I asked for a bed. "Certainly, sir," she answered. She turned with me into the little inn and, taking me upstairs, showed me a small room, quite clean and comfortable, looking out on the yard. I said it would do capitally, and she hurried downstairs to prepare my supper. After this meal, which proved to be excellent, I determined to visit the landlord in the bar. I found him chatty and communicative. "This is a lonely place," he said. "We don't often have a soul staying with us for a month at a time." As he spoke, he walked to the door and I followed him. The shades of night were beginning to fall, but the picturesqueness of the little hamlet could not but commend itself to me. "And yet it is a lovely spot," I said. "I should have thought tourists would have thronged to it. It's at least an ideal place for photographers." "You're right there, sir," replied the man. "And although we don't often have company to stay in the inn, now and then we have a stray artist. It's not 3 weeks back," he continued, "that we had a gentleman like you, sir, only a bit younger, to stay with us for a week or two. He was an artist and drew from morning till night. Ah, poor fellow." "Why do you say that?" I asked. "I've good cause, sir. Here, wife," continued the landlord, looking over his shoulder at Mrs. Johnson, the landlady, who now appeared on the scene. "This gentleman has been asking me questions about our visitor, Mr. Wentworth, but perhaps we ought not to inflict such a dismal story upon him tonight." "Pray do," I said. "What you have already hinted at arouses my curiosity. Why should you pity Mr. Wentworth?" "He is dead, sir," said the landlady in a solemn voice. I gave a pretended start, and she continued. "And it was all his own fault. Ah, dear, it makes me almost cry to think of it. He was as nice a gentleman as I ever set eyes on, and so strong, hearty, and pleasant. Well, sir, everything went well until one day he said to me, 'I'm about to leave you, Mrs. Johnson. I'm going to a little place called the Castle Inn, further up the Meran.'" "The Castle Inn!" I cried. "No, Mr. Wentworth, that you won't. Not if you value your life." "And why not?" he asked, looking at me with as merry blue eyes as you ever saw in anybody's head. "Why should I not visit the Castle Inn? I have a commission to make some drawings of that special bend of the river." "Well then, sir," I answered, "if that is the case, you will have a horse and trap from here and drive over as often as you want to. For the Castle Inn ain't a fit place for a Christian to put up at." "What do you mean?" he asked of me. "It is said to be haunted, sir, and what does happen in that house the Lord only knows, but there's not been a visitor at the inn for some years, not since Bailiff Holt came by his death." "Came by his death?" he asked. "And how was that?" "God knows, but I don't," I answered. "At the coroner's inquest it was said that he died from syncope, whatever that means, but the folks round here said it was fright." Mr. Wentworth just laughed at me. He didn't mind a word I said, and the next day, sir, he was off, carrying his belongings with him. "Well, and what happened?" I asked, seeing that she paused. "What happened, sir? Just what I expected. 2 days afterwards came the news of his death. Poor young gentleman. He died in the very room where Holt had breathed his last. And oh, if there wasn't a fuss and to do if it turned out that, though he seemed quite poor to us, with little or no money, he was no end of a swell and had rich relations and big estates coming to him, and of course there was a coroner's inquest and all the rest, and great doctors came down from London, and our Dr. Stanmore lives down the street was sent for, and though they did all they could, and examined him as it were with a microscope, they could find no cause for death, and so they gave it out that it was syncope, just as they did in the case of poor Holt. But, sir, it wasn't. It was fright, sheer fright. The place is haunted. It's a mysterious, dreadful house, and I only hope you won't have nothing to do with it. She added a few more words and presently left us. That's a strange story, I said, turning to Johnson. Your wife has excited my curiosity. I should much like to get further particulars. There don't seem to be anything more to tell, sir, replied Johnson. It's true what the wife says, that the Castle Inn has a bad name. It's not the first, no, nor the second death that has occurred there. You mentioned your village doctor. Do you think he could enlighten me on the subject? I'm sure he would do his best, sir. He lives only 6 doors away in a red house. Maybe you wouldn't mind stepping down the street and speaking to him? You sure you would not think it a liberty? Not he, sir. He'll be only too pleased to exchange a word with someone outside his sleepy little place. Then I'll call on him, I answered, and taking up my hat, I strolled down the street. I was lucky in finding Dr. Stanmore at home, and the moment I saw his face, I determined to take him into my confidence. The fact is this, I said, when he had shaken hands with me. I should not dream of taking this liberty did I not feel certain that you could help me. And in what way? He asked, not stiffly, but with a keen, inquiring, interested glance. I've been sent down from London to inquire into the Wentworth mystery, I said. Is that so? He said with a start. Then he continued gravely. I fear you have come on a wild goose chase. There was nothing discovered at the autopsy to account for the death. There were no marks on the body, and all the organs were healthy. I met Wentworth often while he was staying here, and he was as hearty and strong-looking a young man as I ever had come across. But the Castle Inn has a bad reputation, I said. That is true. The people here are afraid of it. It's said to be haunted. But really, sir, you and I need not trouble ourselves about stupid reports of that sort. Old Binlaws, the landlord, has lived there for years, and there has never been anything proved against him. Is he alone? No, his wife and a grandchild live there also. A grandchild? I said. Did not this girl give some startling evidence at the inquest? Nothing of any consequence, replied Dr. Stanmore. She only repeated what Binlaws had already said himself, that the house was haunted, and that she had asked Wentworth not to sleep in the room. Has anything ever done to explain the reason why this room is said to be haunted? I continued. Not that I know of. Rats are probably at the bottom of it. But have not there been other deaths in the house? That's true. How many? Well, I've myself attended no less than 3 similar inquests. And what was the verdict of the jury? In each case the verdict was death from syncope, which means cause unknown, I said, jumping impatiently to my feet. I wonder, Dr. Stanmore, that you are satisfied to leave the matter in such a state. And pray, what can I do? He inquired. I'm asked to examine a body. I find all the organs in perfect health. I cannot trace the least appearance of violence, nor can I detect poison. What other evidence can I honestly give? I can only say that I should not be satisfied, he replied. I now wish to add that I have come down from London determined to solve this mystery. I shall myself put up at the Castle Inn. Well, said Dr. Stanmore, and sleep in the haunted room. Of course you don't believe in the ghosts. No, but I believe in foul play. Now, Dr. Stanmore, will you help me? Most certainly, if I can. What do you wish me to do? This. I shall go to the Castle Inn tomorrow. If at the end of 3 days I do not return here, will you go in search of me and at the same time post this letter to Mr. Edgecombe, my London lawyer? If you do not appear in 3 days, I'll kick up no end of a row, said Dr. Stanmore, and of course post your letter. Soon afterwards I shook hands with the doctor and left him. After an early dinner on the following day, I parted with my good-natured landlord and his wife, and with my knapsack and kodak strapped over the shoulders, started on my way. I took care to tell no one that I was going to the Castle Inn, and for this purpose doubled back through a wood, and so found the right road. The sun was nearly setting when at last I approached a broken-down signpost, on which, in half-obliterated characters, I could read the words, "To the Castle Inn." I found myself now at the entrance of a small lane, which was evidently little frequented, as it was considerably grass-grown. From where I stood I could catch no sight of any habitation, but just at that moment a low, somewhat inconsequent laugh fell upon my ears. I turned quickly and saw a pretty girl with bright eyes and a childish face, gazing at me with interest. I had little doubt that she was old Binlaw's granddaughter. "Will you kindly tell me," I asked, "if this is the way to the castle inn?" My remark evidently startled her. She made a bound forward, seized me by my hand, and tried to push me away from the entrance to the lane into the high road. "Go away," she cried. "We have no beds fit for gentlemen at the castle inn. Go, go," she continued, and she pointed up the winding road. Her eyes were now blazing in her head, and I noticed that her lips trembled, and that very little would cause her to burst into tears. "But I am tired and footsore," I answered. "I should like to put up at the inn for the night." "Don't," she repeated. "They'll put you into a room with a ghost. Don't go. It ain't a place for gentlemen." Here she burst not into tears, but into a fit of high, shrill, almost idiotic laughter. She suddenly clapped one of her hands to her forehead, and turning, flew almost as fast as the wind down the narrow lane and out of sight. I followed her quickly. I did not believe that the girl was quite as mad as she seemed, but I had little doubt that she had something extraordinary weighing on her mind. At the next turn I came in view of the inn. It was a queer-looking old place, and I stopped for a moment to look at it. The house was entirely built of stone. There were 2 stories to the centre part, which was square, and at the 4 corners stood 4 round towers. The house was built right on the river, just below a large mill pond. I walked up to the door and pounded on it with my stick. It was shut and looked as inhospitable as the rest of the place. After a moment's delay it was opened 2 or 3 inches, and the surly face of an old woman peeped out. "And what may you be wanting?" she asked. "A bed for the night," I replied. "Can you accommodate me?" She glanced suspiciously first at me and then at my camera. "You are an artist, I make no doubt," she said, "and we don't want no more of them here." She was about to slam the door in my face, but I pushed my foot between it and the lintel. "I'm easily pleased," I said. "Can you not give me some sort of bed for the night?" "You had best have nothing to do with us," she answered. "You go off to Occurrence. They can put you up at the Crown and Thistle." "I've just come from there," I answered. As a matter of fact, I could not walk another mile. "We don't want visitors at the Castle Inn," she continued. Here she peered forward and looked into my face. "You had best be off," she repeated. "They say the place is haunted." I uttered a laugh. "You don't expect me to believe that?" I said. She glanced at me from head to foot. Her face was ominously grave. "You had best know all, sir," she said after a pause. "Something happens in this house, and no living soul knows what it is, for they who have seen it never yet survived to tell the tale. It's not more than a week back that a young gentleman came here. He was like you, bold as brass, and he too wanted a bed and would take no denial. I told him plain, and so did my man, that the place was haunted. He didn't mind no more than you mind. Well, he slept in the only room we have got for guests, and he died there." "What did he die of?" I asked. "Fright," was the answer, brief and laconic. "Now, do you want to come or not?" "Yes. I don't believe in ghosts. I want the bed, and I'm determined to have it." The woman flung the door wide open. "Don't say as I ain't warned you," she cried. "Come in, if you must." She led me into the kitchen, where a fire burned sullenly on the hearth. "Sit you down, and I'll send for Benlaws," she said. "I can only promise to give you a bed if Benlaws agrees. Les, come along here this minute." A quick young step was heard in the passage, and the pretty girl whom I had seen at the top of the lane entered. Her eyes sought my face, her lips moved as if to say something, but no sound issued from them. "Go and find your granddad," said the old woman. "Tell him there is a gentleman here that wants a bed. Ask him what's to be done." The girl favored me with a long and peculiar glance, then turning on her heel, she left the room. As soon as she did so, the old woman peered forward and looked curiously at me. "I'm sorry you're staying," she said. "Don't forget as I warned you. Remember, this ain't a proper inn at all. Once it was a mill, but that was afore Binlaw's day and mine. Gents would come in the summer and put up for the fishing, but then the story of the ghost got abroad, and lately we have no visitors to speak of. Only an odd one now and then who ain't wanted. No, he ain't wanted. You see, there was 3 deaths here. Yes." She held up one of her skinny hands and began to count on her fingers. "Yes, 3 up to the present. 3, that's it. Ah, here comes Binlaws." A shuffling step was heard in the passage, and an old man, bent with age, and wearing a long white beard, entered the room. "We ask no beds for strangers," he said, speaking in aggressive and loud tone. "Hasn't the wife said so? We don't let out beds here." "As that is the case, you have no right to have that signpost at the end of the lane," I retorted. "I am not in a mood to walk 8 miles for a shelter in a country I know nothing about." "Cannot you put me up somewhere?" "I've told the gentleman everything, Sam," said the wife. "He is just for all the world like young Mr. Wentworth, and not a bit frightened." The old landlord came up and faced me. "Look you here," he said. "You stay on at your peril. I don't want you, nor do the wife. Now, is it yes or no?" "It is yes," I said. "There's only one room you can sleep in." "One room is sufficient. It's the one Mr. Wentworth died in. Hadn't you best take up your traps and be off?" "No, I shall stay." "Then there's no more to be said." "Run less," said the woman, "and light the fire in the parlor." The girl left the room, and the woman, taking up a candle, said she would take me to the chamber where I was to sleep. She led me down a long and narrow passage, and then, opening a door, down 2 steps into the most extraordinary looking room I had ever seen. The walls were completely circular, covered with a paper of staring, grotesque pattern. A small iron bedstead projected into the middle of the floor, which was uncarpeted except for a slip of matting beside it. A cheap deal wash-hand stand, a couple of chairs, and a small table with a blurred-looking glass stood against the wall beneath a deep embrasure, in which there was a window. This was evidently a room in one of the circular towers. I had never seen less inviting quarters. "Your supper will be ready directly, sir," said the woman, and placing the candle on the little table, she left me. The place felt damp and draughty, and the flame of the candle flickered about, causing the tallow to gutter to one side. There was no fireplace in the room, and above, the walls converged to a point, giving the whole place the appearance of an enormous extinguisher. I made a hurried and necessarily limited toilet and went into the parlor. I was standing by the fire, which was burning badly, when the door opened and the girl Liz came in, bearing a tray in her hand. She laid the tray on the table and came up softly to me. "Fools come to this house," she said, "and you are one." "Pray let me have my supper and don't talk," I replied. "I am tired and hungry and want to go to bed." Liz stood perfectly still for a moment. "'Tain't worth it," she said. Then in a meditative voice, "No, 'tain't worth it. But I'll say no more. Folks will never be warned." Her grandmother's voice calling her caused her to bound from the room. My supper proved better than I had expected, and having finished it, I strolled into the kitchen, anxious to have a further talk with the old man. He was seated alone by the fire, a great mastiff lying at his feet. "Can you tell me why the house is supposed to be haunted?" I asked suddenly, stooping down to speak to him. "How should I know?" he cried hoarsely. "The wife and me have been here 20 years and never seen nor heard anything, but for certain folks do die in the house. It's mortal unpleasant for me, for the doctors come along and the coroner, and there's an inquest and no end of fuss. The folks die, although no one has ever laid a finger on them. The doctors can't prove why they are dead, but dead they be. Well, there ain't no use saying more. You are here, and maybe you'll pass the one night all right." "I shall go to bed at once," I said, "but I should like some candles. Can you supply me?" The man turned and looked at his wife, who at the moment entered the kitchen. She went to the dresser, opened a wooden box, and taking out 3 or 4 tallow candles, put them into my hand. I rose, simulating a yawn. "Good night, sir," said the old man. "Good night. I wish you well." A moment later I had entered my bedroom, and having shut the door, proceeded to give it a careful examination. As far as I could make out, there was no entrance to the room except by the door, which was shaped to fit the circular walls. I noticed, however, that there was an unaccountable draught, and this, I at last discovered, came from below the oak wainscoting of the wall. I could not in any way account for the draught, but it existed to an unpleasant extent. The bed, I further saw, was somewhat peculiar. It had no casters on the 4 legs, which were let down about half an inch into sockets provided for them in the wooden floor. This discovery excited my suspicions still further. It was evident that the bed was intended to remain in a particular position. I saw that it directly faced the little window sunk deep into the thick wall, so that anyone in bed would look directly at the window. I examined my watch, found that it was past 11, and placing both the candles on a tiny table near the bed, I lay down without undressing. I was on the alert to catch the slightest noise, But the hours dragged on and nothing occurred. In the house, all was silence, and outside, the splashing and churning of the water falling over the wheel came distinctly to my ears. I lay awake all night, but as morning dawned, fell into an uneasy sleep. I awoke to see the broad daylight streaming in at the small window. Making a hasty toilet, I went out for a walk and presently came in to breakfast. It had been laid for me in the big kitchen, and the old man was seated by the hearth. "Well," said the woman, "I hope you slept comfortable, sir?" I answered in the affirmative, and now perceived that old Binlaws and his wife were in humour to be agreeable. They said that if I was satisfied with the room, I might spend another night at the inn. I told them that I had a great many photographs to take, and would be much obliged for the permission. As I spoke, I looked round for the girl Liz. She was nowhere to be seen. "Where is your granddaughter?" I asked of the old woman. "She has gone away for the day," was the reply. "It's too much for Liz to see strangers. She gets excited and then the fits come on." "What sort of fits?" "I can't tell what they are called, but they are bad and weaken her, poor thing. Liz ought never to be excited." Here Binlaws gave his wife a warning glance. She lowered her eyes, and going across to the range, began to stir the contents of something in a saucepan. That afternoon I borrowed some lines from Binlaws, and taking an old boat which was moored to the bank of the mill pond, set off under the pretence of fishing for pike. The weather was perfect for the time of year. Waiting for my opportunity, I brought the boat up to land on the bank that dammed up the stream, and getting out, walked along it in the direction of the mill wheel, over which the water was now rushing. As I observed it from this side of the bank, I saw that the tower in which my room was placed must at one time have been part of the mill itself, and I further noticed that the masonry was comparatively new, showing that alterations must have taken place when the house was abandoned as a mill and was turned into an inn. I clambered down the side of the wheel, holding on to the beams, which were green and slippery, and peered through the paddles. As I was making my examination, a voice suddenly startled me. "What are you doing down there?" I looked up. Old Binlaws was standing on the bank looking down at me. He was alone, and his face was contorted with a queer mixture of fear and passion. I hastily hoisted myself up and stood beside him. "What are you poking about down there for?" he said, pushing his ugly old face into mine as he spoke. "You fool! If you had fallen, you would have been drowned. No one could swim a stroke in that mill race. And then there would have been another death, and all the old fuss over again. Look here, sir, will you have the goodness to get out of the place? I don't want you here any more." "I intend to leave tomorrow morning," I answered in a pacifying voice, "and I am really very much obliged to you for warning me about the mill." "You had best not go near it again," he said in a menacing voice, and then he turned hastily away. I watched him as he climbed up a steep bank and disappeared from view. He was going in the opposite direction from the house. Seizing the opportunity of his absence, I once more approached the mill. Was it possible that Wentworth had been hurled into it? But had this been the case, there would have been signs and marks on the body. Having reached the wheel, I clambered boldly down. It was now getting dusk, but I could see that a prolongation of the axle entered the wall of the tower, and the fittings were also in wonderfully good order, and the bolt that held the great wheel only required to be drawn out to set in motion. That evening, during supper, I thought very hard. I perceived that Binlaws was angry, also that he was suspicious and alarmed. I saw plainly that the only way to really discover what had been done to Wentworth was to cause the old ruffian to try similar means to get rid of me. This was a dangerous expedient, but I felt desperate, and my curiosity as well as interest were keenly aroused. Having finished my supper, I went into the passage preparatory to going into the kitchen. I had on felt slippers, and my footfall made no noise. As I approached the door, I heard Binlaws saying to his wife, "He has been poking about the mill wheel. I wish he would make him some scares." "Oh, he can't find out anything," was the reply. "You keep quiet, Binlaws. He'll be off in the morning." "That's as may be," was the answer, and then there came a harsh and very disagreeable laugh. I waited for a moment, and then entered the kitchen. Binlaws was alone now. He was bending over the fire, smoking. "I shall leave early in the morning," I said, "so please have my bill ready for me." I then seated myself near him, drawing up my chair close to the blaze. He looked as if he resented this, but said nothing. "I am very curious about the deaths which occur in this house," I said after a pause. "How many did you say there were?" "That is nothing to you," he answered. "We never wanted you here. You can go when you please." I shall go tomorrow morning, but I wish to say something now. And what may that be? I don't believe in that story about the place being haunted. Oh, you don't you? He dropped his pipe, and his glittering eyes gazed at me with a mixture of anger and ill-concealed alarm. No, I paused. Then I said slowly and emphatically, I went back to the mill even after your warning, and— What? He cried, starting to his feet. Nothing, I answered. Only I don't believe in the ghost. His face turned not only white but livid. I left him without another word. I saw that his suspicions had been much strengthened by my words. This I intended. To induce the ruffian to do his worst was the only way to wring his secret from him. My hideous room looked exactly as it had done on the previous evening. The grotesque pattern on the walls seemed to start out in bold relief. Some of the ugly lines seemed at that moment to my imagination almost to take human shape, to convert themselves into ogre-like faces, and to grin at me. Was I too daring? Was it wrong of me to risk my life in this manner? I was terribly tired, and curious as it may seem, my greatest fear at that crucial moment was a dread that I might fall asleep. I had spent 2 nights with scarcely any repose, and felt that at any moment, notwithstanding all my efforts, slumber might visit me. In order to give Binlaw's full opportunity for carrying out his scheme, it was necessary for me to get into bed and even to feign sleep. In my present exhausted condition, the pretence of slumber would easily lapse into the reality. This risk, however, which really was a very grave one, must be run. Without undressing, I got into bed, pulling the bedclothes well over me. In my hand, I held my revolver. I deliberately put out the candles, and then lay motionless, waiting for events. The house was quiet as a grave. There was not a stir, and gradually my nerves, excited as they were, began to calm down. As I had fully expected, overpowering sleepiness seized me, and notwithstanding every effort, I found myself drifting away into the land of dreams. I began to wish that whatever apparition was to appear would do so at once and get it over. Gradually but surely I seemed to pass from all memory of my present world and to live in a strange and terrible phantasmagoria. In that state I slept. In that state also I dreamt, and dreamt horribly. I thought I was dancing a waltz with an enormously tall woman. She towered above me, clasping me in her arms, and began to whirl me round and round at a giddy speed. I could hear the crashing music of a distant band. Faster and faster, round and round some great empty hall was I whirled. I knew that I was losing my senses, and screamed to her to stop and let me go. Suddenly there was a terrible crash close to me. Good God! I found myself awake, but I was still moving. Where was I? Where was I going? I leapt up onto the bed, only to reel and fall heavily backwards upon the floor. What was the matter? Why was I sliding? Had I suddenly gone mad? Or was I still suffering from some hideous nightmare? I tried to move, to stagger to my feet. Then, by slow degrees, my senses began to return, and I knew where I was. I was in the circular room, the room where Wentworth had died. But what was happening to me I could not divine. I only knew that I was being whirled round and round at a velocity that was every moment increasing. By the moonlight that struggled in through the window, I saw that the floor and the bed upon it was revolving, but the table was lying on its side, and its fall must have awakened me. I could not see any other furniture in the room. By what mysterious manner had it been removed? Making a great effort, I crawled to the center of this awful chamber, and, seizing the foot of the bed, struggled to my feet. Here I knew there would be less motion, and I could just manage to see the outline of the door. I had taken the precaution to slip the revolver into my pocket, and I still felt that if human agency appeared, I had a chance of selling my life dearly. But surely the horror I was passing through was invented by no living man. As the floor of the room revolved in the direction of the door, I made a dash for it, but I was carried swiftly past and again fell heavily. When I came round again, I made a frantic effort to cling to one of the steps, but in vain. The head of the bedstead caught me as it flew round and tore my arms away. In another moment, I believe I should have gone raving mad with terror. My head felt as if it would burst. I found it impossible to think consecutively. The only idea which really possessed me was a mad wish to escape from this hideous place. I struggled to the bedstead, and dragging the legs from their sockets, pulled it into the middle of the room away from the wall. With this out of the way, I managed at last to reach the door in safety. The moment my hand grasped the handle, I leapt upon the little step and tried to wrench the door open. It was locked from without. It defied my every effort. I had only just standing room for my feet. Below me, the floor of the room was still racing round with terrible speed. I dared scarcely look at it, for the giddiness in my head increased each moment. The next instant, a soft footstep was distinctly audible, and I saw a gleam of light through a chink of the door. I heard a hand fumbling at the lock. The door was slowly opened outwards, and I saw the face of Benloss. For a moment he did not perceive me, for I was crouching down on the step, and the next instant, with all my force, I flung myself upon him. He uttered a yell of terror. The lantern he carried dropped and went out, but I had gripped him round the neck with my fingers, driving them deep down into his lean, sinewy throat. With frantic speed, I pulled him along the passage up to a window through which the moonlight was shining. Here I released my hold of his throat, but immediately covered him with my revolver. "Down on your knees, or you are dead, man," I cried. "Confess everything, or I shoot you through the heart." His courage had evidently forsaken him. He began to whimper and cried bitterly. "Spare my life," he screamed. "I will tell everything. Only spare my life." "Be quick about it," I said. "I am in no humor to be merciful. Out with the truth." I was listening anxiously for the wife's step, but except for the low hum of machinery and the splashing of the water, I heard nothing. "Speak," I said, giving the old man a shake. His lips trembled. His words came out falteringly. "It was Wentworth's doing," he panted. "Wentworth? Not the murdered man?" I cried. No, his cousin, the ruffian who has been the curse of my life. Owing to that last death, he inherits the property. He is the real owner of the mill, and he invented the revolving floor. There were debts. Oh yes. It was so easy, and I wanted the money. The police never suspected, nor did the doctors. Wentworth was bitter hard on me, and I got into his power." Here he choked and sobbed. "I am a miserable old man, sir," he gasped. "So you killed your victims for the sake of money?" I said, grasping him by the shoulder. "Yes," he said, "yes. The bailiff had 20 pounds all in gold. No one ever knew. I took it and was able to satisfy Wentworth for a bet." "And what about Archibald Wentworth?" "That was his doing, and I was to be paid." "And now finally you wanted to get rid of me?" "Yes, for you suspected." As I spoke, I perceived by the ghastly light of the moon another door near. I opened it and saw that it was the entrance to a small, dark lumber room. I pushed the old man in, turned the key in the lock, and ran downstairs. The wife was still unaccountably absent. I opened the front door, and trembling, exhausted, drenched in perspiration, found myself in the open air. Every nerve was shaken. At that terrible moment I was not in the least master of myself. My one desire was to fly from the hideous place. I had just reached the little gate when a hand, light as feather, touched my arm. I looked up. The girl Liz stood before me. "You are saved," she said. "Thank God. I tried all I could to stop the wheel. See, I am drenched to the skin. I could not manage it. But at least I locked Granny up. She is in the kitchen, sound asleep. She drank a lot of gin." "Where were you all day yesterday?" I asked. "Locked up in a room in the further tower, but I managed to squeeze through the window, although it half killed me. I knew if you stay, they would try it on tonight. Thank God you're saved." "Well, don't keep me now," I said. "I have been saved by a miracle." "You are a good girl. I am much obliged to you. You must tell me another time how you managed to live through all these horrors." "Ain't I all but mad?" was a pathetic reply. "Oh my God, what I suffer!" She pressed her hand to her face. The look in her eyes was terrible, but I could not wait now to talk to her further. I hastily left the place. How I reached Harkhurst I can never tell, but early in the morning I found myself there. I went straight to Dr. Stanmore's house, and having got him up, I communicated my story. He and I together immediately visited the superintendent of police. Having told my exciting tale, we took a trap, and all three returned to the Castle Inn. We were back there before 8 o'clock on the following morning. But as the police officer expected, the place was empty. Benloss had been rescued from the dark closet, and he and his wife and the girl Liz had all flown. The doctor, the police officer, and I all went up to the circular room. We then descended to the basement, and after a careful examination, we discovered a low door through which we crept. We then found ourselves in a dark vault which was full of machinery. By the light of a lantern, we examined it. Here we saw an explanation of the whole trick. The shaft of the mill wheel, which was let through the wall of the tower, was continuous with the axle of the vertical cogged wheel, and by a multiplication action turned a large horizontal wheel into which a vertical shaft descended. This shaft was let into the center of the 4 cross beams supporting the floor of the room in which I had slept. All round the circular edge of the floor was a steel rim which turned in a circular socket. It needed but a touch to set this hideous apparatus in motion. The police immediately started in pursuit of Binlaws, and I returned to London. That evening, Edgecombe and I visited Dr. Miles Gordon. Hard-headed old physician that he was literally aghast when I told him my story. He explained to me that a man placed in the position in which I was when the floor began to move would by means of centrifugal force suffer from enormous congestion of the brain. In fact, the revolving floor would induce an artificial condition of apoplexy. If the victim were drugged or even only sleeping heavily and the floor began to move slowly, insensibility would almost immediately be induced, which would soon pass into coma and death, and a post-mortem examination some hours afterwards would show no cause for death, as the brain would appear perfectly healthy, the blood having again left it. From the presence of Dr. Miles Gordon, Edgecombe and I went to Scotland Yard, and the whole affair was put into the hands of the London detective force. With a clue which I had almost sacrificed my life to furnish, they quickly did the rest. Wentworth was arrested, and under pressure was induced to make a full confession, but old Binlaws had already told me the gist of the story. Wentworth's father had owned the mill, had got into trouble with the law, and changed his name. In fact, he had spent 5 years in penal servitude. He then went to Australia and made money. He died when his son was a young man. This youth inherited all the father's vices. He came home, visited the mill, and being of mechanical turn of mind, invented the revolving floor. He changed the mill into an inn, put Binlaws, one of his pals, into possession with full intention of murdering unwary travellers from time to time for their money. The police, however, wanted him for a forged bill, and he thought it best to fly. Binlaws was left in full possession. Worried by Wentworth, who had him in his power for a grave crime committed years ago, he himself on 2 occasions murdered a victim in the circular room. Meanwhile, several unexpected deaths had taken place in the older branch of the Wentworth family, and Archibald Wentworth alone stood between his cousin and the great estates. Wentworth came home, and with the aid of Binlaws got Archibald into his power. The young artist slept in the fatal room, and his death was the result. At this moment, Wentworth and Binlaws are committed for trial at the Old Bailey. There is no doubt what the result will be. The ghost mystery in connection with the Castle Inn has, of course, been explained away forever. The End of the Mystery of the Circular Chamber by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. The Adventure of the Norwood Builder, from the Written of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganan. The Adventure of the Norwood Builder. From the point of view of the criminal expert, said Mr. Sherlock Holmes, London has become a singularly uninteresting city since the death of the late lamented Professor Moriarty. I can hardly think that you would find many decent citizens to agree with you, I answered. Well, I must not be selfish, said he with a smile, as he pushed back his chair from the breakfast table. The community is certainly the gainer, and no one the loser, save the poor out-of-work specialist whose occupation is gone. With that man in the field, one's morning paper presented infinite possibilities. Often it was only the smallest trace, Watson, the faintest indication, and yet it was enough to tell me that the great malignant brain was there, as the gentlest tremors of the edges of the web reminded one of the foul spider which lurks in the centre. Petty thefts, wanton assaults, purposeless outrage. To the man who held the clue, all could be worked into one connected whole. To the scientific student of the higher criminal world, no capital in Europe offered the advantages which London then possessed. But now, he shrugged his shoulders in humorous deprecation of the state of things which he had himself done so much to produce. At the time of which I speak, Holmes had been back for some months, and I, at his request, had sold my practice and written to share the old quarters in Baker Street. A young doctor named Werner had purchased my small Kensington practice and given, with astonishingly little demur, The highest price which I venture to ask, an incident which only explained itself some years later when I found that Werner was a distant relation of Holmes and that it was my friend who had really found the money. Our months of partnership had not been so uneventful as he had stated, for I find, on looking over my notes, that this period includes the case of the papers of ex-President Murillo and also the shocking affair of the Dutch steamship Friesland, which so nearly cost us both our lives. His cold and proud nature was always averse, however, from anything in the shape of public applause, and he bound me in the most stringent terms to say no further word of himself, his methods, or his successes, a prohibition which, as I have explained, has only now been removed. Mr. Sherlock Holmes was leaning back in his chair after his whimsical protest and was unfolding his morning paper in a leisurely fashion when our attention was arrested by a tremendous ring at the bell, followed immediately by a hollow drumming sound as if someone were beating on the outer door with his fist. As it opened, there came a tumultuous rush into the hall, rapid feet clattered up the stairs, and an instant later a wild-eyed, frantic young man, pale, dishevelled, and palpitating, burst into the room. He looked from one to the other of us, and under our gaze of inquiry he became conscious that some apology was needed for his unceremonious entry. "I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes," he cried. "You mustn't blame me. I'm nearly mad. Mr. Holmes, I'm the unhappy John Hector MacFarlane." He made the announcement as if the name alone would explain both his visit and its manner, but I could see by my companion's unresponsive face that it meant no more to him than to me. "Have a cigarette, Mr. MacFarlane," said he, pushing his case across. "I'm sure that with your symptoms, my friend Dr. Watson would prescribe a sedative. The weather has been so very warm these last few days. Now, if you feel a little more composed, I should be glad if you would sit down in the chair and tell us very slowly and quietly who you are and what it is that you want. You mentioned your name as if I should recognize it, but I assure you that, beyond the obvious facts that you are a bachelor, a solicitor, a Freemason, and an asthmatic, I know nothing whatever about you." Familiar as I was with my friend's methods, it was not difficult for me to follow his deductions and to observe the untidiness of attire, the sheaf of legal papers, the watch charm, and the breathing which had prompted them. Our client, however, stared in amazement. "Yes, I am all that, Mr. Holmes, and in addition, I am the most unfortunate man at this moment in London. For heaven's sake, don't abandon me, Mr. Holmes. If they come to arrest me before I have finished my story, make them give me time so that I may tell you the whole truth. I could go to jail happily if I knew that you were working for me outside." "Arrest you," said Holmes. "This is really most interesting. On what charge do you expect to be arrested?" "Upon the charge of murdering Mr. Jonas Oldacre of Lower Norwood." My companion's expressive face showed a sympathy which was not, I am afraid, entirely unmixed with satisfaction. "Dear me," said he. "It was only this moment at breakfast that I was saying to my friend Dr. Watson that sensational case had disappeared out of our papers." Our visitor stretched forward a quivering hand and picked up the Daily Telegraph which still lay upon Holmes' knee. "If you had looked at it, sir, you would have seen at a glance what the errand is on which I have come to you this morning. I feel as if my name and my misfortune must be in every man's mouth." He turned it over to expose a central page. "Here it is, and with your permission I will read it to you. Listen to this, Mr. Holmes. The headlines are: Mysterious Affair at Lower Norwood. Disappearance of a well-known builder. Suspicion of murder and arson. A clue to the criminal. That is the clue which they are already following, Mr. Holmes, and I know that it leads infallibly to me. I have been followed from London Bridge Station, and I am sure that they are only waiting for the warrant to arrest me. It will break my mother's heart. It will break a heart." He wrung his hands in an agony of apprehension and swayed backward and forward in his chair. I looked with interest upon this man, who was accused of being the perpetrator of a crime of violence. He was flaxen-haired and handsome in a washed-out negative fashion, with frightened blue eyes and a clean-shaven face with a weak, sensitive mouth. His age may have been 27, his dress and bearing that of a gentleman. From the pocket of his light summer overcoat protruded the bundle of endorsed papers which proclaimed his profession. "We must use what time we have," said Holmes. "Watson, would you have the kindness to take the paper and read the paragraph in question?" Underneath the vigorous heading which our client had quoted, I read the following suggestive narrative. "Late last night, early this morning, an incident occurred at Lower Norwood which points, it is feared, to a serious crime. Mr. Jonas Oldacre is a well-known resident of that suburb, where he has carried on his business as a builder for many years. Mr. Oldacre is a bachelor, 52 years of age, and lives in Deep Dean House at the Sydenham end of the road of that name. He has had the reputation of being a man of eccentric habits, secretive and retiring. For some years he has practically withdrawn from the business in which he is said to have amassed considerable wealth. A small timber yard still exists, however, at the back of the house, and last night about 12 o'clock an alarm was given that one of the stacks was on fire. The engines were soon upon the spot, but the dry wood burned with great fury, and it was impossible to arrest the conflagration until the stack had been entirely consumed. Up to this point the incident bore the appearance of an ordinary accident, but fresh indications seemed to point to serious crime. Surprise was expressed at the absence of the master of the establishment from the scene of the fire, and an inquiry followed which showed that he had disappeared from the house. An examination of his room revealed that the bed had not been slept in, that a safe which stood in it was open, that a number of important papers were scattered about the room, and finally that there were signs of a murderous struggle, slight traces of blood being found within the room, and an oaken walking stick which also showed stains of blood upon the handle. It is known that Mr. Jonas Oldacre had received a late visitor in his bedroom upon that night, and the stick found has been identified as the property of this person, who is a young London solicitor named John Hector Macfarlane, junior partner of Graham and Macfarlane of 426 Gresham Buildings, E.C. The police believe that they have evidence in their possession which supplies a very convincing motive for the crime, and altogether it cannot be doubted that sensational development will follow. Later, it is rumoured as we go to press that Mr. John Hector Macfarlane has actually been arrested on the charge of the murder of Mr. Jonas Oldacre. It is at least certain that a warrant has been issued. There have been further and sinister developments at the investigation at Norwood. Besides the sign of a struggle in the room of the unfortunate builder, it is now known that the French window of his bedroom, which is on the ground floor, were found to be open, that there were marks as if some bulky object had been dragged across the woodpile, and finally it is asserted that charred remains have been found among the charcoal ashes of the fire. The police theory is that a most sensational crime has been committed, that the victim was clubbed to death in his own bedroom, his papers rifled, and his dead body dragged across to the wood stack, which has then been ignited so as to hide all traces of the crime. The conduct of the criminal investigation has been left in the experienced hands of Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, who is following up the clues with his accustomed energy and sagacity. Sherlock Holmes listened with closed eyes and fingertips together to this remarkable account. "The case has certainly some points of interest," said he, in his languid fashion. "May I ask in the first place, Mr. Macfarlane, how it is that you are still at liberty, since there appears to be enough evidence to justify your arrest?" "I live at Torrington Lodge, Blackheath, with my parents, Mr. Holmes. But last night, having to do business very late with Mr. Jonas Oldacre, I stayed at an hotel in Norwood, and came to my business from there. I knew nothing of this affair until I was in the train, when I read what you have just read. I at once saw the horrible danger of my position and hurried to put the case into your hands. I have no doubt that I should have been arrested either at my city office or at my home. A man followed me from London Bridge Station, and I have no doubt— Great heaven! What is that?" There was a clang of the bell, followed instantly by heavy steps upon the stair. A moment later our old friend Lestrade appeared in the doorway. Over his shoulder caught a glimpse of one or two uniformed policemen outside. "Mr. John Hector Macfarlane?" said Lestrade. Our unfortunate client rose with a ghastly face. "I arrest you for the wilful murder of Mr. Jonas Oldacre of Lower Norwood." Macfarlane turned to us with a gesture of despair and sank into his chair once more like one who is crushed. "One moment, Lestrade," said Holmes. "Half an hour more or less can make no difference to you, and the gentleman was about to give us an account of this very interesting affair, which might aid us in clearing it up." "I think there will be no difficulty in clearing it up," said Lestrade grimly. "Nonetheless, with your permission, I should be much interested to hear his account." "Well, Mr. Holmes, it's difficult for me to refuse you anything, for you have been of use to the force once or twice in the past, and we owe you a good turn at Scotland Yard," said Lestrade. "At the same time, I must remain with my prisoner, and I am bound to warn him that anything we may say will appear in evidence against him." "I wish nothing better," said our client. "All I ask is that you should hear and recognize the absolute truth." Lestrade looked at his watch. "I'll give you half an hour," said he. "I must explain first," said Macfarlane, "that I knew nothing of Mr. Jonas Oldacre. His name was familiar to me, for many years ago my parents were acquainted with him, but they drifted apart. I was very much surprised, therefore, when yesterday, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he walked into my office in the city. But I was still more astonished when he told me the object of his visit. He had in his hand several sheets of a notebook covered with scribbled writing. Here they are, and he laid them on my table. Here is my will, he said. I want you, Mr. McFarlane, to cast it into proper legal shape. I will sit here while you do so. I set myself to copy it, and you can imagine my astonishment when I found that, with some reservations, he had left all his property to me. He was a strange little ferret-like man with white eyelashes, and when I looked up at him, I found his keen grey eyes fixed upon me with an amused expression. I could hardly believe my own as I read the terms of the will, but he explained that he was a bachelor with hardly any living relation, that he had known my parents in his youth, and that he had always heard of me as a very deserving young man, and was assured that his money would be in worthy hands. Of course, I could only stammer out my thanks. This will was duly finished, signed, and witnessed by my clerk. This is it on the blue paper, and these slips, as I have explained, are the rough draft. Mr. Jonas Oldacre then informed me that there were a number of documents, building leases, title deeds, mortgages, scrip, and so forth, which it was necessary that I should see and understand. He said that his mind would not be easy until the whole thing was settled, and he begged me to come out to his house at Norwood that night, bringing the will with me, and to arrange matters. Remember, my boy, not one word to your parents about the affair until everything is settled. We will keep it as a little surprise for them. He was very insistent upon this point, and made me promise it faithfully. You can imagine, Mr. Holmes, that I was in no humour to refuse him anything that he might ask. He was my benefactor, and all my desire was to carry out his wishes in every particular. I sent a telegram home, therefore, to say that I had an important business on hand, and that it was impossible for me to say how late I might be. Mr. Oldacre told me that he would like me to have supper with him at 9, as he might not be home before that hour. I had some difficulty in finding his house, however, and it was nearly half-past before I reached it. I found him. "One moment," said Holmes. "Who opened the door?" "A middle-aged woman, who was, I suppose, his housekeeper." "And it was she, I presume, who mentioned your name?" "Exactly," said Mr. McFarlane. "Pray proceed." McFarlane wiped his damp brow, and then continued his narrative. I was shown by this woman into a sitting room, where a frugal supper was laid out. Afterwards, Mr. Jonas Oldacre led me into his bedroom, in which there stood a heavy safe. This he opened, and took out a mass of documents, which we went over together. It was between 11 and 12 when we finished. He remarked that we must not disturb the housekeeper. He showed me out through his French window, which had been open all this time. "Was the blind down?" asked Holmes. "I will not be sure, but I believe that it was only half down. Yes, I remember how he pulled it up in order to swing open that window. I could not find my stick, and he said, 'Never mind, my boy, I shall see a good deal of you now, I hope, and I will keep your stick until you come back to claim it.' I left him there, the safe open, and the papers made up in packets upon the table. It was so late that I could not get back to Blackheath, so I spent the night at the Annerley Arms, and I knew nothing more until I read of this horrible affair in the morning." "Anything more that you would like to ask, Mr. Holmes?" said Lestrade, whose eyes had gone up once or twice during this remarkable explanation. "Not until I have been to Blackheath." "You mean to Norwood?" said Lestrade. "Oh, yes, no doubt that is what I must have meant," said Holmes, with his enigmatical smile. Lestrade had learned by more experiences than he would care to acknowledge that brain could cut through that which was impenetrable to him. I saw him look curiously at my companion. "I think I should like to have a word with you presently, Mr. Sherlock Holmes," said he. "Now, Mr. McFarlane, 2 of my constables are at the door, and there is a four-wheeler waiting." The wretched young man arose, and with a last beseeching glance at us, walked from the room. The officers conducted him to the cab, but Lestrade remained. Holmes had picked up the pages which formed the rough draft of the will, and was looking at them with the keenest interest upon his face. "There seems to be some points about the document, Lestrade, are there not?" said he, pushing them over. The official looked at them with a puzzled expression. "I can read the first few lines, and these in the middle of the second page, and 1 or 2 at the end. Those are as clear as print," said he. "But the writing in between is very bad, and there are 3 places where I cannot read it at all." "What do you make of that?" said Holmes. "Well, what do you make of it?" "That it was written in a train. The good writing represents stations, the bad writing movement, and the very bad writing passing over points. A scientific expert would pronounce at once that this was drawn upon a suburban line, since nowhere save in the immediate vicinity of a great city could there be so quick a succession of points. Granting that his whole journey was occupied in drawing up the will, then the train was an express, only stopping once between Norwood and London Bridge. Lestrade began to laugh. "You are too many for me when you begin to get on your theories, Mr. Holmes," said he. "How does this bear on the case?" "Well, it corroborates the young man's story to the extent that the will was drawn up by Jonas Holdek on his journey yesterday. It is curious, is it not, that a man should draw up so important a document in so haphazard a fashion? It suggests that he did not think it was going to be of much practical importance. If a man drew up a will which he did not intend ever to be effective, he might do it so." "Well, he drew up his own death warrant at the same time," said Lestrade. "Oh, you think so? Don't you?" "Well, it's quite possible, but the case is not clear to me yet." "Not clear? Well, if that isn't clear, what could be clearer? Here is a young man who learns suddenly that if a certain old man dies, he will succeed to a fortune. What does he do? He says nothing to anyone, but he arranges that he shall go out on some pretext to see his client that night. He waits until the only other person in the house is in bed, and then, in the solitude of a man's room, he murders him, burns his body in the woodpile, and departs to a neighboring hotel. The bloodstains in the room and also on the stick are very slight. It's probable that he imagined his crime to be a bloodless one, and hoped that if the body were consumed, it would hide all traces of the method of his death, traces which for some reason must have pointed to him. Is not all this obvious?" "It strikes me, my good Lestrade, as being just a trifle too obvious," said Holmes. "You do not add imagination to your other great qualities. But if you could for one moment put yourself in the place of this young man, would you choose the very night after the will had been made to commit your crime? Would it not seem dangerous to you to make so very close a relation between the two incidents? Again, would you choose an occasion when you are known to be in the house, when a servant has let you in? And finally, would you take the great pains to conceal the body and yet leave your own stick as a sign that you were the criminal? Confess, Lestrade, that all this is very unlikely. As to the stick, Mr. Holmes, you know as well as I do that a criminal is often flurried and does such things which a cool man would avoid. He was very likely afraid to go back to the room. Give me another theory that would fit the facts." "I could very easily give you half a dozen," said Holmes. "Here, for example, is a very possible and even probable one. I make you a free present of it. The old man is showing documents which are of evident value. A passing tram sees them through the window, the blind of which is only half down. Exit the solicitor, enter the tram. He seizes a stick, which he observes there, kills Oldacre, and departs after burning the body. Why should the tram burn the body? For the matter of that, why should MacFarlane? To hide some evidence. Possibly the tramp wanted to hide that any murder at all had been committed. And why did the tramp take nothing? Because they were papers that he could not negotiate." Lestrade shook his head, though it seemed to me that his manner was less absolutely assured than before. "Well, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you may look for your tramp, and while you are finding him, we will hold on to our man. The future will show which is right. Just notice this point, Mr. Holmes, that so far as we know, none of the papers were removed, and that the prisoner is the one man in the world who had no reason for removing them, since he was heir at law and would come into them in any case." My friend seemed struck by this remark. "I don't mean to deny that the evidence is in some ways very strongly in favor of your theory," said he. "I only wish to point out that there are other theories possible. As you say, the future will decide. Good morning. I dare say that in the course of the day I shall drop in at Norwood and see how you are getting on." When the detective departed, my friend rose and made his preparations for the day's work with the alert air of a man who has a congenial task before him. "My first movement, Watson," said he, as he bustled into his frock coat, "must, as I said, be in the direction of Blackheath." "And why not Norwood?" "Because we have in this case one singular incident coming close to the heels of another singular incident. The police are making the mistake of concentrating their attention upon the second because it happens to be the one which is actually criminal. But it is evident to me that the logical way to approach the case is to begin by trying to throw some light upon the first incident, the curious will so suddenly made, and to so unexpected an heir. It may do something to simplify what followed. No, my dear fellow, I don't think you can help me. There is no prospect of danger, or I should not dream of stirring out without you. I trust that when I see you in the evening, I will be able to report that I have been able to do something for this unfortunate youngster who has thrown himself upon my protection. It was late when my friend returned, and I could see by a glance at his haggard and anxious face that the high hopes with which he had started had not been fulfilled. For an hour he droned away upon his violin, endeavouring to soothe his own ruffled spirits. At last he flung down the instrument and plunged into a detailed account of his misadventures. "It's all going wrong, Watson. All as wrong as it can go. I kept a bold face before Lestrade, but upon my soul I believe that for once the fellow is on the right track and we are on the wrong. All my instincts are one way and all the facts are the other, and I much fear the British juries have not yet attained that pitch of intelligence when they will give the preference to my theories over Lestrade's facts." "Did you go to Blackheath?" "Yes, Watson. I went there, and I found very quickly that the late lamented Oldacre was a pretty considerable blackguard. The father was away in search of his son. The mother was at home, a little, fluffy, blue-eyed person, in a tremor of fear and indignation. Of course, she would not admit even the possibility of his guilt, but she would not express either surprise or regret over the fate of Oldacre. On the contrary, she spoke of him with such bitterness that she was unconsciously considerably strengthening the case of the police, for, of course, if her son had heard her speak of the man in this fashion, it would predispose him towards hatred and violence. "He was more like a malignant and cunning ape than a human being," said she, "and he always was, ever since he was a young man." "You knew him at that time?" said I. "Yes, I knew him well, in fact. He was an old suitor of me. Thank heaven that I had the sense to turn away from him and to marry a better, if poorer man. I was engaged to him, Mr. Holmes, when I heard a shocking story of how he had turned a cat loose in an aviary, and I was so horrified at his brutal cruelty that I would have nothing more to do with him." She rummaged in a bureau, and presently she produced a photograph of a woman shamefully defaced and mutilated with a knife. "That is my own photograph," she said. "He sent it to me in that state, with his curse upon my wedding morning." "Well," said I, "at least he has forgiven you now, since he has left all his property to your son." "Neither my son nor I want anything from Jonas Oldacre, dead or alive," she cried, with a proper spirit. "There is a God in heaven, Mr. Holmes, and that same God who has punished that wicked man will show in his own good time that my son's hands are guiltless of his blood." Well, I tried one or two leads, but could get at nothing which would help her hypothesis, and several points which would make against it. I gave it up at last, and off I went to Norwood. This place, Deepdene House, is a big modern villa of staring brick, standing back in its own grounds, with a laurel-clumped lawn in front of it. To the right, and some distance back from the road, was a timber yard which had been the scene of the fire. Here is a rough plan on a leaf of my notebook. This window on the left is the one which opens into Oldacre's room. You can look into it from the road, you see. That is the only bit of consolation I have had today. Lestrade was not there, but his head constable did the honours. They had found a great treasure trove. They had spent the morning raking among the ashes of the burnt wood pile, and besides the charred organic remains, they had secured several discoloured metal discs. I examined them with care, and there was no doubt they were trouser buttons. I even distinguished that one of them was marked with the name of Hyams, who was Oldacre's tailor. I then worked the lawn very carefully for signs and traces, but this drought has made everything as hard as iron. Nothing was to be seen, save that some body or bundle had been dragged through a low privet hedge which is in a line with the woodpile. All that, of course, fits in with the official theory. I crawled about the lawn with an August sun on my back, and I got up at the end of an hour no wiser than before. Well, after this fiasco, I went into the bedroom and examined it also. The bloodstains were very slight, mere smears and discolorations, but undoubtedly fresh. The stick had been removed, but there also the marks were slight. There is no doubt about the stick belonging to our client. He admits it. Footmarks of both men could be made out on the carpet, but none of any third person, which again is a trick for the other side. They were piling up their score all the time, and we were at a standstill. Only one little gleam of hope did I get, and yet it amounted to nothing. I examined the contents of the safe, most of which had been taken out and left on the table. The papers had been made up into sealed envelopes, one or two of which had been opened by the police. They were not, so far as I could judge, of any great value, nor did the bank book show that Mr. Oldacre was in such very affluent circumstances. But it seemed to me that all the papers were not there. There were allusions to some deeds, possibly the more valuable, which I could not find. This, of course, if he could definitely prove it, would turn Lestrade's argument against himself. For who would steal a thing if he knew that he would shortly inherit it? Finally, having drawn every other cover and picked up no scent, I tried my luck with the housekeeper. Mrs. Lexington is her name, a little dark silent person with suspicious and sidelong eyes. She could tell us something if she would, I am convinced of it, but she was as close as wax. Yes, she had let Mr. McFarlane in at 9:30. She wished her hand had withered before she had done so. She had gone to bed at 10:30. Her bedroom was at the other end of the house, and she could hear nothing of what had passed. Mr. McFarlane had left his hat, and to the best of her belief, his stick in the hall. She had been awakened by the alarm of fire. Her poor dear master had certainly been murdered. Had he any enemies? Well, every man had enemies, but Mr. Oldacre kept himself very much to himself and only met people in the way of business. She had seen the buttons and was sure that they belonged to the clothes which he had worn last night. The woodpile was very dry, for it had not rained for a month. It burned like tinder, and by the time she reached the spot nothing could be seen but flames. She and all the firemen smelled the burnt flesh from inside it. She knew nothing of the papers, nor of Mr. Oldacre's private affairs. So, my dear Watson, there's my report of a failure, and yet, he clenched his thin hands in a paroxysm of conviction. I know it is all wrong. I feel it in my bones. There is something that has not come out, and that housekeeper knows it. There was a sort of sulky defiance in her eyes, which only goes with guilty knowledge. However, there is no good talking any more about it, Watson, but unless some lucky chance comes our way, I fear that the Norwood disappearance case will not figure in that chronicle of our successes which I foresee that a patient public will sooner or later have to endure. Surely, said I, the man's appearance would go far with any jury? That is a dangerous argument, my dear Watson. You remember the terrible murderer, Bert Stevens, who wanted us to get him off in 87? Was there ever a more mild-mannered Sunday school young man? It is true. Unless we succeed in establishing an alternative theory, this man is lost. You can hardly find a flaw in the case which can now be presented against him, and all further investigation has served to strengthen it. By the way, there is one curious little point about those papers which may serve us as a starting point for an inquiry. On looking over the bank book, I found that the low state of the balance was principally due to large checks which had been made out during the last year to Mr. Cornelius. I confess that I should be interested to know who this Mr. Cornelius may be, with whom a retired builder has such very large transactions. Is it possible that he has had a hand in the affair? Cornelius might be a broker, but we have found no script to correspond with these large payments. Failing any other indication, my researchers must take the direction of an inquiry at the bank for the gentleman who has cashed these checks. But I fear, my dear fellow, that our case will end ingloriously by Lestrade hanging our client, which will certainly be a triumph for Scotland Yard. I do not know how far Sherlock Holmes took any sleep that night, but when I came down to breakfast, I found him pale and harassed, his bright eyes the brighter for the dark shadows around them. The carpet round his chair was littered with cigarette ends and with the early editions of the morning papers. An open telegram lay upon the table. What do you think of this, Watson? He asked, tossing it across. It was from Norwood and ran as follows. Important fresh evidence to hand. McFarlane's guilt definitely established. Advise you to abandon case. Lestrade. This sounds serious, said I. It's Lestrade's little cockadoodle of victory, Holmes answered with a bitter smile. And yet, it may be premature to abandon the case. After all, important fresh evidence is a two-edged thing and may possibly cut in a very different direction to that which Lestrade imagines. Take your breakfast, Watson, and we will go out together and see what we can do. I feel as if I shall need your company and your moral support today. My friend had no breakfast himself, for it was one of his peculiarities that in his more intense moments he would permit himself no food, and I have known him presume upon his iron strength until he has fainted from pure inanition. At present I cannot spare energy and nerve force for digestion, he would say in answer to my medical remonstrances. I was not surprised, therefore, when this morning he left his untouched meal behind him and started with me for Norwood. A crowd of morbid sightseers were still gathered round Deepdene House, which was just such a suburban villa as I had pictured. Within the gates Lestrade met us, his face flushed with victory, his manner grossly triumphant. Well, Mr. Holmes, have you proved us to be wrong yet? Have you found your tramp? He cried. I have formed no conclusion whatever, my companion answered. But we formed ours yesterday, and now it proves to be correct, so you must acknowledge that we have been a little in front of you this time, Mr. Holmes. You certainly have the air of something unusual having occurred, said Holmes. Lestrade laughed loudly. You don't like being beaten any more than the rest of us do, said he. A man can't expect always to have it his own way, can he, Dr. Watson? Step this way, if you please, gentlemen, and I think I can convince you
once for all that it was John McFarlane who did this crime. He led us through the passage and led into a dark hall beyond. This is where young McFarlane must have come out to get his hat after the crime was done, said he. Now look at this. With dramatic suddenness, he struck a match and by its light exposed a stain of blood upon the whitewashed wall. As he held the match nearer, I saw that it was more than a stain. It was a well-marked print of a thumb. Look at that with your magnifying glass, Mr. Holmes. Yes, I am doing so. You are aware that no two thumb marks are alike? I have heard something of the kind. Well then, will you please compare that print with this wax impression of young McFarlane's right thumb, taken by my orders this morning? As he held the waxen print close to the bloodstain, it did not take a magnifying glass to see that the two were undoubtedly from the same thumb. It was evident to me that our unfortunate client was lost. That is final, said Lestrade. Yes, that is final, I involuntarily echoed. It is final, said Holmes. Something in his tone caught my ear and I turned to look at him. An extraordinary change had come over his face. It was writhing with inward merriment. His two eyes were shining like stars. It seemed to me that he was making desperate efforts to restrain a convulsive attack of laughter. Dear me, he said at last. Well, now, who would have thought it? And how deceptive appearances may be, to be sure. Such a nice young man to look at. It is a lesson to us not to trust our own judgment, is it not, Lestrade? Yes, some of us are a little too much inclined to be cocksure, Mr. Holmes, said Lestrade. The man's insolence was maddening, but we could not resent it. What a providential thing that this young man should press his right thumb against the wall in taking his hat from the peg. Such a very natural action, too, if you come to think of it. Holmes was outwardly calm, but his whole body gave a wriggle of suppressed excitement as he spoke. By the way, Lestrade, who made this remarkable discovery? It was the housekeeper, Mrs. Lexington, who drew the night constable's attention to it. Where was the night constable? He remained on guard in the bedroom where the crime was committed, so as to see that nothing was touched. But why didn't the police see this mark yesterday? Well, we had no particular reason to make a careful examination of the hole. Besides, it is not a very prominent place, as you see. No, of course not. I suppose there is no doubt that the mark was there yesterday? Lestrade looked at Holmes as if he thought he was going out of his mind. I confess that I was myself surprised both at his hilarious manner and at his rather wild observation. I don't know whether you think that McFarlane came out of jail in the dead of the night in order to strengthen the evidence against himself, said Lestrade. I leave it to any expert in the world whether that is not the mark of his thumb. It is unquestionably the mark of his thumb. There, that's enough, said Lestrade. I am a practical man, Mr. Holmes, and when I have got my evidence, I come to my conclusions. If you have anything to say, you will find me writing my report in the sitting room. Holmes had recovered his equanimity, though I still seemed to detect gleams of amusement in his expression. Dear me, this is a very sad development, Watson, is it not? Said he. And yet there are singular points about it which hold out some hopes for a client. I am delighted to hear it, said I heartily. I was afraid it was all up with him. I would hardly go so far as to say that, my dear Watson. The fact is that there is one really serious flaw in this evidence to which our friend attaches so much importance. Indeed, Holmes? What is it? Only this, that I know that the mark was not there when I examined the hole yesterday. And now, Watson, let us have a little stroll round in the sunshine. With a confused brain, but with a heart into which some warmth of hope was returning, I accompanied my friend in a walk round the garden. Holmes took each face of the house in turn and examined it with great interest. He then led the way inside and went over the whole building from basement to attic. Most of the rooms were unfurnished, but nonetheless Holmes inspected them all minutely. Finally, on the top corridor, which ran outside 3 untenanted bedrooms, he again was seized with a spasm of merriment. There are really some very unique features about this case, Watson, said he. I think it is time now that we took our friend Lestrade into a conference. He has had his little smile at our expense, and perhaps we may do as much by him if my reading of this problem proves to be correct. Yes, I think I see how we should approach it. The Scotland Yard inspector was still writing in the parlour when Holmes interrupted him. I understood that you were writing a report of this case, said he. So I am. Don't you think it may be a little premature? I can't help thinking that your evidence is not complete. Lestrade knew my friend too well to disregard his words. He laid down his pen and looked curiously at him. "What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?" "Only that there is an important witness whom you have not seen. Can you produce him?" "I think I can." "Then do so." "I will do my best. How many constables have you?" "There are 3 within call." "Excellent," said Holmes. "May I ask if they are all large, able-bodied men with powerful voices?" "I have no doubt they are, though I fail to see what their voices have to do with it." "Perhaps I can help you to see that, and 1 or 2 other things as well," said Holmes. "Kindly summon your men and I will try." 5 minutes later, 3 policemen had assembled in the hall. "In the outhouse you will find a considerable quantity of straw," said Holmes. "I will ask you to carry in 2 bundles of it. I think it will be of the greatest assistance in producing the witness whom I require." "Thank you very much. I believe you have some matches in your pocket, Watson. Now, Mr. Lestrade, I will ask you all to accompany me to the top landing." As I have said, there was a broad corridor there which ran outside 3 empty bedrooms. At one end of the corridor we were all marshalled by Sherlock Holmes, the constables grinning and Lestrade staring at my friend with amazement, expectation, and derision, chasing each other across the features. Holmes stood before us with the air of a conjurer who is performing a trick. "Would you kindly send one of your constables for 2 buckets of water? Put the straw on the floor here, free from the wall on either side. Now I think that we are all ready." Lestrade's face had begun to grow red and angry. "I don't know whether you are playing a game with us, Mr. Sherlock Holmes," said he. "If you know anything, you can surely say it without all this tomfoolery." "I assure you, my good Lestrade, that I have an excellent reason for everything that I do. You may possibly remember that you chaffed me a little some hours ago when the sun seemed on your side of the hedge, so you must not grudge me a little pomp and ceremony now. Might I ask you, Watson, to open that window and then put a match to the edge of the straw?" I did so, and driven by the draught, a coil of grey smoke swirled down the corridor, while the dry straw crackled and flamed. "Now we must see if we can find this witness for you, Lestrade. Might I ask you all to join in the cry of fire? Now then, 1, 2, 3. Fire!" we all yelled. "Thank you. I will trouble you once again. Fire!" Just once more, gentlemen, and all together. Fire! The shout must have rung over Norwood. It had hardly died away when an amazing thing happened. A door suddenly flew open out of what appeared to be solid wall at the end of the corridor, and a little wizened man darted out of it like a rabbit out of its burrow. "Capital," said Holmes calmly. "Watson, a bucket of water over the straw." "That'll do. Lestrade, allow me to present you with your principal missing witness, Mr. Jonas Oldacre." The detective stared at the newcomer with blank amazement. The latter was blinking in the bright light of the corridor and peering at us and at the smouldering fire. It was an odious face, crafty, vicious, malignant, with shifty, light grey eyes and white lashes. "What is this, then?" said Lestrade at last. "What have you been doing all this time, eh?" Oldacre gave an uneasy laugh, shrinking back from the furious red face of the angry detective. "I have done no harm." "No harm? You have done your best to get an innocent man hanged. If it wasn't for this gentleman here, I am not sure that you would not have succeeded." The wretched creature began to whimper. "I am sure, sir, it was only my practical joke." "Oh, a joke, was it? You won't find the laugh on your side, I promise you. Take him down and keep him in the sitting room until I come. Mr. Holmes," he continued when they had gone, "I could not speak before the constables, but I don't mind saying in the presence of Dr. Watson that this is the brightest thing that you have done yet, though it is a mystery to me how you did it. You have saved an innocent man's life, and you have prevented a very grave scandal which would have ruined my reputation in the force." Holmes smiled and clapped Lestrade upon the shoulder. "Instead of being ruined, my good sir, you will find that your reputation has been enormously enhanced. Just make a few alterations in that report which you were writing, and they will understand how hard it is to throw dust in the eyes of Inspector Lestrade. And you don't want your name to appear? Not at all. The work has its own reward. Perhaps I shall get the credit also at some distant day when I permit my zealous historian to lay out his foolscape once more. Eh, Watson? Well, now let us see where this rat has been lurking." A lath and plaster partition had been run across the passage 6 feet from the end, with a door cunningly concealed in it. It was lit within by slits under the eaves. A few articles of furniture and a supply of food and water were within, together with a number of books and papers. "There is the advantage of being a builder," said Holmes as we came out. He was able to fix up his own little hiding place without any confederate, save of course that precious housekeeper of his, whom I should lose no time in adding to your bag, Lestrade. "I will take your advice. But how did you know of this place, Mr. Holmes?" "I made up my mind that the fellow was hiding in the house. When I paced one corridor and found it 6 feet shorter than the corresponding one below, it was pretty clear where he was. I thought he had not the nerve to lie quiet before an alarm of fire. We could of course have gone in and taken him, but it amused me to make him reveal himself. Besides, I owed you a little mystification, Lestrade, for your chaff in the morning." "Well, sir, you certainly got equal with me on that. But how in the world did you know that he was in the house at all?" "The thumb mark, Lestrade. You said it was final, and so it was in a very different sense. I knew it had not been there the day before. I pay a good deal of attention to matters of detail, as you may have observed, and I had examined the hole and was sure that the wall was clear. Therefore it had been put on during the night." "But how?" "Very simple. When those packets were sealed, Jonas Oldacre got McFarlane to secure one of the seals by putting his thumb upon the soft wax. It would be done so quickly and so naturally that I dare say the young man himself has no recollection of it. Very likely it just so happened, and Oldacre had no notion of the use he would put it to. Brooding over the case in that den of his, it suddenly struck him what absolutely damning evidence he could make against McFarlane by using that thumb mark. It was the simplest thing in the world for him to take a wax impression from the seal, to moisten it in as much blood as he could get from a pinprick, and to put the mark upon the wall during the night, either with his own hand or with that of his housekeeper. If you examine those documents which he took with him into his retreat, I will lay you a wager that you find the seal with the thumb mark upon it." "Wonderful," said Lestrade. "Wonderful. It's all as clear as crystal, as you put it. But what is the object of this deep deception, Mr. Holmes?" It was amusing to me to see the detective's overbearing manner had changed suddenly to that of a child asking questions of its teacher. "Well, I don't think that is very hard to explain. A very deep, malicious, vindictive person is the gentleman who is now waiting us downstairs. You know that he was once refused by McFarlane's mother? You don't. I told you that you should go to Blackheath first and Norwood afterwards. Well, this injury, as you would consider it, has rankled in his wicked, scheming brain, and all his life he has longed for vengeance, but never seen his chance. During the last year or two, things have gone against him, secret speculation, I think, and he finds himself in a bad way. He determines to swindle his creditors, and for this purpose he pays large cheques to a certain Mr. Cornelius, who is, I imagine, himself under another name. I have not traced these cheques yet, but I have no doubt that they were banked under that name at some provincial town where Oldacre from time to time led a double existence. He intended to change his name altogether, draw this money, and vanish, starting life again elsewhere. Well, that's likely enough. It would strike him that in disappearing he might throw all pursuit off his track, and at the same time have an ample and crushing revenge upon his old sweetheart, if he could give the impression that he had been murdered by her only child. It was a masterpiece of villainy, and he carried out like a master. The idea of the will, which would give an obvious motive for the crime, the secret visit unknown to his own parents, the retention of the stick, the blood, and the animal remains and buttons in the woodpile, all were admirable. It was a net from which it seemed to me a few hours ago that there was no possible escape, but he had not that supreme gift of the artist, the knowledge of when to stop. He wished to improve that which was already perfect, to draw the rope tighter yet round the neck of his unfortunate victim, and so he ruined all. Let us descend, Lestrade. There are just one or two questions that I would ask him." The malignant creature was seated in his own parlour, with a policeman upon each side of him. "It was a joke, my good sir, a practical joke, nothing more," he whined incessantly. "I assure you, sir, that I simply concealed myself in order to see the effect of my disappearance, and I am sure that you would not be so unjust as to imagine that I would have allowed any harm to befall poor young Mr. McFarlane." "That's for a jury to decide," said Lestrade. "Anyhow, we shall have you on a charge of conspiracy, if not for attempted murder, and you will probably find that your creditors will impound the banking account of Mr. Cornelius," said Holmes. The little man started, and turned his malignant eyes upon my friend. "I have to thank you for a good deal," said he. "Perhaps I will pay my debt some day." Holmes smiled indulgently. "I fancy that, for some few years, you will find your time very fully occupied," said he. "By the way, what was it you put into the woodpile besides your old trousers? A dead dog, a rabbit's, a what? You won't tell? Dear me, how unkind of you. Well, well, I dare say that a couple of rabbits would account both for the blood and for the charred ashes. If ever you write an account, Watson, you can make rabbits serve your turn. The end of the adventure of the Norwood builder.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. The Occupant of the Room, from Day and Night Stories by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This story is read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Occupant of the Room. He arrived late at night by the yellow diligence, stiff and cramped after the toilsome ascent of 3 slow hours. The village, a single mass of shadow, was already asleep. Only in front of the little hotel was there noise and light and bustle for a moment. The horses, with tired, slouching gait, crossed the road and disappeared into the stable of their own accord, their harness trailing in the dust, and the lumbering diligence stood for the night where they had dragged it, the body of a great yellow-sided beetle with broken legs. In spite of his physical weariness, the schoolmaster, revelling in the first hours of his 10-guinea holiday, felt exhilarated, for the high alpine valley was marvellously still. Stars twinkled over the torn ridges of the Dent du Midi, where spectral snows gleamed against the rocks that looked like solid ink, and the keen air smelt of pine forests, dew-soaked pastures, and freshly sawn wood. He took it all in with a kind of bewildered delight for a few minutes, while the other 3 passengers gave directions about their luggage and went to their rooms. Then he turned and walked over the coarse matting into the glare of the hall, only just able to resist stopping to examine the big mountain map that hung upon the wall by the door. And with a sudden disagreeable shock, he came down from the ideal to the actual. For at the inn, the only inn, there was no vacant room. Even the available sofas were occupied. How stupid he had been not to write. Yet it had been impossible, he remembered, for he had come to the decision suddenly that morning in Geneva, enticed by the brilliance of the weather after a week of rain. They talked endlessly, this gold-braided porter and the hard-faced old woman. Her face was hard, he noticed, gesticulating all the time and pointing all about the village with suggestions that he ill understood, for his French was limited and their patois was fearful. There he might find a room, or there. But we are heelers full, more full than we care about. Tomorrow, perhaps, if so-and-so give up their rooms. And then, with much shrugging of shoulders, the hard-faced old woman stared at the gold-braided porter, and the porter stared sleepily at the schoolmaster. At length, however, by some process of hope, he did not himself understand, and, following directions given by the old woman that were utterly unintelligible, he went out into the street and walked towards a dark group of horses she had pointed out to him. He only knew that he meant to thunder at a door and ask for a room. He was too weary to think about details. The porter half made to go with him, but turned back at the last moment to speak with the old woman. The houses sketched themselves dimly in the general blackness. The air was cold. The whole valley was filled with the rush and thunder of falling water. He was thinking vaguely that the dawn could not be very far away, and that he might even spend the night wandering in the woods, when there was a sharp noise behind him, and he turned to see a figure hurrying after him. It was the porter, running. And in the little hall of the inn there began again a confused 3-cornered conversation, with frequent muttered colloquy and whispered asides in patois between the woman and the porter, the net result of which was that, if monsieur did not object, there was a room, after all, on the first floor, only it was in a sense engaged, that is to say. But the schoolmaster took the room without inquiring too closely into the puzzle that had somehow provided it so suddenly. The ethics of hotel keeping had nothing to do with him. If the woman offered him quarters, it was not for him to argue with her whether the said quarters were legitimately hers to offer. But the porter, evidently a little thrilled, accompanied the guest up to the room and supplied, in a mixture of French and English, details omitted by the landlady, and Minturn, the schoolmaster, soon shared the thrill with him and found himself in the atmosphere of a possible tragedy. All who know the peculiar excitement that belongs to high mountain valleys where dangerous climbing is a chief feature of the attractions, will understand a certain faint element of high alarm that goes with the picture. One looks up at the desolate, soaring ridges and thinks involuntarily of the men who find their pleasure for days and nights together, scaling perilous summits among the clouds and conquering, inch by inch, the icy peaks that forever shake their dark terror in the sky. The atmosphere of adventure, spiced with the possible horror of a very grim order of tragedy, is inseparable from any imaginative contemplation of the scene, and the idea Minturn gleaned from the half-frightened porter lost nothing by his ignorance of the language. This Englishwoman, the real occupant of the room, had insisted on going without a guide. She had left just before daybreak 2 days before. The porter had seen her start, and she had not returned. The route was difficult and dangerous, yet not impossible for a skilled climber, even a solitary one. And the Englishwoman was an experienced mountaineer. Also, she was self-willed, careless of advice, bored by warnings, self-confident to a degree. Queer, moreover, for she kept entirely to herself and sometimes remained in her room with locked doors, admitting no one for days together. A crank, evidently, of the first water. This much Minturn gathered clearly enough from the porter's talk while his luggage was brought in and the room set to rights. Further, too, that the search party had gone out and might, of course, return at any moment, in which case, thus the room was empty, yet still hers. If monsieur did not object, if the risk he ran of having to turn out suddenly in the night. It was the loquacious porter who furnished the details that made the transaction questionable, and Minturn dismissed the loquacious porter as soon as possible, and prepared to get into the hastily arranged bed and snatch all the hours of sleep he could before he was turned out. At first, it must be admitted, he felt uncomfortable, distinctly uncomfortable. He was in someone else's room. He had really no right to be there. It was the nature of an unwarrantable intrusion, and while he unpacked, he kept looking over his shoulder as though someone were watching him from the corners. Any moment, it seemed, he would hear a step in the passage. A knock would come at the door would open, and there he would see this vigorous Englishwoman looking him up and down with anger. Worse still, he would hear her voice asking him what he was doing in her room, her bedroom. Of course, he had an adequate explanation, but still. Then, reflecting that he was already half undressed, the humour of it flashed for a second across his mind, and he laughed, quietly. And at once, after that laughter, under his breath came the sudden sense of tragedy he had felt before. Perhaps even why he smiled, her body lay broken and cold upon those awful heights, the wind of snow playing over her hair, her glazed eyes staring sightless up to the stars. It made him shudder. The sense of this woman whom he had never seen, whose name he did not even know, became extraordinarily real. Almost he could imagine that she was somewhere in the room with him, hidden, observing all he did. He opened the door softly to put his boots outside, and when he closed it again, he turned the key. Then he finished unpacking and distributed his few things about the room. It was soon done, for in the first place he had only a small Gladstone and a knapsack, and secondly, the only place where he could spread his clothes was the sofa. There was no chest of drawers, and the cupboard, an unusually large and solid one, was locked. The Englishwoman's things had evidently been hastily put away in it. The only sign of her recent presence was a bunch of faded alpenroses standing in a glass jar upon the wash-hand stand. This, and a certain faint perfume, were all that remained. In spite, however, of these very slight evidences, the whole room was pervaded with a curious sense of occupancy that he found exceedingly distasteful. One moment the atmosphere seemed subtly charged with a just left feeling. The next it was a queer awareness of still here that made him turn cold and look hurriedly behind him. Altogether, the room inspired him with a singular aversion, and the strength of this aversion seemed the only excuse for his tossing the faded flowers out of the window and then hanging his mackintosh upon the cupboard door in such a way as to screen it as much as possible from view. For the sight of that big, ugly cupboard filled with the clothing of a woman who might then be beyond any further need of covering, thus his imagination insisted on picturing it, touched in him a startled sense of the incongruous that did not stop there, but crept through his mind gradually till it merged somehow into a sense of a rather grotesque horror. At any rate, the sight of that cupboard was offensive, and he covered it almost instinctively. Then, turning out the electric light, he got into bed. But the instant the room was dark, he realized that it was more than he could stand. For, with the blackness, there came a sudden rush of cold that he found it hard to explain. And the odd thing was that, when he lit the candle beside his bed, he noticed that his hand trembled. This, of course, was too much. His imagination was taking liberties and must be called to heel. Yet the way he called it to order was significant, and its very deliberateness betrayed a mind that had already admitted fear. And fear, once in, is difficult to dislodge. He lay there upon his elbow in bed and carefully took note of all the objects in the room, with the intention, as it were, of taking an inventory of everything his senses perceived, then drawing a line, adding them up finally and saying with decision, "That's all the room contains. I've counted every single thing. There is nothing more. Now I may sleep in peace." And it was during this absurd process of enumerating the furniture of the room that the dreadful sense of distressing lassitude came over him that made it difficult even to finish counting. It came swiftly, yet with an amazing kind of violence that overwhelmed him softly and easily, with a sensation of enervating weariness hard to describe. And its first effect was to banish fear. He no longer possessed enough energy to feel really afraid or nervous. The cold remained, but the alarm vanished. And into every corner of his usually vigorous personality crept the insidious poison of a muscular fatigue. At first, that in a few seconds it seemed translated itself into spiritual inertia. A sudden consciousness of the foolishness, the crass futility of life, of effort, of fighting, of all that makes life worth living, shot into every fibre of his being and left him utterly weak. A spirit of black pessimism that was not even vigorous enough to assert itself invaded the secret chambers of his heart. Every picture that presented itself to his mind came dressed in grey shadows. Those bored and sweating horses toiling up the ascent to nothing. That hard-faced landlady, taking so much trouble to let her desire for gain conquer her sense of morality for a few francs. That gold-braided porter, so talkative, fussy, energetic, and so anxious to tell all he knew. What was the use of them all? And for himself, what in the world was the good of all the labour and drudgery he went through in the preparatory school where he was junior master? What could it lead to? Wherein lay the value of so much uncertain toil when the ultimate secrets of life were hidden and no one knew the final goal? How foolish was effort, discipline, work, How vain was pleasure, how trivial the noblest life. With a fearful jump that nearly upset the candle, Minturn pulled himself together. Such vicious thoughts were usually so remote from his normal character that the sudden vile invasion produced a swift reaction. Yet only for a moment. Instantly, again, the black depression descended upon him like a wave. His work, it could lead to nothing but the dreary labour of a small headmastership after all, seemed as vain and foolish as his holiday in the Alps. What an idiot he had been, to be sure, to come out with a knapsack merely to work himself into a state of exhaustion, climbing over toilsome mountains that led to nowhere, resulting in nothing. A dreariness of the grave possessed him. Life was a ghastly fraud. Religion, childish humbug. Everything was merely a trap of death, a coloured toy that nature used as a decoy. But a decoy for what? For nothing. There was no meaning in anything. The only real thing was death, and the happiest people were those who found it soonest. Then why wait for it to come? He sprang out of bed, thoroughly frightened. This was horrible. Surely mere physical fatigue could not produce a world so black, an outlook so dismal, a cowardice that struck with such sudden hopelessness at the very roots of life. For normally he was cheerful and strong, full of tides of healthy living, and this appalling lassitude swept the very basis of his personality into nothingness and the desire for death. It was like the development of a secondary personality. He had read, of course, how certain persons who suffered shocks developed thereafter entirely different characteristics, memory, tastes, and so forth. It had all rather frightened him. Though scientific men vouched for it, it was hardly to be believed. Yet here was a similar thing taking place in his own consciousness. He was, beyond question, experiencing all the mental variations of someone else. It was unmoral. It was awful. It was, well, after all, at the same time, it was uncommonly interesting. And this interest, he began to feel, was the first sign of his returning normal self. For to feel interest is to live, and to love life. He sprang into the middle of the room, then switched on the electric light, and the first thing that struck his eyes was the big cupboard. "Hello, there's that beastly cupboard," he exclaimed to himself involuntarily, yet aloud. It held all the clothes, the swinging skirts and coats and summer blouses of the dead woman, for he knew now, somehow or other, that she was dead. At that moment, through the open windows rushed the sound of falling water, bringing with it a vivid realization of the desolate, snow-swept heights. He saw her, positively saw her, lying where she had fallen, the frost upon her cheeks, the snow dust eddying about her hair and eyes, her broken limbs pushing against the lumps of ice. For a moment, the sense of spiritual lassitude, of the emptiness of life, vanished before this picture of broken effort, of a small human force battling pluckily, yet in vain, against the impersonal and pitiless potencies of inanimate nature. And he found himself again, his normal self. Then, instantly, returned again that terrible sense of cold, nothingness, emptiness, and he found himself standing opposite the cupboard where her clothes were. He wanted to see those clothes, things she had used and worn. Quite close he stood, almost touching it. The next second he had touched it, his knuckles struck upon the wood. Why he knocked is hard to say. It was an instinctive movement probably, something in his deepest self dictated it, ordered it. He knocked at the door, and the dull sound upon the wood into the stillness of that room brought horror. Why it should have done so, he found it as hard to explain to himself as why he should have felt impelled to knock. The fact remains that when he heard the faint reverberation inside the cupboard, it brought with it so vivid a realization of the woman's presence that he stood there shivering upon the floor with a dreadful sense of anticipation. He almost expected to hear an answering knock from within, the rustling of the hanging skirts perhaps, or worse still, to see the locked door slowly open towards him. And from that moment he declares that in some way or other he must have partially lost control of himself, or at least of his better judgment, for he became possessed by such an overmastering desire to tear open that cupboard door and see the clothes within, that he tried every key in the room in the vain effort to unlock it, and then, finally, before he quite realized what he was doing, rang the bell. But having rung the bell for no obvious or intelligent reason at 2 o'clock in the morning, he then stood waiting in the middle of the floor for the servant to come, conscious for the first time that something outside his ordinary self had pushed him towards the act. It was almost like an internal voice that directed him, and thus, when at last steps came down the passage and he faced the cross and sleepy chambermaid, amazed at being summoned at such an hour, he found no difficulty in the matter of what he should say, for the same power that insisted he should open the cupboard door also impelled him to utter the words over which he apparently had no control. "It's not you I rang for," he said with decision and impatience. "I want a man. Wake the porter and send him up to me at once. Hurry! I tell you, hurry!" And when the girl had gone, frightened at his earnestness, Minturn realized that the words surprised himself as much as they surprised her. Until they were out of his mouth, he had not known what exactly he was saying. But now he understood that some force foreign to his own personality was using his mind and organs. The black depression that had possessed him a few moments before was also part of it. The powerful mood of this vanished woman had somehow momentarily taken possession of him, communicated, possibly, by the atmosphere of things in the room still belonging to her. But even now, when the porter without coat or collar stood beside him in the room, he did not understand why he insisted, with a positive fury admitting no denial, that the key of that cupboard must be found and the door instantly opened. The scene was a curious one. After some perplexed whispering with the chambermaid at the end of the passage, the porter managed to find and produce the key in question. Neither he nor the girl knew exactly what this excited Englishman was up to, or why he was so passionately intent on opening the cupboard at 2 o'clock in the morning. They watched him with an air of wondering what was going to happen next. But something of his curious earnestness, even of his late fear, communicated itself to them, and the sound of the key grating in the lock made them both jump. They held their breath as the creaking door swung slowly open. All heard the clatter of that other key as it fell against the wooden floor within. The cupboard had been locked from the inside, but it was the scared housemaid, from her position in the corridor, who first saw, and with a wild scream fell crashing against the banisters. The porter made no attempt to save her. The schoolmaster and himself made a simultaneous rush towards the door, now wide open. They too had seen. There were no clothes, skirts or blouses on the pegs, but all by itself, from an iron hook in the centre, they saw the body of the Englishwoman, hanging by the neck, the head bent horribly forwards, the tongue protruding. Jarred by the movement of unlocking, the body swung slowly round to face them. Pinned upon the inside of the door was a hotel envelope with the following words pencilled in straggling writing: "Tired, unhappy, hopelessly depressed. I cannot face life any longer. All is black. I must put an end to it. I meant to do it on the mountains, but was afraid. I slipped back to my room unobserved. This way is easiest and best." End of The Occupant of the Room. Thank you for listening. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, Part 1. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support, that is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest, a formal and unnatural position enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the centre of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards, then, curving, was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The other bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and fort were the spectators. A single company of infantry in line at parade rest, the butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of 4 at the centre of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels, facing the banks of the stream, might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged to be hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good. A straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a moustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark grey, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the 2 private soldiers stepped aside, and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart 1 pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the 2 ends of the same plank, which spanned 3 of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a 4th. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man would go down between 2 ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move. What a sluggish stream. He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him, and now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct metallic percussion, like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their great infrequency, the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving I could evade the bullets and, swimming vigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. Part 2. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner, and like other slave owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with that gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile, he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake, if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith and without too much qualification assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that is all fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a grey-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroad," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged. I saw the order." "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles. Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." "Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "What could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It is now dry and would burn like tinder." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. Part 3. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness, and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later, it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agony seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fibre of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire, heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion, encompassed by a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance. He swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation like a vast pendulum. Then all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roar was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river. The idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light. But how distant, how inaccessible. He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface. Knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought. That is not so bad, but I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. That is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort, what magnificent, what superhuman strength. Ah, that was a fine endeavour. Bravo! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" He thought he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly, his brain was on fire, his heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out of his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an unsupportable anguish. But his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were, indeed, preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves, and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the grey spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colours in all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs, the oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly round, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a grey eye, and remembered having read that grey eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking at the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice and a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread of significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquillity in the men, with that accurately measured interval, fell those cruel words. "Company, attend, hit! Shoulder, arms, ready, aim, fire!" Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and, rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's error a second time. It is as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort and died in an explosion which stirred the river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing through the branches in the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun. Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forest, the now distant bridge, fort and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colours only, circular horizontal streaks of colour. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of aeolian harps. He had not wished to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and a rattle of grape shot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank and plunged into the forest. All that day he travelled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untravelled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, shone great golden stars looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it, found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untravelled avenue. He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have travelled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands, waiting, with a smile of effable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forwards with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow on the back of his neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of An Occurrence at the Owl Creek Bridge.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. Subject to Change by Ron Goulart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Gerzinski. Subject to Change by Ron Goulart. Pendleton had been away from San Francisco over 2 months. The airport taxi left him at his place, where he showered and shaved. Then he decided he would walk down through Chinatown and over into North Beach to Beth's apartment. It was a warm Saturday afternoon, and he unbuttoned his Dacron blazer a block or so into Chinatown. He smiled as he wandered by the bright restaurants and shops, the rows of ivory Buddhas and window after window. On one corner, Pendleton stopped and took a deep breath, watching a scattering of tourists taking pictures of each other. Someone had lost a half a dozen fortune cookies on the sidewalk, and they crackled and spread fragments and fortunes as people passed. While he was waiting for a signal to change, 3 small Chinese boys charged a fourth who had ducked around Pendleton. They all ran around the corner, and Pendleton looked after them. There was an old curio and toy shop there. He went towards its street window, trying to identify the objects. Some kind of procession of tin soldiers made up the main display. The door of the shop opened, and an old man with a flared white beard came out. His dark suit hung loose on him, and his tie was coming untied as he hurried away. The old man brushed by Pendleton, nudging him. "Many pardons," he said, cutting across the street. He ran downhill, weaving a little, and into an alley. The bells over the toy shop rattled again. "Stop, thief!" shouted the fat Chinese, who came running up to Pendleton. The man shouted again and stopped on the corner, his hands on his hips, looking. Pendleton crossed the street and turned down the alley the old man had used. This would cut off a block of the way to Beth's. He had kept quiet about the thief because he didn't want to get involved in a lot of delaying questioning. Halfway down the alley, he saw an arm dangling out of a garbage can. Pendleton blinked and approached the shadowed area around the can. He flipped the lid up, and the coat sleeve that had been tangled on the can edge slipped free and dropped into the can. If the old man was wandering around naked, they shouldn't have much trouble catching him. Pendleton liked the pre-quake apartment house Beth lived in. In almost any weather, he liked to see its narrow brown wood front waiting there in the middle of the block. He smiled as a big blue-gray gull flew low overhead and then circled up and away behind Beth's building. Pendleton took the rough steps in 2s and 3s and swung at Beth's bell. There was a folded note for him, glued on her mailbox lid with Scotch tape. It told him she might be delayed a bit, and to get her keys from under the rubber plant pot on the porch and let himself in. He did that, thinking again that Beth's note always looked as though she wrote them on horseback. Upstairs he dropped her keys on the small mantel over the small real fireplace. Her bedroom door was slightly open. Just as he noticed this, Beth called out to him. "I hope that's you, Ben," she said from her room. "Where'll I put the ice, lady?" he said. "You're supposed to be out." "Welcome back. I just got here, and I had to change, so I left the keys down there in case you got here while I was changing. How was New York?" "Okay, but I'm glad I'm with the agency out here. How'd you get in without keys?" He sat down in the soft tan sofa chair he'd given her. "I have a key to the kitchenway. Is the show all right now?" "I guess we fixed it for a while. How are you?" "Fine. And hey, I have a good part in Alex's new play. It just happened and I couldn't write."
"You have lousy handwriting, you know," Pendleton called. Grinning, he got out a cigarette and reached into his coat pocket for a book of matches. Something jabbed into the palm of his hand. "It's because I'm so intense," Beth said, near her bedroom door. Pendleton winced and pulled a small toy Chinese junk out of the pocket. The price stamp was still on the bottom of the boat. 25 cents. The old man must have dropped it in his pocket when he nudged him. Beth came up behind him. "It's warm in here. Give me your coat. I have a whole new concept about making martinis. This fellow in Actors Lab told me. You do it with Zen." Her hands rested on Pendleton's shoulders. "I'll be damned," he said, rubbing his palm with the boat as he stood. Beth slid her arms over his shoulders and locked her hands on his chest. "What's that, Ben?" Pendleton turned around in her hold. He tapped her tanned nose with the toy boat and told her about it. "I suppose I should take it back," he said finally. Beth laughed. "Makes you a receiver of stolen goods." She took the toy boat and walked to the fireplace. She put it next to her keys and turned to him. She was wearing a light blue dress with a flared skirt, no stockings, flat black shoes. She'd cut her blonde hair short since he'd seen her last. "Welcome back," she said, smiling. A light wind was starting up, tapping windows with tree branches as Pendleton let himself into Beth's darkening apartment. He flipped the light switch on and started for the tan sofa chair, jiggling the keys in his hand. The bedroom door slammed. "You in there?" Pendleton called. Her note said she'd gone out for some forgotten groceries. Pendleton opened the bedroom door and turned on the lights. The window beyond Beth's low, blue-covered bed was open, and the wind was flapping the curtains against her dressing table. A strong flap caught a lipstick and flipped it into the thick rug. Edging around the bed, Pendleton closed the window and picked up the lipstick. He left the bedroom door a bit open and went back to the chair. There was a paperback by Eisenstein on the coffee table, and he picked that up and read down the contents page. The wind got stronger and parts of the old building creaked. First something down under him, then something way up and to the right. Now and then there would be a bang from out and back. Pendleton dropped the book and got down on his knees in front of the fireplace and kindled a fire. As the fire took hold, bright sparks popped out into the room. Something started tapping on the window behind Pendleton's chair. At last, in a lull between creaking and banging, he became aware of a tapping. He looked at the window and the early night sky. The tapping went on. There was a gray cat sitting on the sill outside. The cat was tangled up in an orange and blue bead necklace. "Lonely out there," Pendleton said. He didn't much like cats, but this one looked sad. He opened the window, and the cat jumped in, the necklace falling free and clattering against the wall. "We'll see if maybe Beth's got something around to give to wandering cats." Pendleton reached out to pick up the cat. Sputtering, the animal raked at his fingers and dived between his legs. Pendleton spun and saw the cat scoot through the open bedroom door. "Hey, you little bastard, you'll knock over things." He was 2 steps from the door when it slammed and locked. Pendleton stopped, wondering how the animal had managed to bang into the door hard enough to close it. He didn't think the cat should stay in there, and anyway, Beth would want to get in when she got home. He picked the lock. Crouching, he reached for the knob. Something clicked, and the door swung in. He recognized Beth's terry robe, and he looked up and saw her face, very pale. "Okay," she said. "I guess I was too cute with the key bits. Go away, Ben, and leave me alone, please." "What's the matter?" He was still squatting, and her stepping forward sent him over. "Just go away, Ben. Please, now." She brushed by him and sat in a bucket chair, putting both bare feet down hard on the floor. Ben got himself up. "You drunk?" Beth brushed at her hair. "I thought if you were sitting out here and I showed up in the bedroom, you'd think I came in the back way. Or that I was already in there and just hadn't heard you." She bit her thumb. "Just another trick I wanted to try." "What are you talking about?" He bent and scooped up the bead necklace. "Go away, that's all." "Well, why?" He twisted the string of beads around his knuckles. "Somebody else?" "Yes, Alex." She smiled. "Alex? That fruiter who runs the actors' lab?" The string broke and beads splattered away from him. 3 landed in the fire. "Or maybe my Uncle Russ. Did you know we lived with him for 3 years when I was a kid, and I was always having odd fevers and things? He had some kind of quack X-ray business." Pendleton took Beth's shoulders. "You're sick, is that it?" "No. Go away, Ben." "Well, what is it?" Beth sighed, annoyed. "You know about method? You have to feel the parts, live them." "Sure." Beth shrugged her shoulders until Pendleton let go. "One weekend afternoon, about 2 or 3 weeks after the agency sent you off, I was here trying to be an old lady for an exercise at the lab. And I was." Pendleton blinked at her still pale face. "Well, that's swell, Beth. A guy likes to know what his fiancée is up to while he's away." "I was an old lady." She stood with her body thrust almost against him. "See? I changed." He backed a little. "How about a drink?" "Don't you get it, Ben? How the hell do you think I just came in?" "The back way." Pendleton decided to try a drink on her and then find out who her doctor was these days. "I was the cat. Now you know about it and can go away, Ben." She let herself fall to the floor, and she huddled there, crying. "How long have you had this idea?" He knelt beside her, running one hand over her back. "You know who put that silly damn boat in your pocket?" she asked. "Sure. You were that little old man." Beth rolled and sat up, her legs tangled in the robe. She took a deep breath. "Listen, Ben. I got a kick out of changing into different kinds of people. It was a help in my work at the actors' lab. Then I got the idea it would be fun to try other things. Animals, chairs, tables. One rainy night, I was a footstool until it was time to go to bed. I was a tea kettle as a boy. Stop kidding." "I don't know, Ben. It gets sort of vacant all around when you're away somewhere. I had this feeling that I wanted to see if I could just step into a store or someplace and try to swipe something. Anything." Pendleton found himself starting to shake. He put his arms around Beth. "That was you, then, taking junk from an old Chinese?" "I could change, you see, and take things as all sorts of odd characters. If I was spotted and followed, I'd try to duck in an alley or a doorway and change again. The clothes are extra. Sometimes I hid clothes in a lot. Most of the time, though, I'd have to change into something new. A bird, a cat. Then I'd carry what I had stolen in my beak or around my neck." She laughed softly. "Once I copped an umbrella and changed into a big dog and went off with it in my mouth." She twisted slightly in his arms. "I'm sorry, it's all sort of odd and silly. I do it." "Well, why?" "I don't know." "Beth?" He inched up, lifting her with him. "Yes?" She let him sit her in the sofa chair. "You have to go see somebody. You have to stop." She stiffened. "If it was as simple as insanity, I would." "Please, Beth." He wandered to the fireplace and threw in more wood. "The stealing does bother me. I think the changing is good. I can use it to really go someplace in my acting career. Quit the secretary business altogether. I actually changed to an old woman for one of Alex's one-actors. He thought I'd just done a good job of makeup. I don't believe I want to simply stop, Ben." "You have to." "Don't start shouting commands." Pendleton sat across from her on the sofa. "Will you promise to start seeing somebody? Maybe I can find out about a good man. Promise you'll see him." "You going to ask around? Why don't you do a TV spot? We are happy to announce that Beth Gershwin is Daffy." "Relax, Beth. You decide what you want to do. I won't talk to anybody." Beth moved to the window. The wind had died. I don't know, Ben. Let it rest. Let's have the drink. He came to her side. I think I'd like to be alone for a while. I'd like to stay. I'd like you to go, please. Beth. Go on, Ben. She stared at him, then walked into her bedroom. She didn't close the door, and he followed. Her robe was spread-eagled on the bed. Pendleton looked around the room. Before, there had been one carved stool at the vanity table. Now there were two. Pendleton left the apartment and ran down the hall, taking short, shallow breaths. But he couldn't just leave her. He bit his lip and went back through the still-open door. Come on, Beth, don't be stubborn, he said into the bedroom, watching the two stools. He waited an hour. Then he turned off the lights and started to leave. Going out this time, he stepped on one of the wooden beads and almost fell onto the coffee table. Pendleton slammed Beth's door and went out into the clear night. If she could be stubborn, so could he. It was almost 2 weeks before she called him to apologize. She got him at the agency. He didn't stay in his apartment much. He kept talking to himself if he did. You could see the street from the little Italian restaurant they'd agreed to meet in. Pendleton sat at the round table close to the wide window and watched for Beth. There was a slight haze in the afternoon air, and most of the secretaries that passed were coatless. Beth started smiling a quarter of a block from him. She was in a light cotton dress, weaving in and out of the noontime pedestrians. Nice day, Pendleton said, standing. Beth smiled and sat down. I noticed that right off. They ordered, and Pendleton said, How have you been? Great. She clasped her hands together on the checkered tabletop. You were right, Ben. I'm sorry I was mean. Pendleton moved his glass of water 3 inches. Good. I've started seeing a very highly recommended analyst. Things are starting to look up. I haven't even had an impulse to filch anything in days. The food arrived. It'll take time. I have a great part in Alex's next play. It's really a challenge, by Ionesco. Being able to change will help. Pendleton set his fork down. Huh? I tried changing into the character last night. It came off fine. What are you seeing a psychiatrist for, then? He asked, his voice low. So I won't steal things anymore. He held the edge of the table for a minute, not meeting her eyes. Finally, he said, I see. Well, that's fine, Beth. How have things been at work? Beth grinned and told him. The days were turning cool, and the trees had started scattering dry leaves into the wind. On a sharp weekend afternoon, Pendleton was killing time in the produce district before driving over to Beth's. There was a coffee shop open, and Pendleton thought about crossing over for a cup of coffee. The whitewashed door of the place shot open, and a fat woman with an orange-fringed shawl came out. She was carrying something wrapped up in a paper napkin. She glanced at Pendleton, hesitated a second, and then went running off toward a closed warehouse. By the time she reached it, the short-order cook was on the street looking after her. He threw a gesture after her and went back inside. Pendleton shivered once slightly. He started walking for his car, and a block from it he found himself running. He got to Beth's place ahead of the approaching dusk. The downstairs door wasn't locked, but Beth's apartment door didn't open when he tried it. Pendleton grunted, slapping his pockets or something to pick the lock with. The door opened. Beth, in capris and a striped sweater, looked out at him. Her head tilted slightly to one side. Did I hear applause? You're early. You know why I'm here early. He pushed into the room. I thought you were better. What the hell were you doing down there? Where? What's the matter? She backed across the rug to the fireplace. A small fire was going, and she turned to warm her hands at it. I just saw you steal something from that diner. Silverware, maybe. You want me to search the place? Facing him, her lips hardly parted, Beth said, I should think you would trust me, being we love each other and all. I was rehearsing until a half hour ago, and Alex dropped me off. I've been here since then. Pendleton's hands fell to his sides. Well, nothing, I guess, is wrong. I'm just jumpy. This changing thing bothers me. Beth reached out and patted his arm. It's okay, Ben. Yeah. He sat down in the tan chair and looked up at her. Want to eat here tonight by the fire? I'll have the flying something deliver food. Good. And send out for a bottle or two. Beth bent and kissed him. Trust me again? He brushed at her hair and nodded. Pendleton dropped too much wood into the fireplace, and a stick snapped out onto the rug. He gingerly picked up the stick and poked it back into the flames. He went back to the low sofa Beth was on. He found his glass in the dark and refilled it from the pitcher. Beth reached out with one bare foot and stroked the side of his head. She had put on a dark blue dress with several stiff lace petticoats, and whenever he tried to touch her, she made crackling sounds. You're really a nice fellow, Beth said, finding his ear with her toe. So are you, he said, finishing his drink. Maybe we should go ahead and get married. Ben agreed and poured fresh drinks. Ben? Yeah? I'm sorry. She was crying. What is it? It was me this afternoon. I have been doing those things. I never went to any highly recommended man at all. Pendleton felt tolerant. So what? Things will work out somehow. Beth sat up. I can't stop it, Ben. Pendleton thought he heard an odd quaver in her voice. You're not on stage now, kid. Save the phony touches. Her legs swung around, just missing his head, and she stood up. That's your trouble. You're totally incapable of comprehending. I comprehend you. You're loony and a liar. Beth slapped him. It'll be simpler if I stop being me. Pendleton had somehow gotten his arms stuck under the sofa. Take it easy. He was aware of a rustling sound, and when he got loose and came up, saw Beth naked by the window for an instant. As he looked, she changed. Then there were 2 tan sofa chairs in the room. Pendleton called Beth's name over and over, but she wouldn't come back. It got cold in the apartment after a time, and he threw all the wood he could find in the fire. He crawled over to the martini pitcher and drank from it. He noticed that some sticks had fallen out and landed in the tangle of petticoats Beth had left, and he smiled at the disorder of everything and put his head back against the sofa. Petticoats crackling woke him. Even before he got his head up very high in the room, he was coughing. The room was turning bright, sparkling orange. Beth, he said, Beth! There were still the 2 tan sofa chairs. Beth, sober up now. Come on. Change. We've got to get out. Nothing happened. Pendleton looked at the chairs a moment, the one on the left. He grabbed it up and wavered to the apartment door. To make sure, he'd have to come up for the other one. For several minutes, it seemed the chair would stay wedged in the doorway. It came free finally, and he went back with it and tumbled and twisted down the stairs. A siren met him in the cold night outside. The engines were already there. The firemen were heading for the building. Spray fell back across the street where Pendleton took the chair. Beth, please, he said in a low voice. Change now. He tried to go get the other chair to be sure, but they wouldn't let him. He fell into the one he'd picked and began crying softly. The siren stopped. Before he let the ambulance people look at him, he insisted that the chair be looked after. No trace of Beth was found, and Pendleton couldn't explain what had happened. After they let him go, he had the chair sent to his apartment. He put it very carefully in the living room by the liquor cabinet and sat down near it to wait. End of Subject to Change by Ron Goulart.
The Mahout by Clark Ashton Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Ben Tucker. The Mahout by Clark Ashton Smith. Arthur Merton, British resident at Jizapur, and his cousin John Hawley, an Agra newspaper editor, who had run down into central India for a few weeks shooting at Merton's invitation, reined in their horses just outside the gates of Jizapur. The Maharaja's elephants, a score of the largest and finest tuskers in central India, were being ridden out for their daily exercise. The procession was led by Raja, the great elephant of state who towered above the rest like a warship amongst merchant men. He was a magnificent elephant, over 12 feet from his shoulders to the ground, and of a slightly lighter hue than the others, who were of the usual muddy gray. On the ends of his tusks gleamed golden knobs. "What a kingly animal!" exclaimed Hawley, as Raja passed. As he spoke, the Mahout, or driver, who had been sitting his charge like a bronze image, turned and met Hawley's eyes. He was a man to attract attention, this Mahout, as distinctive a figure among his brother Mahouts as was Raja among the elephants. He was apparently very tall and of a high caste type, the eyes proud and fearless, the heavy beard carefully trimmed, and the face cast in a handsome, dignified mold. Hawley gave a second exclamation as he met the Mahout's gaze, and stared at the man hard. The Hindu, after an impressive glance, turned his head, and the elephant went on. "I could swear that I have seen that man before," said Hawley, at his cousin's interrogatory expression. "It was near Agra about 6 years ago when I was out riding one afternoon. My horse, a nervous, high-strung wailer, bolted at sight of an umbrella which someone had left by the roadside. It was impossible to stop him, indeed. I had all I could do to keep on. Suddenly the Hindu we have just passed, or his double, stepped out into the road and grabbed the bridle. He was carried quite a distance but managed to keep his grip, and the wailer finally condescended to stop. After receiving my thanks with a dignified depreciation of the service he had done me, the Hindu disappeared, and I have not seen him since." "It is scarcely probable, though, that this Mahout is the same," Hawley resumed after a pause. "My rescuer was dressed as a high caste, and it is not conceivable that such a one would turn elephant driver." "I know nothing of the man," said Merton, as they rode on into the city. "He has been Raja's Mahout ever since I came here a year ago. Of course, as you say, he cannot be the man who stopped your horse. It is merely a chance resemblance." The next afternoon, Hawley was out riding alone. He had left the main road for a smaller one, running into the jungle, intending to visit a ruined temple of which Merton had told him. Suddenly he noticed elephant tracks in the dust, exceedingly large ones, which he concluded could have been made only by Raja. A momentary curiosity as to why the elephant had been ridden off into the jungle, and also concerning the Mahout, led Hawley to follow the tracks when the road branched, and they took the path opposite to the one that he had intended to follow. In a few minutes he came to a spot of open ground in the thick, luxuriant jungle, and reined in quickly at what he saw there. Raja stood in the clearing, holding something in his trunk which Hawley, at first glance, took to be a man, dressed in a blue and gold native attire and with a red turban. Another look told him that it was merely a dummy, some old clothes stuffed with straw. As he watched, the Mahout gave a low command, reinforced with a jab behind the ear from his ankus, or goad. Raja gave an upward swing with his trunk and released his hold on the figure, which flew skyward for at least 20 feet, and then dropped limply to earth. The Mahout watched its fall with an expression of what seemed malevolence upon his face, though Hawley might have been mistaken as to this at the distance. He gave another command and a jab at the elephant's cheek, a peculiar quick thrust, at which Raja picked the dummy up and placed it on his back behind the Mahout in the place usually occupied by the howdah. The Hindu directing the figure was again seized and hurled into the air. Much mystified, Hawley watched several repetitions of this strange performance, but was unable to puzzle out what it meant. Finally, the Mahout caught sight of him, and rode the elephant hastily away into the jungle on the opposite side of the clearing. Evidently he did not wish to be observed or questioned. Hawley continued his journey to the temple, thinking over the curious incident as he went. He did not see the Mahout again that day. He spoke of what he had seen to Merton that evening, but his cousin paid little attention to the tale, saying that no one could comprehend anything done by natives, and that it wasn't worthwhile to wonder at their actions anyway. Even if one could find the explanation, it wouldn't be worth knowing. The scene in the jungle recurred to Hawley many times, probably because of the resemblance of the Mahout to the man who had stopped his horse at Agra. But he could think of no plausible explanation of what he had seen. At last he dismissed the matter from his mind altogether. At the time of Hawley's visit, great preparations were being made for the marriage of the Maharaja of Jizapur, Krishna Singh, to the daughter of the neighboring sovereign. There was to be much feasting, firing of guns, and a gorgeous procession. All the Rajas, Ranas, and Thakurs, etc., for a radius of at least 100 miles were to be present. The spectacle, indeed, was one of the inducements that had drawn Hawley down into central India. After 2 weeks of unprecedented activity and excitement in the city of Jizapur, the great day came, with incessant thunder of guns from the Maharaja's palace during all the forenoon, as the royalty of central India arrived with its hordes of picturesque, tattered, dirty retainers and soldiery. Each king or dignitary was punctiliously saluted according to his rank, which in India is determined by the number of guns that may be fired in his honor. At noon, a great procession, the Maharaja heading it, issued from the palace to ride out and meet the bride and her father in attendance, who were to reach Jizapur at that hour. Hawley and Merton watched the pageant from the large and many-colored crowd that lined the roadside without the city gates. As Raja, the great state elephant emerged, with Krishna Singh in the gold-embroidered howdah, or canopied seat, on his back. A rising cloud of dust in the distance proclaimed the coming of the bride and her relatives. Behind the Maharaja came a number of elephants, bearing the nobles and dignitaries of Jizapur and the neighboring princes. Then emerged richly caparisoned horses with prismatically attired riders, soldiers and attendants. Over this great glare of color and movement was the almost intolerable light of the midday eastern sun. The 2 Englishmen were some distance from the city gates, so that when the Maharaja's slow, majestic procession passed them, that of the bride was drawing near, a similar one, and less gorgeous only because it was smaller. Perhaps 50 yards separated the two when something happened to bring both processions to a halt. Hawley, who happened at the moment to be idly watching the elephant Raja and his driver, saw the Mahout reach swiftly forward and stab the animal's cheek with his goad, precisely as he had done on that day in the jungle when Hawley had come unexpectedly upon him. Probably no one else noticed the action, or if they did, attached any importance to it in the excitement that followed. As he had reached with his trunk for the dummy seated on his back, so Raja reached into the howdah and grasped Krishna Singh about the waist. In an instant, the astonished, terror-stricken Maharaja was dangling in mid-air, where the elephant held him poised a moment. Then, in spite of the shouts, commands, and blows of his Mahout, Raja began to swing Krishna Singh to and fro, slowly at first, but with a gradually increasing speed. It was like watching a giant pendulum. The fascinated crowd gazed in a sudden and tense silence for what seemed to them hours, though they were really only seconds, before the elephant, with a last vicious upward impetus of his helpless victim, released his hold. Krishna Singh soared skyward, a blot of gold and red against the intense, stark, blazing azure of the Indian sky. To the horror-stricken onlookers he seemed to hang there for hours before he began to fall back from the height to which the giant elephant had tossed him as one would toss a tennis ball. Hawley turned away, unable to look any longer, and in an instant heard the hollow, lifeless thud as the body struck the ground. The sound broke the spell of horror and amazement that had held the crowd, and a confused babble arose, interspersed with a few wails and cries. One sharp shriek came from the curtained howdah of the bride. The Maharaja's bodyguard at once galloped forward and formed a ring about the body. The crowd, to whom the elephant had gone must, or mad, began to retreat and disperse. Hawley in a few words told his cousin of what he had seen the Mahout do, and his belief that the elephant's action had thus been incited. The 2 Englishmen went to the captain of the bodyguard, who was standing by the side of the fallen Maharaja. Krishna Singh lay quite dead, his neck broken by the fall. The captain, upon being informed of what Hawley had seen, directed some of his men to go in search of the Mahout, who in the confusion had slipped from Raja's neck, disappearing no one knew where. Their search was unsuccessful, nor did a further one, continued for over a week, reveal any trace of the elephant driver. But several days afterward, Hawley received a letter bearing the Agra postmark. It was in a hand unfamiliar to him, and written in rather stiff, though perfectly correct English, such as an educated native would write. It was as follows. To Hawley Sahib, I am the man who stopped the Sahib's horse near Agra one day 6 years ago. Because I have seen in the Sahib's eyes that he recognizes and remembers me, I am writing this. He will then understand much that has puzzled him. My father was Krishna Singh's half-brother. Men who bore my father in enmity invented evidence of a plot on his part to murder Krishna Singh and seize the throne. The Maharaja, bearing him little love and being of an intensely suspicious nature, required little proof to believe this, and caused my father and several others of the family to be seized and thrown into the palace dungeons. A few days later, without trial, they were let out and executed by the death of the elephant. Perchance the Sahib had not heard of this. The manner of it is thus. The condemned man is made to kneel with his head on a block of stone, and an elephant, at a command from the driver, places one of his feet on the prisoner's head, killing him, of course, instantly. I, who was but a youth at the time, by some inadvertence was allowed to escape, and made my way to Agra, where I remained several years with some distant relatives, learning in that time to speak and write English. I was intending to enter the service of the British Raj, when an idea of revenge on Krishna Singh for my father's death suddenly sprang into full conception. I had long plotted, forming many impracticable and futile plans for vengeance, but the one that then occurred to me seemed possible, though extremely difficult. As the Sahib has seen, it proved successful. I had once left Agra, disguising myself as a low caste, and went to Burma, where I learned elephant driving, a work not easy for one who has not been trained to it from boyhood. In doing this, I sacrificed my caste. In my thirst for revenge, however, it seemed but a little thing. After 4 years in the jungle, I came to Jizapur, and being a skilled and fully accredited Mahout, was given a position in the Maharaja's stables. Krishna Singh never suspected my identity, for I had changed greatly in the 10 years since I had fled from Jizapur, and who would have thought to find Kshatriya in the person of such a low-caste elephant driver? Gradually, for my skill and trustworthiness, I was advanced in position, and at last was entrusted with the state elephant, Raja. This was what I had long been aiming at, for on my attaining the care of Krishna Singh's own elephant depended the success or failure of my plan. This position obtained, my purpose was but half achieved. It was necessary that the elephant be trained for his part, and this indeed was perhaps the most difficult and dangerous part of my work. It was not easy to avoid observation, and detection was likely to prove fatal to me and to my plan. On that day when the Sahib came upon me in the jungle, I thought my scheme doomed and prepared to flee, but evidently no idea of the meaning of the performance in the jungle entered the Sahib's mind. At last came my day of revenge, and after the Maharaja's death, I succeeded in miraculously escaping, though I had fully expected to pay for my vengeance with my own life. I am safe now. Not all the police and secret emissaries in India can find me. The death that my father met has been visited upon his murderer, and the shadow of those dreadful days and of that unavenged crime has at last been lifted from my heart. I go forth content to face life and fate calmly, and with a mind free and untroubled. End of The Mahout by Clark Ashton Smith.
The Tragedy at Brookbend Cottage by Ernest Brummer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Tragedy at Brookbend Cottage, from the book 4 Max Carados Detective Stories by Ernest Brummer. Max, said Mr. Carlyle when Parkinson had closed the door behind him, this is Lieutenant Hollier, whom you consented to see? To hear, corrected Carados, smiling straight into the healthy and rather embarrassed face of the stranger before him. Mr. Hollier knows of my disability? Mr. Carlyle told me, said the young man, but as a matter of fact, I had heard of you before, Mr. Carados, from one of our men. It was in the connection with the foundering of the Ivan Saratov. Carados wagged his head in good-humored resignation.
and the owners were sworn to inviolable secrecy, he exclaimed. Well, it is inevitable, I suppose. Not another scuttling case, Mr. Holier? No, mine is quite a private matter, replied the lieutenant. My sister, Mrs. Creek, but Mr. Carlyle would tell you better than I can. He knows all about it. No. Carlyle is a professional. Let me have it in the rough, Mr. Holier. My ears are my eyes, you know. Very well, sir. I can tell you what there is to tell, right enough, but I feel that when all is said and done, it must sound very little to another, although it seems important to me. We have occasionally found trifles of significance ourselves, said Carados encouragingly. Don't let that deter you. This was the essence of Lieutenant Holier's narrative. I have a sister, Millicent, who is married to a man called Creek. She is about 28 now, and he is at least 15 years older. Neither my mother, who has since died, nor I cared very much about Creek. We had nothing particular against him, except perhaps the moderate disparity of age, but none of us appeared to have anything in common. He was a dark, taciturn man, and his moody silence froze up conversation. As a result, of course, we didn't see much of each other. This, you must understand, was 4 or 5 years ago, Max, interposed Mr. Carlyle officiously. Carados maintained an uncompromising silence. Mr. Carlyle blew his nose and contrived to impart a hurt significance into the operation. Then Lieutenant Holier continued. Millicent married Creek after a very short engagement. It was a frightfully subdued wedding, more like a funeral to me. The man professed to have no relations, and apparently he had scarcely any friends or business acquaintances. He was an agent for something or other and had an office off Holborn. I suppose he made a living out of it then, although we knew practically nothing of his private affairs, but I gather that it has been going down since, and I suspect that for the past few years they've been getting along almost entirely on Millicent's little income. You would like the particulars of that? Please, assented Carados. When her father died about 7 years ago, he left £3,000. It was invested in Canadian stock and brought in a little over 100 a year. By his will, my mother was to have the income of that for life, and on her death it was to pass to Millicent, subject to the payment of a lump sum of £500 to me. But my father privately suggested to me that if I should have no particular use for the money at the time, he would propose my letting Millicent have the income of it until I did want it, as she would not be particularly well off. You see, Mr. Carados, a great deal more had been spent on my education and advancement than on her. I had my pay, and of course I could look out for myself better than a girl could. Quite so, agreed Carados. Therefore I did nothing about that, continued the lieutenant. 3 years ago I was over again, but I did not see much of them. They were living in lodgings. That was the only time since the marriage that I have seen them until last week. In the meanwhile, our mother had died, and Millicent had been receiving her income. She wrote me several letters at the time. Otherwise, we did not correspond much, but about a year ago she sent me the new address, Brookbend Cottage, Mulling Common, a house that they had taken. When I got 2 months' leave, I invited myself there as a matter of course, fully expecting to stay most of my time with them, but I made an excuse to get away after a week. The place was dismal and unendurable, the whole life and atmosphere indescribably depressing. He looked round with an instinct of caution, leaned forward earnestly, and dropped his voice. Mr. Carados, it's my absolute conviction that Creek is only waiting for a favourable opportunity to murder Millicent. Go on, said Carados quietly. A week of the depressing surroundings of Brookbend Cottage would not alone convince you of that, Mr. Holier. I'm not so sure, declared Holier doubtfully. There was a feeling of suspicion and, before me, polite hatred that would have gone a good way towards it. All the same, there was something more definite. Millicent told me this the day after I went there. There was no doubt that a few months ago Creek deliberately planned to poison her with some weed killer. She told me the circumstances in a rather distressed moment, but afterwards she refused to speak of it again, even weakly denied it, and as a matter of fact it was with the greatest difficulty that I could get her at any time to talk about her husband or his affairs. The gist of it was that she had the strongest suspicion that Creek talked her a bottle of stout which he expected she would drink for her supper when she was alone. The weed killer, properly labelled but also in a beer bottle, was kept with other miscellaneous liquids in the same cupboard as the beer but on a high shelf. When he found that it had miscarried, he poured away the mixture, washed out the bottle and put in the dregs from another. There is no doubt in my mind that if he had come back and found Millicent dead or dying, he would have contrived it to appear that she had made a mistake in the dark and drunk some of the poison before she found out. Yes, assented Carados, the open way, the safe way. You must understand that they live in a very small style, Mr. Carados, and Millicent is almost entirely in the man's power. The only servant they have is a woman who comes in for a few hours every day. The house is lonely and secluded. Creek is sometimes away for days and nights at a time, and Millicent, either through pride or indifference, seems to have dropped off all her old friends and to have made no others. He might poison her, bury the body in the garden, and be 1,000 miles away before anyone began even to inquire about her. What am I to do, Mr. Carados? He is less likely to try poison than some other means now, pondered Carados. That having failed, his wife will always be on her guard. He may know, or at least suspect, that others know. No, the common sense precaution would be for your sister to leave the man, Mr. Hollier. She will not? No, admitted Hollier. She will not. I at once urged that. The young man struggled with some hesitation for a moment, and then blurted out, The fact is, Mr. Carados, I don't understand Millicent. She's not the girl she was. She hates Creek and treats him with a silent contempt that eats into their lives like acid, and yet she is so jealous of him that she will let nothing short of death part them. It's a horrible life they lead. I stood it for a week, and I must say, much as I dislike my brother-in-law, that he has something to put up with. If only he got into a passion like a man and killed her, it wouldn't be altogether incomprehensible. That does not concern us, said Carados. In a game of this kind, one has to take sides, and we have taken ours. It remains for us to see that our side wins. You mentioned jealousy, Mr. Hollier. Have you any idea whether Mrs. Creek has real ground for it? I should have told you that, replied Lieutenant Hollier. I happened to strike up with a newspaperman whose office is in the same block as Creek's. When I mentioned the name, he grinned. Creek, he said. Oh, he's a man with a romantic typist, isn't he? Well, he's my brother-in-law, I replied. What about the typist? Then the chap shut up like a knife. No, he said. I didn't know he was married. I don't want to get mixed up in anything of that sort. I only said that he had a typist. Well, what of that? So have we. So has everyone. There was nothing more to be got out of him, but the remark and the grin meant, well, about as usual, Mr. Carados. Carados turned to his friend. I suppose you know all about the typist by now, Louis? We have had her under efficient observation, Max, replied Mr. Carlyle with severe dignity. Is she married? Yes. So far as ordinary repute goes, she is. That's all that is essential for the moment. Mr. Hollier opens up 3 excellent reasons why this man might wish to dispose of his wife. If we accept his suggestion of poisoning, though we have only a jealous woman's suspicion for it, we add to the wish the determination. Well, we will go forward on that. Have you got a photograph of Mr. Creek? The lieutenant took out his pocketbook. Mr. Carlyle asked me for one. Here is the best I could get. Carados rang the bell. This, Parkinson, he said, when the man appeared, is a photograph of Mr. What first name, by the way? Austin, put in Hollier, who was following everything with a boyish mixture of excitement and subdued importance. Of a Mr. Austin Creek. I may require you to recognize him. Parkinson glanced at the print and returned it to his master's hand. May I inquire if it is a recent photograph of the gentleman, sir? He asked. About 6 years ago, said the lieutenant, taking in this new actor in the drama with frank curiosity. But he is very little changed. Thank you, sir. I will endeavour to remember Mr. Creek, sir. Lieutenant Hollier stood up as Parkinson left the room. The interview seemed to be at an end. Oh, there's one other matter, he remarked. I am afraid that I did rather an unfortunate thing while I was at Brookbend. It seemed to me that as all Millicent's money would probably pass into Creek's hands sooner or later, I might as well have my £500, if only to help her with afterwards. So I broached the subject and said that I should like to have it now as I had an opportunity for investing. And you think it may possibly influence Creek to act sooner than he otherwise might have done. He may have got possession of the principal even, and find it very awkward to replace it. So much the better. If your sister is going to be murdered, it may as well be done next week as next year, so far as I am concerned. Excuse my brutality, Mr. Hollier, but this is simply a case to me, and I regard it strategically. Now, Mr. Carlyle's organization can look after Mrs. Creek for a few weeks, but it cannot look after her forever. By increasing the immediate risk, we diminish the permanent risk. I see, agreed Holier. I'm awfully uneasy, but I'm entirely in your hands. Then we will give Mr. Creek every inducement and every opportunity to get to work. Where are you staying now? Just now with some friends at St. Albans. That's too far. The inscrutable eyes retained their tranquil depth, but a new quality of quickening interest in the voice made Mr. Carlyle forget the weight and burden of his ruffled dignity. Give me a few minutes, please. The cigarettes are behind you, Mr. Holier. The blind man walked to the window and seemed to look out over the cypress-shaded lawn. The lieutenant lit a cigarette, and Mr. Carlyle picked up Punch. Then Carados turned round again. You prepared to put your own arrangements aside? He demanded of his visitor. Certainly. Very well. I want you to go down now, straight from here to Brookbend Cottage. Tell your sister that your leave is unexpectedly cut short and that you sail tomorrow. The Martian? No, the Martian doesn't sail. Look up the movements on your way there and pick out a boat that does. Say you are transferred. Add that you expect to be away only 2 or 3 months and that you really want the £500 by the time of your return. Don't stay in the house long, please. I understand, sir. St. Albans is too far. Make your excuse and get away from there today. Put up somewhere in the town where you will be in reach of the telephone. Let Mr. Carlyle and myself know where you are. Keep out of Creek's way. I don't want actually to tie you down to the house, but we may require your services. We will let you know at the first sign of anything doing, and if there is nothing to be done, we must release you. I don't mind that. Is there nothing more that I can do now? Nothing. In going to Mr. Carlyle, you have done the best thing possible. You have put your sister into the care of the shrewdest man in London, whereat the object of this quite unexpected eulogy found himself becoming covered with the modest confusion. Well, Max, remarked Mr. Carlyle tentatively when they were alone. Well, Louise? Of course, it wasn't worthwhile rubbing it in before young Holier, but as a matter of fact, every single man carries the life of any other man, only one, mind you, in his hands. Do what you will, provided he doesn't bungle, acquiesced Carados. Quite so. And also that he is absolutely reckless of the consequences. Of course. 2 rather large provisos. Creek is obviously susceptible to both. Have you seen him? No. As I told you, I put a man on to report his habits in town. Then, 2 days ago, as the case seemed to promise some interest, for he certainly is deeply involved with the typist Max, and the thing might take a sensational turn at any time, I went down to Mulling Common myself. Although the house is lonely, it is on the electric tram route. You know the sort of market garden rurality that about a dozen miles out of London offers? Alternate bricks and cabbages? It was easy enough to get to know about Creek locally. He mixes with no other, goes into town at irregular times, but generally every day, and is reputed to be devilish hard to get money out of. Finally, I made the acquaintance of an old fellow who used to do a day's gardening at Brookbend occasionally. He has a cottage and a garden of his own with a greenhouse, and the business cost me the price of a pound of tomatoes. Was it a profitable investment? As tomatoes? Yes. As information? No. The old fellow had the fatal disadvantage from our point of view of labouring under a grievance. A few weeks ago Creek told him that he would not require him again, as he was going to do his own gardening in future. That is something, Lois. If only Creek was going to poison his wife with hyoscyamine and bury her, instead of blowing her up with a dynamite cartridge and claiming that it came in among the coal. True. Still, however, the chatty old soul had a simple explanation for everything that Creek did. Creek was mad. He had even seen him flying a kite in his garden, where it was found to get wrecked among the trees. A lad of 10 would have known better, he declared. And certainly the kite did get wrecked, for I saw it hanging over the road myself. But that a sane man should spend his time playing with a toy was beyond him. A good many men have been flying kites of various kinds lately, said Carados. Is he interested in aviation? I dare say. He appears to have some knowledge of scientific subjects. Now, what do you want me to do, Max? Will you do it? Implicitly, subject to the usual reservations. Keep your man on Creek in town and let me have his reports after you have seen them. Lunch with me here now. Phone up to your office that you are detained on unpleasant business, and then give the deserving Parkinson an afternoon off by looking after me while we take a motor run around Mulling Common. If we have time, we might go on to Brighton, feed at the ship, and come back in the cool." "Amiable and thrice lucky mortal," sighed Mr. Carlyle, his glance wandering round the room. But as it happened, Brighton did not figure in that day's itinerary. It had been Carados' intention merely to pass Brookbend Cottage on this occasion, relying on his highly developed faculties, aided by Mr. Carlyle's description, to inform him of the surroundings. 100 yards before they reached the house, he had given an order to his chauffeur to drop into the lowest speed, and they were leisurely drawing past when a discovery by Mr. Carlyle modified their plans. "By Jupiter!" that gentleman suddenly exclaimed. "There's a board up, Max. The place is to be let." Carados picked up the tube again. A couple of sentences passed, and the car stopped by the roadside, a score of paces past the limit of the garden. Mr. Carlyle took out his notebook and wrote down the address of a firm of house agents. "You might raise the bonnet and have a look at the engines, Harris," said Carados. "We want to be occupied here for a few minutes." "This is sudden. Holier knew nothing of their leaving," remarked Mr. Carlyle. "Probably not for 3 months yet. All the same, Louis, we will go on to the agents and get a car to view whether we use it today or not." A thick hedge, in its summer dress, effectively screening the house beyond from public view, lay between the garden and the road. Above the hedge showed an occasional shrub. At the corner, nearest to the car, a chestnut flourished. The wooden gate, once white, which they had passed, was grimed and rickety. The road itself was still the unpretentious country lane that the advent of the electric car had founded. When Carados had taken in these details, there seemed little else to notice. He was on the point of giving Harris the order to go on when his ear caught a trivial sound. "Someone is coming out of the house, Louis," he warned his friend. "It may be Holier, but he ought to have gone by this time." "I don't hear anyone," replied the other, but as he spoke, a door banged noisily, and Mr. Carlyle slipped into another seat and ensconced himself behind a copy of the Globe. "Creek himself," he whispered across the car. A man appeared at the gate. Holier was right. He's hardly changed. Waiting for a car, I suppose. But a car very soon swung past them from the direction in which Mr. Creek was looking, and it did not interest him. For a minute or two longer he continued to look expectantly along the road. Then he walked slowly up the drive back to the house. "We will give him 5 or 10 minutes," decided Carados. "Harris is behaving very naturally." Before even the shorter period had run out, they were repaid. A telegraph boy cycled leisurely along the road, and leaving his machine at the gate, went up to the cottage. Evidently there was no reply, for in less than a minute he was trundling past them back again. Round the bend, an approaching tram clanged its bell noisily, and quickened by the warning sound, Mr. Creek again appeared, this time with a small portmanteau in his hand. With a backward glance he hurried on towards the next stopping place, and boarding the car as it slackened down, he was carried out of their knowledge. "Very convenient of Mr. Creek," remarked Carados with quiet satisfaction. "We will now get the order and go over the house in his absence. It might be useful to have a look at the wire as well." "It might, Max," acquiesced Mr. Carlyle a little dryly. "But if it is probably in Creek's pocket. How do you propose to get it?" "By going to the post office, Louis." "Quite so. Have you ever tried to see a copy of a telegram addressed to someone else?" "I don't think I have ever had the occasion yet," admitted Carados. "Have you?" "In 1 or 2 cases I have perhaps been an accessory to the act. It is generally a matter either of extreme delicacy or a considerable expenditure." "Then, for Holier's sake, we will hope for the former here." And Mr. Carlyle smiled darkly, and hinted that he was content to wait for a friendly revenge. A little later, having left the car at the beginning of the straggling High Street, the two men called at the village post office. They had already visited the house agent and obtained an order to view Brookbend Cottage, declining with some difficulty the clerk's persistent offer to accompany them. Reason was soon forthcoming. "As a matter of fact," explained the young man, "the present tenant is under a notice to leave." "Unsatisfactory, eh?" said Carados encouragingly. "He's a corker," admitted the clerk, responding to the friendly tone. 15 months and not a doit of rent have we had. That's why I should have liked—" "We will make every allowance," replied Carados. The post office occupied one side of a stationer's shop. It was not without some inward trepidation that Mr. Carlyle found himself committed to the adventure. Carados, on the other hand, was a personification of bland unconcern. "You have just sent a telegram to Brookbend Cottage," he said to the young lady behind the brass-worked lattice. "We think it may have come inaccurately and should like to repeat." He took out his purse. "What is the fee?" The request was evidently not a common one. "Oh," said the girl uncertainly. "Wait a minute, please." She turned off to a pile of telegram duplicates behind the desk and ran a doubtful finger along the upper sheets. "I think this is all right. You wanted to repeat it? Please." Just a tinge of questioning surprise gave point to the courteous tone. "It'll be 4 pence. If there is an error, the amount will be refunded." Carados put down his coin and received his change. "Will it take long?" he inquired carelessly as he pulled on his glove. "You will most likely get it within a quarter of an hour," she replied. "Now you have done it," commented Mr. Carlyle as they walked back to their car. "How do you propose to get that telegram, Max?" "Ask for it," was the laconic explanation, and stripping the artifice of any elaboration, he simply asked for it and got it. The car, posted at a convenient bend in the road, gave him a warning note as the telegraph boy approached. Then Carados took up a convincing attitude with his hand on the gate, while Mr. Carlyle lent himself the semblance of a departing friend. That was the inevitable impression when the boy rode up. "Creek, Brookbend Cottage?" inquired Carados, holding out his hand, and without a second thought the boy gave him the envelope and rode away on the assurance that there would be no reply. "Some day, my friend," remarked Mr. Carlyle, looking nervously towards the unseen house, "your ingenuity will get you into a tight corner." "Then my ingenuity must get me out again," was the retort. "Let us have our view now. The telegram can wait." An untidy workman took their order and left them standing at the door. Presently a lady whom they both knew to be Mrs. Creek appeared. "You wish to see over the house?" she said, in a voice that was utterly devoid of any interest. Then, without waiting for a reply, she turned to the nearest door and threw it open. "This is the drawing room," she said, standing aside. They walked into a sparsely furnished, damp-smelling room and made a pretense of looking round, while Mrs. Creek remained silent and aloof. "The dining room," she continued, crossing the narrow hall and opening another door. Mr. Carlyle ventured a genial commonplace in the hope of inducing conversation. The result was not encouraging. Doubtless they would have gone through the house under the same frigid guidance had not Carados been at fault in a way that Mr. Carlyle had never known him fail before. In crossing the hall he stumbled over a mat and almost fell. "Pardon my clumsiness," he said to the lady. "I am, unfortunately, quite blind. But," he added, with a smile, to turn off the mishap, "even a blind man must have a house." The man who had eyes was surprised to see a flood of color rush into Mrs. Creek's face. "Blind!" she exclaimed. "Oh, I beg your pardon. Why did you not tell me? You might have fallen." "I generally manage fairly well," he replied, "but of course in a strange house—" She put a hand on his arm very lightly. "You must let me guide you just a little." The house, without being large, was full of passages and inconvenient turnings. Carados asked an occasional question and found Mrs. Creek quite amiable without effusion. Mr. Carlyle followed them from room to room in the hope, though scarcely the expectation, of learning something that might be useful. "This is the last one. It's the largest bedroom," said their guide. Only 2 of the upper rooms were fully furnished, and Mr. Carlyle at once saw, as Carados knew without seeing, that this was the one which the Creeks occupied. "A very pleasant outlook," declared Mr. Carlyle. "Oh, I suppose so," admitted the lady vaguely. The room, in fact, looked over the leafy garden and the road beyond. It had a French window opening onto a small balcony, and to this, under the strange influence that always attracted him to light, Carados walked. "I expect that there is a certain amount of repair needed," he said, after standing there a moment. "I'm afraid there would be," she confessed. "I ask because there is a sheet of metal on the floor here," he continued. Now, that in an old house spells dry rot to the wary observer. "My husband said that the rain which comes in a little under the window was rotting the boards there," she replied. "He put that down recently. I had not noticed anything myself." It was the first time she had mentioned her husband. Mr. Carlyle pricked up his ears. "Ah, that's a less serious matter," said Carados. "May I step out to the balcony?" "Oh, yes, if you like to." Then, as he appeared to be fumbling at the catch, "Let me open it for you." But the window was already open, and Carados, facing the various points of the compass, took in the bearings. "A sunny, sheltered corner," he remarked. "An ideal spot for a deck chair and a book." She shrugged her shoulders half contemptuously. "I dare say," she replied, "but I never use it." Sometimes, surely, he persisted mildly. It would be my favorite retreat. But then, I was going to say that I had never been out on it, but that would not be quite true. It has two uses for me, both equally romantic. I occasionally shake a duster from it, and when my husband returns late without his latchkey, he wakes me up and I come out here and drop him mine. Further revelation of Mr. Creek's nocturnal habits was cut off, greatly to Mr. Carlyle's annoyance, by a cough of unmistakable significance from the foot of the stairs. They had heard a trade cart drive up to the gate, a knock at the door, and the heavy-footed woman drank along the hall. "Excuse me a minute, please," said Mrs. Creek. "Louis," said Carados in a sharp whisper the moment they were alone. "Stand against the door." With extreme plausibility, Mr. Carlyle began to admire a picture so situated that while he was there it was impossible to open the door more than a few inches. From that position he observed his confederate go through the curious procedure of kneeling down on the bedroom floor and for a full minute pressing his ear to the sheet of metal that had already engaged his attention. Then he rose to his feet, nodded, dusted his trousers, and Mr. Carlyle moved to a less equivocal position. "What a beautiful rose tree grows up your balcony," remarked Carados, stepping into the room as Mrs. Creek returned. "I suppose you're very fond of gardening?" "I detest it," she replied. "But this Chloe, so carefully trained?" "Is it?" she replied. "I think my husband was nailing it up recently." By some strange fatality, Carados' most aimless remarks seemed to involve the absent Mr. Creek. "Do you care to see the garden?" The garden proved to be extensive and neglected. Behind the house was chiefly orchard. In front, some semblance of order had been kept up. Here it was lawn and shrubbery, and the drive they had walked along. Two things interested Carados: the soil at the foot of the balcony, which he declared on examination to be particularly suitable for roses, and the fine chestnut tree in the corner by the road. As they walked back to the car, Mr. Carlyle lamented that they had learned so little of Creek's movements. "Perhaps the telegram will tell us something," suggested Carados. "Read it, Louis." Mr. Carlyle cut open the envelope, glanced at the enclosure, and, in spite of his disappointment, could not restrain a chuckle. "My poor Max," he explained, "you have put yourself to an amount of ingenious trouble for nothing. Creek is evidently taking a few days' holiday and prudently availed himself of the meteorological office forecast before going. Listen. Immediate prospect for London, warm and settled. Further outlook, cooler but fine. Well, well. I did get a pound of tomatoes for my fourpence." "You certainly scored there, Louis," admitted Carados with humorous appreciation. "I wonder," he added speculatively, "whether it is Creek's peculiar taste usually to spend his week-end holiday in London." "Hey?" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, looking at the words again. "By God, that's rum, Max. They go to Weston-super-Mare. Why on earth should he want to know about London?" "I can make a guess, but before we are satisfied I must come here again. Take another look at the kite, Louis. Are there a few yards of string hanging loose from it?" "Yes, there are." "Rather thick string, unusually thick for the purpose?" "Yes, but how do you know?" As they drove home again, Carados explained, and Mr. Carlyle sat aghast, saying incredulously, "Good God, Max, is it possible?" An hour later, he was satisfied that it was possible. In reply to his inquiry, someone in his office telephoned him the information that they had left Paddington by the 4:30 for Weston. It was more than a week after his introduction to Carados that Lieutenant Holier had a summons to present himself at the turrets again. He found Mr. Carlyle already there, and the two friends were awaiting his arrival. "I stayed in all day after hearing from you this morning, Mr. Carados," he said, shaking hands. "When I got your second message, I was ready to walk straight out of the house. That's how I did it in time. I hope everything is all right?" "Excellent," replied Carados. "You had better have something before we start. We probably have a long and perhaps an exciting night before us." "And certainly a wet one," assented the lieutenant. "It was thundering over Mulling Way as I came along." "That's why you are here," said his host. "We are waiting for a certain message before we start, and in the meantime you may as well understand what we expect to happen. As you saw, there's a thunderstorm coming on. The meteorological office morning forecast predicted it for the whole of London if the conditions remained. That is why I kept you in readiness. Within an hour it is now inevitable that we shall experience a deluge. Here and there damage will be done to trees and buildings. Here and there a person will probably be struck and killed. Yes, it is Mr. Creek's intention that his wife should be among the victims." "I don't exactly follow," said Holier, looking from one man to the other. I quite admit that Creek would be immensely relieved if such a thing did happen, but the chance is surely an absurdly remote one. Yet, unless we intervene, it is precisely what a coroner's jury will decide has happened. Do you know whether your brother-in-law has any practical knowledge of electricity, Mr. Hollier? I cannot say. He was so reserved and we really knew so little of him. Yet, in 1896, an Austin Creek contributed an article on alternating currents to the American scientific world that would argue a fairly intimate acquaintanceship. But do you mean that he is going to direct a flash of lightning? Only into the minds of the doctor who conducts the postmortem and the coroner. This storm, the opportunity for which he has been waiting for weeks, is merely the cloak to his act. The weapon which he has planned to use, scarcely less powerful than lightning, but much more tractable, is the high voltage current of electricity that flows along the tram wire at his gate. "Oh!" exclaimed Lieutenant Hollier as a sudden revelation struck him. "Sometime between 11 o'clock tonight, about the hour when your sister goes to bed, and 1:30 in the morning, the time up to which he can rely on the current, Creek will throw a stone up at the balcony window. Most of his preparation has long been made. It only remains for him to connect up a short length of the window handle and a longer one at the other end to tap the live wire. That done, he will wake his wife in the way I have said. The moment she moves the catch of the window, and he has carefully filed its parts to ensure perfect contact, she will be electrocuted as effectually as if she sat in the executioner's chair in Sing Sing prison." "But what are we doing here?" exclaimed Hollier, starting to his feet, pale and horrified. "It is past 10 now, and anything may happen." "Quite natural, Mr. Hollier," said Carados reassuringly. "But you need have no anxiety. Creek is being watched, the house is being watched, and your sister is as safe as if she slept tonight in Windsor Castle. Be assured that whatever happens, he will not be allowed to complete his scheme, but it is desirable to let him implicate himself to the fullest limit. Your brother-in-law, Mr. Hollier, is a man with a peculiar capacity for taking pains." "He's a damned cold-blooded scoundrel," exclaimed the young officer fiercely. "When I think of Millicent 5 years ago—" "Well, for that matter, an enlightened nation has decided that electrocution is the most humane way of removing its superfluous citizens," suggested Carados mildly. "He is certainly an ingenious-minded gentleman. It is his misfortune that in Mr. Carlyle he was fated to be opposed by an even subtler brain." "No, no, really, Max," protested the embarrassed gentleman. "Mr. Hollier will be able to judge for himself when I tell him that it was Mr. Carlyle who first drew attention to the significance of the abandoned kite," insisted Carados firmly. "Then, of course, its object became plain to me, as indeed to anyone. For 10 minutes, perhaps, a wire must be carried from the overhead line to the chestnut tree. Creek has everything in his favor, but it is just within possibility that the driver of an inopportune train might notice the appendage. What of that? Why, for more than a week he has seen a derelict kite with its yards of trailing string hanging in the tree. A very calculating mind, Mr. Hollier. It would be interesting to know what line of action Mr. Creek has mapped out for himself afterwards. I expect he has half a dozen artistic little touches up his sleeve. Possibly he would merely singe his wife's hair, burn her feet with a red-hot poker, shiver the glass of the French window, and be content with that to let well alone. You see, lightning is so varied in its effect that whatever he did or did not do would be right. He is in the impregnable position of the body showing all the symptoms of death by lightning shock, and nothing else but lightning to account for it. A dilated eye, heart contracted in systole, bloodless lungs shrunk to a third the normal weight, and all the rest of it. When he has removed a few outward traces of his work, Creek might quite safely discover his dead wife and rush off for the nearest doctor. Or he may have decided to arrange a convincing alibi and creep away, leaving the discovery to another. We shall never know. He will make no confession. I wish it was well over, admitted Hollier. I am not particularly jumpy, but this gives me a touch of the creeps. 3 more hours at the worst, Lieutenant, said Carados cheerfully. Aha, something is coming through now. He went to the telephone and received a message from one quarter, then made another connection and talked for a few minutes with someone else. Everything working smoothly, remarked between times over his shoulder. Your sister has gone to bed, Mr. Hollier. Then he turned to the house telephone and distributed his orders. So we, he concluded, must get up. By the time they were ready, a large closed motor car was waiting. The lieutenant thought he recognized Parkinson in the well-swathed form beside the driver, but there was no temptation to linger for a second on the steps. Already the stinging rain had lashed the drive into the semblance of a frothy estuary. All round, the lightning jagged its course through the incessant tremulous glow of more distant lightning, while the thunder only ceased its muttering to turn at close quarters and crackle viciously. "One of the few things I regret missing," remarked Carados tranquilly, "but I hear a good deal of colour in it." The car slushed its way down to the gate, lurched a little heavily across the dip into the road, and steadying as it came upon the straight, began to hum contentedly along the deserted highway. "We are not going direct?" suddenly inquired Holier, after they had travelled perhaps half a dozen miles. The night was bewildering enough, but he had the sailor's gift for location. "No, through Hunscott Green, and then by a field path to the orchard at the back," replied Carados. "Keep a sharp lookout for the man with the lantern about here, Harris," he called through the tube. "Something flashing just ahead, sir," came the reply, and the car slowed down and stopped. Carados dropped the near window as a man in glistening waterproof stepped from the shelter of a lich grate and approached. "Inspector Beadle, sir," said the stranger, looking into the car. "Quite right, Inspector," said Carados. "Get in." "I have a man with me, sir. We can find room for him as well." "We are very wet." "So shall we all be soon." The lieutenant changed his seat, and the two burly forms took places side by side. In less than 5 minutes the car stopped again, this time in a grassy country lane. "Now we have to face it," announced Carados. "The inspector will show us the way." The car slid round and disappeared into the night, while Beadle led the party to a stile in the hedge. A couple of fields brought them to the Brookbend boundary. There a figure stood out of the black foliage, exchanged a few words with their guide, and piloted them along the shadows of the orchard to the back door of the house. "You will find a broken pane near the catch of the scullery window," said the blind man. "Right, sir," replied the inspector. "I have it. Now who goes through?" "Mr. Holier will open the door for us." "I'm afraid you must take off your boots and all wet things, Lieutenant. We cannot risk a single spot inside." They waited until the back door opened, then each one divested himself in a similar manner and passed into the kitchen, where the remains of a fire still burned. The man from the orchard gathered together discarded garments and disappeared again. Carados turned to the lieutenant. "A rather delicate job for you now, Mr. Holier. I want you to go up to your sister, wake her, and get her into another room with as little fuss as possible. Tell her as much as you think fit, and let her understand that her very life depends on absolute stillness when she is alone. Don't be unduly hurried, but not a glimmer of a light, please." 10 minutes passed by the measure of the battered old alarm on the dresser shelf before the young man returned. "I have had rather a time of it," he reported with a nervous laugh. "But I think it will be all right now. She is in the spare room." "Then we will have our places. You and Parkinson come with me to the bedroom. Inspector, you have your own arrangements. Mr. Carlyle will be with you." They dispersed silently about the house. Holier glanced apprehensively at the door of the spare room as they passed it, but within was as quiet as the grave. Their room lay at the other end of the passage. "You may as well take your place in the bed now, Holier," directed Carados when they were inside and the door closed. "Keep well down among the cloths. Creek has to get up on the balcony, you know, and he will probably peep through the window, but he dare come no farther. Then when he begins to throw up stones, slip on this dressing gown of your sister's. I'll tell you what to do after." The next 60 minutes drew out into the longest hour that the lieutenant had ever known. Occasionally he heard a whisper pass between the two men who stood behind the window curtains, but he could see nothing. Then Carados threw a guarded remark in his direction. "He is in the garden now." Something scraped slightly against the outer wall, but the night was full of wilder sounds, and in the house the furniture and the boards creaked, and sprung between the yowling of the wind among the chimneys, the rattle of the thunder, and the pelting of the rain. It was a time to quicken the steadiest pulse, and when the crucial moment came, when a pebble suddenly rang against the pane with a sound that the tense waiting magnified into a shivering crash, Holier leapt from the bed on the instant. "Easy, easy," warned Carados feelingly. "We will wait for another knock." He passed something across. "Here is rubber glove. I have cut the wire, but you had better put it on. Stand just for a moment at the window, move the catch so that it can blow open a little, and drop immediately. Now, Another stone had rattled against the glass. For Holier to go through his part was a work merely of seconds, and with a few touches, Carados spread the dressing gown to more effective disguise about the extended form. But an unforeseen, and in the circumstances, rather horrible interval followed, for Creek, in accordance with some detail of his never-revealed plan, continued to shower missile after missile against the panes until even the unimpressionable Parkinson shivered. "The last act," whispered Carados, a moment after the throwing had ceased. "He has gone round to the back. Keep as you are. We take cover now." He pressed behind the arras of an extemporized wardrobe, and the spirit of emptiness and desolation seemed once more to reign over the lonely house. From half a dozen places of concealment, ears were straining to catch the first guiding sound. He moved very stealthily, burdened perhaps by some strange scruple in the presence of the tragedy that he had not feared to contrive, paused for a moment at the bedroom door, then opened it very quietly, and the fickle light read the consummation of his hope. "At last," they heard the sharp whisper drawn from his relief. "At last." He took another step, and two shadows seemed to fall upon him from behind, one on either side. With a primitive instinct, a cry of terror and surprise escaped him as he made a desperate movement to wrench himself free, and for a short second he almost succeeded in dragging one hand into a pocket. Then his wrists slowly came together and the handcuffs closed. "I am Inspector Beadle," said the man on his right side. "You are charged with the attempted murder of your wife, Millicent Creek." "You're mad," retorted the miserable creature, falling into desperate calmness. "She has been struck by lightning." "No, you blackguard, she hasn't," wrathfully exclaimed his brother-in-law, jumping up. "Would you like to see her?" "I also have to warn you," continued the inspector impassively, "that anything you say may be used as evidence against you." A startled cry from the farther end of the passage arrested their attention. "Mr. Carados," called Holier. "Oh, come at once." At the open door of the other bedroom stood the lieutenant, his eyes still turned towards something in the room beyond, a little empty bottle in his hand. "Dead," he exclaimed tragically with a sob. With this beside her. Dead just when she would have been free of the brute. The blind man passed into the room, sniffed the air, and laid a gentle hand on the pulseless heart. "Yes," he replied. That, Holier, does not always appeal to the woman, strange to say. The end of the tragedy at Brookbend Cottage. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 14. The Mysterious Death on the Underground Railway by Baroness Orczy. From the collection, The Old Man in the Corner. Read by Yoganan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was all very well for Mr. Richard Frobisher of the London Mail to cut up rough about it. Polly did not altogether blame him. She liked him all the better for that frank outburst of manlike ill-temper which, after all said and done, was only a very flattering form of masculine jealousy. Moreover, Polly distinctly felt guilty about the whole thing. She had promised to meet Dickie, that is Mr. Richard Frobisher, at 2 o'clock sharp outside the Palace Theatre, because she wanted to go to a Maud Allen matinee, and because he naturally wished to go with her. But at 2 o'clock sharp she was still in Norfolk Street, Strand, inside an ABC shop, sipping cold coffee, opposite a grotesque old man who was fiddling with a bit of string. How could she be expected to remember Maud Allen, or the Palace Theatre, or Dickie himself for a matter of that? The man in the corner had begun to talk of that mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and Polly had lost count of time, of place, and circumstance. She had gone to lunch quite early, for she was looking forward to the matinee at the Palace. The old scarecrow was sitting in his accustomed place when she came into the ABC shop, but he made no remark all the time that the young girl was munching a scone and butter. She was just busy thinking how rude he was, not even to have said good morning, when an abrupt remark from him caused her to look up. "Will you be good enough," he said suddenly, "to give me a description of the man who sat next to you just now, while you were having your cup of coffee and scone?" Involuntarily, Polly turned her head towards the distant door, through which a man in a light overcoat was even now quickly passing. The man had certainly sat at the next table to hers when she first sat down to her coffee and scone. He had finished his luncheon, whatever it was, a moment ago, had paid at the desk and gone out. The incident did not appear to Polly as being of the slightest consequence. Therefore she did not reply to the rude old man, but shrugged her shoulders and called to the waitress to bring a bill. "Do you know if he was tall or short, dark or fair?" continued the man in the corner, seemingly not the least disconcerted by the young girl's indifference. "Can you tell me at all what he was like?" "Of course I can," rejoined Polly impatiently. "But I don't see that my description of one of the customers of an ABC shop can have the slightest importance." He was silent for a moment, while his nervous fingers fumbled about in his capacious pockets in search of the inevitable piece of string. When he had found this necessary adjunct to thought, he viewed the young girl again through his half-closed lids and added maliciously, "But supposing it were of paramount importance that you should give an accurate description of a man who sat next to you for half an hour today, how would you proceed?" "I should say that he was of medium height." 5'8", 9, or 10, he interrupted quietly. "How can one tell to an inch or two?" rejoined Polly crossly. "He was between colours." "What's that?" he inquired blandly. "Neither fair nor dark. His nose—" "Well, what was his nose like? Will you sketch it?" "I'm not an artist. His nose was fairly straight. His eyes were neither dark nor light. His hair had the same striking peculiarity. He was neither short nor tall. His nose was neither aquiline nor snub," he recapitulated sarcastically. "No," she retorted. "He was just ordinary looking." "Would you know him again, say tomorrow, and among a number of other men who were neither tall nor short, dark nor fair, aquiline nor snub-nosed, etc.?" "I don't know. I might. He was certainly not striking enough to be specially remembered." "Exactly," he said, while he leant forward excitedly, for all the world like a jack-in-the-box let loose. "Precisely. And you're a journalist. Call yourself one, at least, and it should be a part of your business to notice and describe people. I don't mean only the wonderful personage with the clear Saxon features, the fine blue eyes, the noble brow and classic face, but the ordinary person, the person who represents 90 out of every 100 of his own kind, the average Englishman, say of the middle classes, who is neither very tall nor very short, who wears a moustache which is neither fair nor dark, but which masks his mouth, and a top hat which hides the shape of his head and brow, a man, in fact, who dresses like hundreds of his fellow creatures, moves like them, speaks like them, has no peculiarity. Try to describe him. To recognize him, say a week hence, among his other 89 doubles, worse still, to swear his life away if he happened to be implicated in some crime wherein your recognition of him would place the halter around his neck. Try that, I say, and having utterly failed, you will more readily understand how one of the greatest scoundrels unhung is still at large, and why the mystery on the Underground Railway was never cleared up. I think it was the only time in my life that I was seriously tempted to give the police the benefit of my own views upon the matter. You see, though I admire the brute for his cleverness, I did not see that his being unpunished could possibly benefit anyone. In these days of tubes and motor traction of all kinds, the old-fashioned, best, cheapest and quickest route to City and West End is often deserted, and the good old metropolitan railway carriages cannot at any time be said to be overcrowded. Anyway, when that particular train steamed into Aldgate at about 4 p.m. on March 18th last, the first-class carriages were all but empty. The guard marched up and down the platform, looking into all carriages to see if anyone had left a halfpenny evening paper behind for him, and opening the door of one of the first-class compartments, he noticed a lady sitting in the further corner and her head turned away towards the window, evidently oblivious of the fact that on this line Aldgate is a terminal station. "Where are you for, lady?" he said. The lady did not move, and the guard stepped into the carriage, thinking that perhaps the lady was asleep. He touched her arm lightly and looked into her face. In his own poetic language, he was struck all of a heap. In the glassy eyes, the ashen color of the cheeks, the rigidity of the head, there was the unmistakable look of death. Hastily, the guard, having carefully locked the carriage door, summoned a couple of porters and sent one of them off to the police station and the other in search of the station master. Fortunately, at this time of day, the up platform is not very crowded, all the traffic tending westward in the afternoon.
It was only when an inspector and 2 police constables, accompanied by a detective in plain clothes and a medical officer, appeared upon the scene and stood round a first-class railway compartment that a few idlers realized that something unusual had occurred and crowded round, eager and curious. Thus it was that the later edition of the evening papers, under the sensational heading "Mysterious Suicide on the Underground Railway," had already an account of the extraordinary event. The medical officer had very soon come to the decision that the guard had not been mistaken and that life was indeed extinct. The lady was young and must have been very pretty before the look of fright and horror had so terribly distorted her features. She was very elegantly dressed, and the more frivolous papers were able to give their feminine readers a detailed account of the unfortunate woman's gown, her shoes, hat, and gloves. It appeared that one of the latter, the one on the right hand, was partly off, leaving the thumb and wrist bare. That hand held a small satchel, which the police opened with a view to the possible identification of the deceased, but which was found to contain only a little loose silver, some smelling salts, and a small empty bottle, which was handed over to the medical officer for purposes of analysis. It was the presence of that small bottle that had caused the report to circulate freely that the mysterious case on the Underground Railway was one of suicide. Certain it was that neither about the lady's person nor in the appearance of the railway carriage was there the slightest sign of struggle or even of resistance. Only the look in the poor woman's eyes spoke of sudden terror, of the rapid vision of an unexpected and violent death, which probably only lasted an infinitesimal fraction of a second, but which had left its indelible mark upon the face, otherwise so placid and so still. The body of the deceased was conveyed to the mortuary. So far, of course, not a soul had been able to identify her, or to throw the slightest light upon the mystery which hung around her death. Against that, quite a crowd of idlers, genuinely interested or not, obtained admission to view the body on the pretext of having lost or mislaid a relative or a friend. At about 8:30 p.m., a young man, very well dressed, drove up to the station in a hansom and sent in his card to the superintendent. It was Mr. Hazeldine, shipping agent of 11 Crown Lane, E.C., and number 19, Addison Row, Kensington. The young man looked in a pitiable state of mental distress. His hand clutched nervously a copy of the St. James Gazette, which contained the fatal news. He said very little to the superintendent, except that a person who was very dear to him had not written home that evening. He had not felt really anxious until half an hour ago, when suddenly he thought of looking at his paper. The description of the deceased lady, though vague, had terribly alarmed him. He had jumped into a hansom, and now begged permission to view the body, in order that his worst fears might be allayed. You know what followed, of course, continued the man in the corner. The grief of the young man was truly pitiable. In the woman laying there in a public mortuary before him, Mr. Hazeldine had recognized his wife. "I am waxing melodramatic," said the man in the corner, who looked up at Polly with a mild and gentle smile, while his nervous fingers vainly endeavored to add another knot on the scrappy bit of string with which he was continually playing. "And I fear that the whole story savours of the penny novelette, but you must admit, and no doubt you remember, that it was an intensely pathetic and truly dramatic moment. The unfortunate young husband of the deceased lady was not much worried with questions that night. As a matter of fact, he was not in a fit condition to make any coherent statement. It was at the coroner's inquest on the following day that certain facts came to light, which for the time being seemed to clear up the mystery surrounding Mrs. Hazeldine's death, only to plunge that same mystery later on into denser gloom than before. The first witness at the inquest was, of course, Mr. Hazeldine himself. I think everyone's sympathy went out to the young man as he stood before the coroner and tried to throw what light he could upon the mystery. He was well dressed, as he had been the day before, but he looked terribly ill and worried, and no doubt the fact that he had not shaved gave his face a careworn and neglected air. It appears that he and the deceased had been married some 6 years or so, and that they had always been happy in their married life. They had no children. Mrs. Hazeldine seemed to enjoy the best of health till lately, when she had a slight attack of influenza, in which Dr. Arthur Jones had attended her. The doctor was present at this moment, and would no doubt explain to the coroner and the jury whether he thought that Mrs. Hazeldine had the slightest tendency to heart disease, which might have had a sudden and fatal ending. The coroner was, of course, very considerate to the bereaved husband. He tried by circumlocution to get at the point he wanted, namely Mrs. Hazeldine's mental condition lately. Mr. Hazeldine seemed loath to talk about this. No doubt he had been warned as to the existence of the small bottle found in his wife's satchel. It certainly did not seem to me at times, he at last reluctantly admitted, that my wife did not seem quite herself.
She used to be very gay and bright, and lately I often saw her in the evening sitting as if brooding over some matters which evidently she did not care to communicate to me. Still the coroner insisted and suggested the small bottle. I know, replied the young man with a short, heavy sigh. You mean the question of suicide? I cannot understand it at all. It seems so sudden and so terrible. She certainly had seemed listless and troubled lately, but only at times. And yesterday morning, when I went to business, she appeared quite herself again, and I suggested that we should go to the opera in the evening. She was delighted, I know, and told me she would do some shopping and pay a few calls in the afternoon. Do you know at all where she intended to go when she got into the Underground Railway? Well, not with certainty. You see, she may have meant to get out at Baker Street and go down to Bond Street to do her shopping. Then again, she sometimes goes to a shop in St. Paul's Churchyard, in which case she would take a ticket to Aldersgate Street, but I cannot say. Now, Mr. Hazeldine, said the coroner at last very kindly, will you try to tell me if there was anything in Mrs. Hazeldine's life which you know of, and which might in some measure explain the cause of the distressed state of mind which you yourself had noticed? Did there exist any financial difficulty which might have preyed upon Mrs. Hazeldine's mind? Was there any friend to whose intercourse with Mrs. Hazeldine you at any time took exception? In fact, added the coroner, as if thankful that he had got over an unpleasant moment, can you give me the slightest indication which would tend to confirm the suspicion that the unfortunate lady, in a moment of mental anxiety or derangement, may have wished to take her own life? There was silence in the court for a few moments. Mr. Hazeldine seemed to everyone there present to be labouring under some terrible moral doubt. He looked very pale and wretched, and twice attempted to speak before he at last said in scarcely audible tones, No, there was no financial difficulties of any sort. My wife had an independent fortune of her own. She had no extravagant tastes. Nor any friend you at any time objected to? Insisted the coroner. Nor any friend I at any time objected to, stammered the unfortunate young man, evidently speaking with an effort. I was present at the inquest, resumed the man in the corner, after he had drunk a glass of milk and ordered another, and I can assure you that the most obtuse person there plainly realized that Mr. Hazeldine was telling a lie. It was pretty plain to the meanest intelligence that the unfortunate lady had not fallen into a state of morbid dejection for nothing, and that perhaps there existed a third person who could throw more light on her strange and sudden death than the unhappy, bereaved young widower. That the death was more mysterious even than it had at first appeared became very soon apparent. You read the case at the time, no doubt, and must remember the excitement of the public mind caused by the evidence of the two doctors. Dr. Arthur Jones, the lady's usual medical man, who had attended her in a last very slight illness, and who had seen her in a professional capacity fairly recently, declared most emphatically that Mrs. Hazeldine suffered from no organic complaint which could possibly have been the cause of sudden death. Moreover, he had assisted Mr. Andrew Thornton, the district medical officer, in making a post-mortem examination, and together they had come to the conclusion that the death was due to the action of prussic acid, which had caused instantaneous failure of the heart. But how the drug had been administered, neither he nor his colleague were at present able to state. Do I understand then, Dr. Jones, that the deceased died poisoned with prussic acid? Such is my opinion, replied the doctor. Did the bottle found in her satchel contain prussic acid? It had contained some at one time, certainly. In your opinion, then, the lady caused her own death by taking a dose of that drug? Pardon me, I never suggested such a thing. The lady died poisoned by the drug, but how the drug was administered we cannot say. By injection of some sort, certainly. The drug certainly was not swallowed. There was not a vestige of it in the stomach. Yes, added the doctor in reply to another question from the coroner, death had probably followed the injection in this case almost immediately, say within a couple of minutes, or perhaps 3. It was quite possible that the body would not have more than one quick and sudden convulsion, perhaps not that. Death in such cases is absolutely sudden and crushing. I don't think that at the time anyone in the room realized how important the doctor's statement was, a statement which, by the way, was confirmed in all its details by the district medical officer who had conducted the post-mortem. Mrs. Hazeldine had died suddenly from an injection of prussic acid, administered no one knew how or when. She had been travelling in a first-class railway carriage in a busy time of the day. That young and elegant woman must have had singular nerve and coolness to go through the process of self-inflicted injection of a deadly poison in the presence of perhaps 2 or 3 other persons.
Mind you, when I say that no one there realized the importance of the doctor's statement at that moment, I am wrong. There were 3 persons who fully understood at once the gravity of the situation and the astounding development which the case was beginning to assume. Of course, I should have put myself out of the question, added the weird old man, with that inimitable self-conceit peculiar to himself. I guessed then and there in a moment where the police were going wrong, and where they would go on going wrong until the mysterious death on the Underground Railway had sunk into oblivion, together with the other cases which they mismanaged from time to time. I said there were 3 persons who understood the gravity of the 2 doctors' statements. The other 2 were, firstly, the detective who had originally examined the railway carriage, a young man of energy and plenty of misguided intelligence. The other was Mr. Hazeldine. At this point, the interesting element of the whole story was first introduced into the proceedings, and this was done through the humble channel of Emma Funnell, Mrs. Hazeldine's maid. As far as was known then, was the last person who had seen the unfortunate lady alive and had spoken to her. Mrs. Hazeldine lunched at home, explained Emma, who was shy and spoke almost in a whisper. She seemed well and cheerful. She went out at about 3:30 and told me she was going to Spence's in the St. Paul's churchyard to try on a new tailor-made gown. Mrs. Hazeldine had meant to go there in the morning, but was prevented as Mr. Errington called. Mr. Errington? Asked the coroner casually. Who is Mr. Errington? But this Emma found difficult to explain. Mr. Errington was Mr. Errington, that's all. Mr. Errington was a friend of the family. He lived in a flat in the Albert Mansions. He very often came to Addison Row and generally stayed late. Pressed still further with questions, Emma at last stated that latterly Mrs. Hazeldine had been to the theatre several times with Mr. Errington, and that on those nights the master looked very gloomy and was very cross. Recalled, the young widower was strangely reticent. He gave forth his answers very grudgingly, and the coroner was evidently absolutely satisfied with himself at the marvellous way in which, after a quarter of an hour of firm yet very kind questionings, he had elicited from the witness what information he wanted. Mr. Errington was a friend of his wife. He was a gentleman of means and seemed to have a great deal of time at his command. He himself did not particularly care about Mr. Errington, but he certainly had never made any observations to his wife on the subject. But who is Mr. Errington? Repeated the coroner once more. What does he do? What is his business or profession? He has no business or profession. What is his occupation then? He has no special occupation. He has ample private means. But he has a great and very absorbing hobby. What is that? He spends all his time in chemical experiments and is, I believe, as an amateur, a very distinguished toxicologist. Part 2. Mr. Errington. Did you ever see Mr. Errington, the gentleman so closely connected with the mysterious death on the Underground Railway? Asked the man in the corner as he placed 1 or 2 of his little snapshot photos before Miss Polly Burton. There he is, to the very life. Fairly good-looking, a pleasant face enough, but ordinary, absolutely ordinary. It was this absence of any peculiarity which very nearly, but not quite, placed the halter round Mr. Errington's neck. But I am going too fast, and you will lose the thread. The public, of course, never heard how it actually came about that Mr. Errington, the wealthy bachelor of Albert Mansions, of the Grosvenor, and other young dandies' clubs, one fine day found himself before the magistrates at Bow Street, charged with being concerned in the death of Mary Beatrice Hazeldine, late of number 19, Addison Row. I can assure you both press and public were literally flabbergasted. You see, Mr. Errington was a well-known and very popular member of a certain smart section of London society. He was a constant visitor at the Opera, the racecourse, the Park, and the Carlton. He had a great many friends, and there was consequently quite a large attendance at the police court that morning. What had transpired was this. After the very scrappy bits of evidence which came to light at the inquest, 2 gentlemen bethought themselves that perhaps they had some duty to perform towards the state and the public generally. Accordingly, they had come forward, offering to throw what light they could upon the mysterious affair on the Underground Railway. The police naturally felt that their information, such as it was, came rather late in the day, but as it proved of paramount importance, and the 2 gentlemen, moreover, were of undoubtedly good position in the world, they were thankful for what they could get and acted accordingly. They accordingly brought Mr. Errington up before the magistrate on a charge of murder. The accused looked pale and worried when I first caught sight of him in the court that day, which was not to be wondered at, considering the terrible position in which he found himself.
He had been arrested at Marseilles, where he was preparing to start for Colombo. I don't think he realized how terrible his position really was until later in the proceedings, where all the evidence relating to the arrest had been heard, and Emma Funnell had repeated her statement as to Mr. Errington's call at 19 Addison Row in the morning, and Mrs. Haseltine starting off for St. Paul's Churchyard at 3:30 in the afternoon. Mr. Haseltine had nothing to add to the statements he had made at the coroner's inquest. He had last seen his wife alive on the morning of the fatal day. She had seemed very well and cheerful. I think everyone present understood that he was trying to say as little as possible that could in any way couple his deceased wife's name with that of the accused. And yet, from the servant's evidence, it undoubtedly leaked out that Mrs. Haseltine, who was young, pretty, and evidently fond of admiration, had once or twice annoyed her husband by a somewhat open yet perfectly innocent flirtation with Mr. Errington. I think everyone was most agreeably impressed by the widower's moderate and dignified attitude. You will see his photo there among this bundle. That is just how he appeared in court. In deep black, of course, but without any sign of ostentation in his mourning. He had allowed his beard to grow lately and wore it closely cut in a point. After his evidence, the sensation of the day occurred. A tall, dark-haired man, with the word city written metaphorically all over him, had kissed the book and was waiting to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. He gave his name as Andrew Campbell, head of the firm of Campbell & Co., brokers of Throgmorton Street. In the afternoon of March 18, Mr. Campbell, travelling on the Underground Railway, had noticed a very pretty woman in the same carriage as himself. She had asked him if she was in the right train for Aldersgate. Mr. Campbell replied in the affirmative, and then buried himself in the Stock Exchange quotations of his evening paper. At Gower Street, a gentleman in tweed suit and bowler hat got into the carriage and took a seat opposite the lady. She seemed very much astonished to see him, but Mr. Andrew Campbell did not recollect the exact words she said. The two talked to one another a good deal, and certainly the lady appeared animated and cheerful. Witness took no notice of them. He was very much engrossed in some calculations, and finally got out at Farrington Street. He noticed that the man in the tweed suit also got out close behind him, having shaken hands with the lady, and said in a pleasant way, "Au revoir, don't be late tonight." Mr. Campbell did not hear the lady's reply, and soon lost sight of the man in the crowd. Everyone was on tenterhooks and eagerly waiting for the palpitating moment when witness would describe and identify the man who last had seen and spoken to the unfortunate woman within 5 minutes probably of a strange and unaccountable death. Personally, I knew what was coming before the Scotch stockbroker spoke. I could have jotted down the graphic and lifelike description he would give of a probable murderer. It would have fitted equally well the man who sat and had luncheon at this table just now. It would certainly have described 5 out of every 10 young Englishmen you know. The individual was of medium height. He wore a moustache which was not very fair, nor yet very dark. His hair was between colours. He wore a bowler hat and a tweed suit, and that was all. Mr. Campbell might perhaps know him again, but then again he might not. He was not paying much attention. The gentleman was sitting on the same side of the carriage as himself, and he had his hat on all the time. He himself was busy with his newspaper. Yes, he might know him again, but he really could not say. Mr. Andrew Campbell's evidence was not worth very much, you will say. No, it was not in itself, and would not have justified any arrest were it not for the additional statements made by Mr. James Werner, manager of Mrs. Rodney & Co., colour printers. Mr. Werner is a personal friend of Mr. Andrew Campbell, and it appears that at Farrington Street, where he was waiting for his train, he saw Mr. Campbell get out of a first-class railway carriage. Mr. Werner spoke to him for a second, and then, just as the train was moving off, he stepped into the same compartment which had just been vacated by the stockbroker and the man in the tweed suit. He vaguely recollects a lady sitting in the opposite corner to his own, with her face turned away from him, apparently asleep, but he paid no special attention to her. He was like nearly all businessmen when they are travelling, engrossed in his paper. Presently, a special quotation interested him. He wished to make a note of it, took out a pencil from his waistcoat pocket, and seeing a clean piece of pasteboard on the floor, he picked it up and scribbled on it the memorandum, which he wished to keep. He then slipped the card into his pocket-book. It was only 2 or 3 days later, added Mr. Werner, in the midst of breathless silence, that I had the occasion to refer to these same notes again. In the meanwhile, the papers had been full of mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and the names of those connected with it were pretty familiar to me. It was, therefore, that on looking at the pasteboard with much astonishment, which I had casually picked up in the railway carriage, I saw the name on it, Frank Errington. There was no doubt that the sensation in court was almost unprecedented. Never since the days of the Fenchurch Street mystery and the trial of Smethurst had I seen so much excitement. Mind you, I was not excited. I knew by now every detail of that crime as if I had committed it myself. In fact, I could not have done it better, although I have been a student of crime for many years now. Many people there, his friends mostly, believed that Errington was doomed. I think he thought so too, for I could see that his face was terribly white, and he now and then passed his tongue over his lips as if they were parched. You see, he was in the awful dilemma, a perfectly natural one, by the way of being absolutely incapable of proving an alibi. The crime, if crime there was, had been committed 3 weeks ago. A man about town like Mr. Frank Errington might remember that he spent certain hours of a special afternoon at his club or in the park, but it is very doubtful in 9 cases out of 10 if he can find a friend who could positively swear as to having seen him there. No. Mr. Errington was in a tight corner, and he knew it. You see, there were, besides the evidence, 2 or 3 circumstances which did not improve matters for him. His hobby in the direction of toxicology to begin with. The police had found in his room every description of poisonous substances, including prussic acid. Then again, that journey to Marseilles, the start for Colombo, was, though perfectly innocent, a very unfortunate one. Mr. Errington had gone on an aimless voyage, but the public thought that he had fled, terrified at his own crime. Sir Arthur Inglewood, however, here again displayed his marvellous skill on behalf of his client by the masterly way in which he literally turned all the witness for the Crown inside out. Having first got Mr. Andrew Campbell to state positively that in the accused he certainly did not recognize the man in the tweed suit, the eminent lawyer, after 20 minutes cross-examination, had so completely upset the stockbroker's equanimity that it is very likely he would not have recognized his own office boy. But through all his flurry and all his annoyance, Mr. Andrew Campbell remained very sure of one thing, namely that the lady was alive and cheerful and talking pleasantly with the man in the tweed suit up to the moment when the latter, having shaken hands with her, left her with a pleasant au revoir, don't be late tonight. He had heard neither scream nor struggle, and in his opinion, if the individual in the tweed suit had administered a dose of poison to his companion, it must have been with her own knowledge and free will, and the lady in the train most emphatically neither looked nor spoke like a woman prepared for sudden and violent death. Mr. James Verner, against that, swore equally positively that he had stood in full view of the carriage door from the moment that Mr. Campbell got out until he himself stepped into the compartment, that there was no one else in that carriage between Farrington Street and Aldgate, and that the lady, to the best of his belief, had made no movement during the whole of that journey. No, Frank Errington was not committed for trial on the capital charge, said the man in the corner with one of his sardonic smiles. Thanks to the cleverness of Sir Arthur Inglewood, his lawyer. He absolutely denied his identity with the man in the tweed suit, and swore that he had not seen Mrs. Hazeldine since 11 o'clock in the morning of that fatal day. There was no proof that he had. Moreover, according to Mr. Campbell's opinion, the man in the tweed suit was in all probability not the murderer. Common sense would not admit that a woman could have a deadly poison injected into her without her knowledge, while chatting pleasantly to a murderer. Mr. Errington lives abroad now. He is about to marry. I don't think any of his real friends for a moment believe that he committed the dastardly crime. The police think they know better. They do know this much, that it could not have been a case of suicide, that if the man who undoubtedly travelled with Mrs. Hazeldine on the fatal afternoon had no crime upon his conscience, he would long ago have come forward and thrown what light he could upon the mystery. As to who that man was, the police in their blindness have not the faintest doubt. Under the unshakable belief that Errington is guilty, they have spent the last few months in unceasing labour to try and find further and stronger proofs of his guilt. But they won't find them because there are none. There are no positive proofs against the actual murderer, for he was one of those clever blackguards who think of everything, foresee every eventuality, who know human nature well and can foretell exactly what evidence will be brought against them and act accordingly. This blackguard from the first kept the figure, the personality of Frank Errington before his mind. Frank Errington was a dust which the scoundrel threw metaphorically in the eyes of the police, and you must admit that he succeeded in blinding them to the extent even of making them entirely forget the one simple little sentence overheard by Mr. Andrew Campbell and which was, of course, the clue to the whole thing, the only slip the cunning rogue made. Au revoir, don't be late tonight. Mrs. Hazeldine was going that night to the opera with her husband. You are astonished, he added with a shrug of the shoulders. You do not see the tragedy yet, as I have seen it before me all along. The frivolous young wife, the flirtation with a friend, all a blind, all pretense. I took the trouble, which the police should have taken immediately, of finding out something about the finances of the Hazeldene's menage. Money is in 9 cases out of 10 the keynote to a crime. I found that the will of Mary Beatrice Hazeldine had been proved by the husband, a sole executor, the estate being sworn at £15,000. I found out, moreover, that Mr. Edward Sholto Hazeldine was a poor shipper's clerk when he married the daughter of a wealthy builder in Kensington, and then I made note of the fact that the disconsolate widower had allowed his beard to grow since the death of his wife. There's no doubt that he was a clever rogue, added the strange creature, leaning excitedly over the table and peering into Polly's face. Do you know how that deadly poison was injected into the poor woman's system? By the simplest of all means, one known to every scoundrel in southern Europe. A ring. Yes, a ring which has a tiny hollow needle capable of holding a sufficient quantity of prussic acid to have killed 2 persons instead of 1. The man in the tweed suit shook hands with his fair companion. Probably she hardly felt the prick, not sufficiently in any case to make her utter a scream. And mind you, the scoundrel had every facility, through his friendship with Mr. Harrington, of procuring what poison he required, not to mention his friend's visiting card. We cannot gauge how many months ago he began to try and copy Frank Harrington in his style of dress, the cut of his moustache, his general appearance, making the change probably so gradual that no one in his own entourage would notice it. He selected for his model a man his own height and build with the same colored hair. But there was a terrible risk of being identified by his fellow traveler in the underground, suggested Polly. Yes, there certainly was that risk. He chose to take it, and he was wise. He reckoned that several days would in any case elapse before that person, who, by the way, was a businessman absorbed in his newspaper, would actually see him again. The great secret of successful crime is to study human nature, added the man in the corner, as he began looking for his hat and coat. Edward Hazeldine knew it well. But the ring? He may have bought that when he was on his honeymoon, he suggested with a grim chuckle. The tragedy was not planned in a week. It may have taken years to mature. But you will own that there goes a frightful scoundrel unhung. I have left you his photograph as he was a year ago and as he is now. You will see he has shaved his beard again, but also his moustache. I fancy he is a friend now of Mr. Andrew Campbell. He left Miss Polly Burton wondering, not knowing what to believe. And that is why she missed her appointment with Mr. Richard Frobisher of the London Mail to go and see Maud Allen dance at the Palace Theatre that afternoon. The end of the mysterious death on the Underground Railway.